Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. Or good evening. And nice to see you, Lord Fluffy Art. Honestly, we do cover quite a lot of depressing topics pretty regularly, so there's no shame in having to take a break every now and again. Good to see that you're back, refreshed, and ready to continue fighting for what's right, I suppose, or at least just learning about it. Um, how are you all doing? By the way, anyone in California, I really hope that you're safe. I talked to you about this today, Art, already. Um, LA is not looking good right now, and we're gonna spend a decent amount of time covering that. I mean, it's remarkable is probably the best word to use there, but it's not the only thing on the docket. We have some, I don't want to say fun, but different kinds of topics. What's up, Exhale? Good to see you as well. I wanted to start off with, before we really jump into the wildfires, which will be the next thing that we do. Yesterday, we covered the congestion pricing that was added to parts of New York City and the wealthy people complaining. Luckily, I live in North LA, so I'm fine. Isn't North LA like exactly? Well, I mean, it's Northwest LA that's on fire, isn't it? Um, but so yesterday we you're like north, not like, yeah, I see it now. It's mostly to the west. I want to show you some more of these wealthy little shits who drive everywhere in Manhattan with no reason. I mean, easily could take a 5-minute walk, a 10-minute walk, could jump on the subway, but no, they feel the need to drive and they feel the need to clog traffic, which is why that congestion pricing, that toll was added. And now, I mean, we have idiots like this who, I mean, this is illegal, by the way, so nice job, just doing it on camera, but covering the license plate so that they can't be ticketed by the cameras, which is illegal. They don't like getting minimal exercise, true. They also don't like having to be around poor people. I mean, you can tell the kind of person this is based on their car, right? I mean, there's like a little skull on the front of their car, 2 American flags. This is very, very clear. And again, anyone complaining about this $9 toll is someone who's wealthy, who drives into the city regularly, who lives in the city, like the one we looked at yesterday, who lives on 61st off of 5th Avenue, which is not a cheap place to live, whinging about having to pay $9 to drive 10 blocks. 10 blocks! Don't drive, you idiot, just walk. And the eagle on the back window, yeah. Legit 19th century English industrialist attitude. I mean, fitting, Lord Fluffy Art, because that is the time period they want to return to.
Come over here, mister. Get out of something. Get out of something. Zoom in on these. These are the fucking cameras right here. These are the...
True patriot breaks a shit ton of laws. Yeah, and you know what? He's not gonna get shit for it either. He might get pulled over, and then he'll have a chat with the cop, and the cop is gonna agree with him, and the cop's gonna be like, all right, move on. But if this was a black guy, like, by the time he's done doing this, there'd be 3 cop cars around his car, let alone getting in and driving somewhere.
Fucking scam congestion price cameras. Every fucking New Yorker should get their ass in the city. You work here, cop, fireman, teacher, hot dog stand owner, get out here, cover your fucking license plates.
These are whingy little snowflakes. Look, the only argument that is even a real argument, which is not a valid one, might I add, that I've seen in regards to, I can't walk the 10 blocks, I don't want to ride the subway, I don't want to take the bus. And that argument was, oh, well, New York's dangerous, so if you don't want to get like burned or robbed or killed or raped, you have to drive, you have to pay this $9. Speaking as someone who grew up in New Jersey, who lived in New York, who went to university in New York, the average New Yorker would laugh at this person. This is some pussy shit. No New Yorker is walking around, afraid of getting on the subway unless it's one of these wealthy ass motherfuckers that live in these giant high rises who park their car on the street. It's nobody's like genuinely worrying about getting it either more so than anywhere else, more so than any other major city in the country, worrying about getting mugged or robbed or beat or killed or raped. These things happen. They're bad, obviously. But no, New York is not the crime center of the country, which, the right has been trying to put out the messaging for, because they want the NYPD to be able to crack down on everything. They think they're a healthcare CEO. Basically, yeah. But really, it's just they don't want to have to associate with the people around them in the city. They don't want to have to walk and see the homeless people, the poor people. They want to be able to get in their nice car and probably have their chauffeur drive them around. They want to be separate from the rest of society.
Tell this fucking city and state to go fuck themselves, like I'm doing.
I hope the police come and arrest you. Because this is not just breaking the law, this is breaking the law with intent. This is teaching other people how to break the law. Kedris, can I give you the percentage odds that Soros and Pfizer are behind the LA fires? 0%. I mean, it is incredibly racist, Lord Fluffy Art. That's just what the right is saying right now. That's the existing narrative on Twitter regarding the fires. Did he just get on top of his car? Nah. Now would be a really good time for someone to accidentally, drive into the back of this car.
Fuck you! Fuck your congested fucking crisis! When are you fucking New Yorkers gonna wake up and start letting this city and state fuck you every day? Fuck you! I covered my face. I'm not ready to go.
Look, to an extent, I can see where this guy's coming from. He's obviously stupid and rich, so this isn't him, but there are plenty of people like him who feel like the state is robbing you, is taxing you, and that money's going into whatever fucking program that doesn't matter. By the way, it probably is, but that they're doing this because they hate you. They're doing this because of some stupid reason. This specifically is not based on them hating you. This specifically is that it's impossible to get anywhere in New York because everybody needs to bring their goddamn car onto this tiny little island where almost everything is centralized in a specific part of the city that everyone wants to get to, making it pretty much impossible, let alone the Ubers, the taxis. Can I give a brief explanation of the congestion tax or whatever it's called? Essentially, after a certain, there's a specific zone. Let me pull up the actual zone. Congestion zone, NYC. When you're in this zone, you have to pay a toll. You have to pay a toll to be driving your car in past, what is it? Is that right past Central Park? So anything south of Central Park, right here, requires you to pay the congestion pricing. This is $9. It actually, fees vary depending on your vehicle type and time of day. Okay, that one's fair enough. So up to $9. Trucks get $14.50. Large trucks and buses get an even higher amount, but that's normal anyway. We've been having this conversation regarding tolls on the George Washington Bridge, the Lincoln Tunnel for a long time. It's a way of pricing poor people off the roads. Yes, but also no. Now, poor people are not on the roads in New York, generally. It's Ubers, it's taxis are the poor people on the roads. Most people don't drive into New York City from New Jersey either, unless they're wealthy. Speaking as someone who's done it many, many, many times, you take the bus. You jump on, you take the ferry, you take the bus, and then you get on a train. There is a functional and quite good public transport system in New York City. Now, it's old. It looks not as, aesthetically pleasing as we would like. Now, those are valid points, but it is a functional and good public transport system. I want less cars on the road, period. Let alone, where they are, who's driving those cars. This realistically affects rich people more than it does poor people in the negative sense. Rich people are the ones that drive anywhere south of Central Park. I mean, this entire zone is very expensive to live. The guy we covered yesterday, let me see if I can find that clip again from yesterday, lives right around here on 61st and 5th Avenue. And he was complaining about just driving up slightly past the congestion zone. Just walk it, man. Go. Here's the video of the guy from yesterday.
Starting today, the
So basically, at this point, at this part of the city, it's $9 toll.
congestion pricing is going into effect. $9 each day that you pass 60th Street.
Cars are good for transporting heavy things or carrying more things. Yeah, usually the cars that are transporting heavy things work for a company, and then the company gets to pay for that toll. But regardless of that, you're not transporting heavy things into the city here unless A, it's for your work, which in that case, that's your job's problem. Most driving delivery jobs do include something in the way of tolls when you're talking about logistics. When we're talking about food delivery, not necessarily, but that's a different story. And to be fair, in the city, most of the Uber Eats, DoorDash type stuff happens via bicycle. But the only people that have this problem are people like this guy. You're not transporting heavy things unless you or someone you know lives in the city. Now, okay, sure, let's say the most charitable case scenario. You have a friend that lives downtown and you got to go bring them furniture that, you guys went and did some shopping, you loaded the furniture in the back of your car, you just pay the extra $9 for it because it's not something you do regularly and because it is affecting traffic flow in the largest city in the country.
And while I disagree with it for many reasons, for me in particular, it really hits home because I live right here on 61st Street in this building, and my car is right there, parked in front of my building. And if I want to go to turn around to go uptown to visit my kids who live on 79th Street.
How long is this walk? 5th Avenue, 61st Street to 79th Street, 5th Avenue. First of all, this is it's a 20-minute walk, all right? It's a bit too much exercise for this guy to want to do. But let's jump on public transport. How many different various ways could you make that trip? Well, I mean, there's 2 buses right there. And obviously this doesn't list the trains because the trains are constantly running. Where is the closest MTA to where this guy lives? Where is this? 5th Avenue and 61st. Oh, look, all he has to do is walk over here and get on the subway. Or, more than likely, there's another one slightly down that way, or that way, or that way. These people, like, there's 3 within walking distance of like 2 blocks of metro stations to get on the train. I've done 45-minute walks as well, true. Or you need to buy groceries for your mom and grandma because they're elderly. If they're elderly, they likely don't live in the city. If they do, they likely live outside of Manhattan and somewhere like Brooklyn, Queens. And most people that live in the city don't do large lots of grocery shopping at once. They do small amounts throughout the day because it is difficult to carry large amounts of groceries in the city. City bike was an incredible idea, that too. It's nonsense, and the people complaining about it are objectively just whining because they're wealthy and this annoys them.
I have to pay $9 to go around the block because this is a one-way street, and that's a one-way street, and that's a one-way street, and there's no way for me to get uptown without going around the.
Really? Okay. Well, let's bring that back. Let's bring that map back up really quick. Right? So 61st and 5th Avenue. So one-way street, sure, have to go down. But what is this? you could, realistically, park your car, I don't know, here or here between 63rd and 64th Street. So you can just, bam, take the non-one way and move around. But no, I would have to walk 2 blocks from 63rd to 61st to get into my house. How could I? How could I possibly consider that as a viable idea?
The block and paying $9. And I think something has to be sorted out for Manhattan residents.
Yeah, this is us sorting it out. Shit. It makes me mad.
Scam artists, bullshit fucking nickel paying motherfucker. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
I will say, I respect how New Yorker he is, because the fuck you is the most New York thing that you can hear.
Fuck you! Governor Hochul! The jerk off that runs the MTA!
Sir, you can't do this on the street, alright? You can do this on the sidewalk. You got
Sir, you can't do this on the street. You can do it on the sidewalk. I mean, first of all, what, 5 cops here? Which is hilarious.
It's right here, sir. I respect you. You're gonna lock me up. That's what it's gonna take. Because I can't handle this anymore. And I think I speak for everybody in this city that this is unconstitutional. This is illegal. The same bullshit over and over again. And I'll take the fucking hit. So I wake up these fucking New Yorkers to get their balls back.
Only white New Yorkers get to do that, by the way.
And cover your plates. And block traffic.
Oh, no, what you don't understand, Lord Fluffy Art, is everything the NYPD does requires at minimum 5 cops because they're so incredibly overstaffed. Did you know that if New York was a country and the NYPD was the military of said country, it would be one of the biggest military forces in the world? Like, in the world, it would be top 5 in the amount of people that are in the NYPD. They have fucking drones. They have a submarine. I don't know why they have a submarine.
Watch how quick it stops.
Sir, we don't want to do that. Can you come down and talk to me?
You're gonna get arrested.
Alright,
The only way you get rid of
so
it.
come down and get arrested. I don't want you to get hurt, please.
By the way, actually, oh shit, there's way more than 5 cops there. But the way that they're talking to this man, you know, let's go back just...
Cover your plates and block traffic. Watch how quick it stops.
Sir, we don't
want to arrest you.
down and talk to you.
Just come down. We'll talk to you. We don't want you to get hurt. That is how the cops should be behaving in every situation where they interact with civilians, but that's not the case. Obviously, this guy is getting preferential treatment. It's New York. And you know what? Police really does tie into this. Cadiorus, you know what did contribute a large amount of blame towards the California wildfires, which we're about to jump over to? Do you know, it's, you know, because you asked earlier the right-wing theory of whether it's Soros and Pfizer. You want to know what the real answer is? It's police. It's the fact that the LA Fire Department had its funding cut so that that funding could be transferred to the LA Police Department. That's not all of it, obviously. It's one part of it. And the firefighters in California are generally prison slaves, but there's a legit amendment that says the government is allowed to tax you. Well, I mean, these people don't know or care about reality. Okay, so I suppose let's jump over to the fires. And yep, I saw that over like $100 million cut. It's on the list for today. I'll see it again.
To our News Chopper 4, giving us a live look of from up above of really.
This is the worst. I know you're memeing. That was very clear. This is the worst wildfire that LA has ever seen. Maybe even California in some parts. The fire is, I believe, now somewhat under control, but it was 0% under control up until quite late in the morning for me. It's mainly due to climate change and the fact that California is dry as a dog. Well, yes and yes. Both of those are the main factors. But the reason, like the main causative factors. But the reason that it's gotten this bad, the reason why it was 0% contained for such a long time is A, partially because the defunding of the fire department, B, the firefighters in California, again, are generally prison slaves, and C, firefighters don't get special, like, health insurance. ProPublica wrote a piece on this, like, years ago of how high the turnover rate is in being a firefighter. How many of these people develop lung cancer, develop respiratory diseases that they can't get treatment for because they can't afford healthcare. And also, yes, hello, Windy. The wind speeds today during this fire were, I believe, up in the 90s, maybe low 100 miles per hour.
We haven't been able to see just because of the sheer level of wind, and yet the winds have not really died down all that much. Let's go back up to Julia Dang, because Julia, you mentioned earlier you were even struggling to control the camera there from your position up in the air.
I am, Jonathan. I'm gripping the joystick on the camera controls back here in my right hand. I have never flown in conditions quite like this. The turbulence is unreal. And I've heard from firefighters, veteran firefighters, who say they have never seen anything like this on the ground. LA gets wildfires.
It's genuinely an apocalyptic scene.
That's not new for us, but this is absolutely historic. I mean, all night we were watching our colleagues on the ground covering this down below, and those tight shots where you're zoomed in, you're looking at the flames, you're looking at the smoke, it's almost like you get lost in the devastation. You can't see the full scope of it, but now that we can fly a news chopper for, I'm going to zoom out and show you from up above this big picture view of the devastation. Close to 11,000 acres now burning in the Palisades fire.
By the way, this wasn't just one fire, because the embers from the one fire went and started other smaller fires. I believe now it's mainly just this Palisades fire that's the issue. Let me double check on that, because the situation has been evolving.
Is Saddle Peak Road that I'm zooming out at. There are homes being threatened as we speak. As you were tossing to me, Jonathan, you saw how that smoke that looks light now was starting to darken. And you can't.
No, there is still 3 fires. There's the Palisades fire, there is the Hearst fire, and then there is now the Eaton fire as well. There's a little map of the different fires at the moment. I mean, this is right between Santa Monica and Malibu, which is insane. But these are the ones that could spread further to the east. This one is the one that's currently trying to be controlled because it's really close to celebrities' houses in parts of the hills. It is a stupidly hard to control this situation, especially with the wind, especially with how dry it is, and the lack of access to water is really key because the firefighters have been running out of water.
How from this far out, how quickly the smoke is moving. But let me tell you this, I'm looking at my pilot's airspeed dial up front. We are barely moving. We're hovering over the Santa Monica Mountains right now, but that dial is reading more than 80 knots.
Here, we can have a look at some of the images from overnight.
Action from here on out.
We're just trying to do the best we can right now. With the circumstances that are given to us, we're just trying to do the best we can and help everyone that we can.
You see residents.
Kedyrus, I actually have that link and the corresponding link in the sources. So, good job on you.
Their homes going up and you can't save them all.
Like I said, we're trying to do the best we can and accommodate everyone.
That is a real possibility, Lord Fluffy Art. I didn't think about that.
Firefighter I was just talking to. I mean, his eyes are red rimmed, his face covered in ash. He's trying to get the water. You know, the water
pressure. How many of these people are prisoners? Again, by the way, I still think it's incredibly immoral that we're incentivizing prisoners to go risk their lives and fight fires at a reduced sentence, a couple years, maybe a couple months, even just good behavior. It's immoral and it's disgusting. It's slavery.
But I can tell you, neighbors who've tried to turn on hoses, their water's off because they need all the pressure they can elsewhere. I mean, the water's off, obviously power's out, power lines are down everywhere. So we haven't even been able to access some of those other streets here off Santa Rosa, as we continue down Altadena. We're going to try to see where this fire is headed, as I said, west of here into parts of La Crescenta, Montrose. So I'll send it back to you guys for now. I just can't believe it. I mean, I just can't believe what we keep coming across. I keep thinking it's over.
Oh, God, I really still hate listening to mainstream media talk.
And this is where our Michelle Geely is. And Michelle, we know that it broke out in Palisades and now it has moved to Malibu. You're on PCH, is that right?
This is an hour ago, so okay.
That's right. I am in Malibu right now, so we're going to swing around and show you everything that we can see. We just got here a couple of minutes or so ago, and all along Pacific Coast Highway, this is the view that we had. Absolutely
These would all be like
devastating,
beachfront houses, right? Yeah.
To see all of these homes leveled.
This is like Malibu is where Tony Stark's house was in the Iron Man movie, where they, you know, launch missiles at it and it falls into the sea. That's the area that we're looking at.
Came in through Santa Monica on PCH, and there was thick black smoke in the Palisades area, but now you can see that we can actually look up to the sky, and it's blue. It's still windy here, however, and we're just able to survey the damage. I am at the 21,000 block of PCH.
Oh, sorry, that was the third one.
Of Dukes in Malibu.
I remember a kid using a fucking gas mask because of the air quality. Apparently a lot of people last night were struggling to breathe. They had N95s, gas masks, whatever they could do, because the entire city was just blanketed in thick smoke.
James, do you mind stepping over? And one of the things that we're being very mindful of, there are lots of down power lines. We don't know what's energized and what's not, so we're definitely being very, very careful. James' brother lives in one of these homes here.
Yeah, 21056 PCH, right down there. And what happened was, as soon as these power poles lit on fire, because these two houses went, and then once the embers blew and caught these telephone poles, the telephone poles went onto the houses also. And also these houses here are wood seawalls.
So I believe that the power was cut for most of these almost immediately after the fire started, but that doesn't always work out exactly as planned. Sometimes it takes too long. Sometimes only specific areas are shut off. These power lines could have potentially been the cause of some of these houses burning. But regardless of that, those embers from the other side of the street that set the poles that are holding the phone wires up, or the cables up, well, you know, if those set on fire, that fire would have also spread to the homes. Whenever we see ash, we call it South California snow. I mean, honestly, I would expect to see a bit more of it, Lord Fluffy Art. This is winter for you guys. Like that, yesterday when this happened, like someone in chat asked me if I'd been covering it. And I was like, what fires? It's California in the winter? But yeah, and this is the wet season. So if the wet season is on fire, what happens when it's dry season? It's the same type of issue that we tend to get in Australia here. I'm actually shocked that we haven't had a large amount of wildfires this year.
With creosote, and once those flames go, they go into the house. The only one that survived is a concrete house back there. You can see it was made completely of concrete, and it survived. All the windows are blown out, but it's still there.
So please point out which home is your brother's.
It's right down there. See the black van?
Yes.
See the guy going through that gate right there? That's my son, Timmy, right by that car going by.
And how is your brother's
Actually,
home?
never mind. I may have spoken too soon. There's a decent amount of fires happening in Australia right now. So, you know, it's happened before. It happened in winter before. South California mud flows. Sure, we'll have a look at it. Let's finish the video.
It's fine because once again he has a rock seawall, and the rock seawalls help protect the houses. Once these houses burn and then that seawall goes, it just goes to the next house.
So please,
connected. They're all connected.
And where do you live?
I live in out of state. I'm just here for the winter.
So you've been staying at this home?
No. I travel. I just happened to be in the area yesterday.
And where is your brother?
I'm just a guy that was here.
He's there. He's there.
So did he ride it out at
Yeah,
home?
he stayed there all night. He was up all night. I had to leave because I have a dog, and I couldn't put the dog. It got so smoky it was not healthy for.
I have a few clips of like people from inside their houses, but let's have a look at this, because this is another thing that could potentially occur because of these fires. So a series of mud flows occurred in Southern California early January 2018, particularly affecting northwest areas like Montecito and Santa Barbara County. The incident was responsible for 23 deaths. So the background for this is the 2017 California wildfire season was at the time the most destructive in California's history, with approximately 9,000 wildfires that burned over 1.3 million acres, killed 46 people. Beginning of December, the Santa Ana winds fanned wildfires across Southern California, which were fueled by a lack of rainfall that is normally during the region's rainy season. So the December fires burned and were burning during the Thomas Fire, the largest fire in the state's history at the time. Aha. So what happened was this burned large amounts of vegetation whose roots helped to stabilize topsoil in hillsides and other vulnerable areas. After burning for more than a month, the fire was declared contained, but then a strong low pressure and system and a cold front developed off the coast of California. The system moved onto the mainland, bringing heavy rain, which brought these massive mudslides that are responsible for 23 deaths. So yes, that is also a possibility. It's also a pretty scary one. It's not an unlikely possibility. But one thing is bringing me joy about this situation, and it's that James Woods' house burned down, and I really don't feel bad for him at all.
One of the people who did evacuate yesterday is actor James Woods, who is in Beverly Hills. Thank you for joining us. Talk to us. What have you seen?
Well, we were literally in the exact epicenter of the fire as it started. That's actually a view from my porch.
Yep, this
that's
is the
the
video
house
you
one
shot.
below us
Yep.
on fire. Yeah. My neighbor called and he said a fellow named Robert Trinkteller was about 5 houses up.
This is, by the way, like, James Woods is not just like a wealthy actor. He's full MAGA. He is the type of person that doesn't, I don't know, believe in climate change, or rather pretends not to. He's a piece of shit. He's both rich and a piece of shit, and so I don't care that his house burned down. I do feel bad for everyone else, but not this asshole. When the Thomas Fire was happening, I remember going to a bridge and watching the fire burn a lot of farmland. Oof. One of the worst accounts on X, nonstop conspiracies. True.
To understand, the Palisades is a very, almost like an old-fashioned neighborhood. Sidewalks, all the neighbors know each other. We all have each other's phone numbers, and people are very aware that we're in a fire zone. And in fact, I had said day before yesterday, to my wife, Sarah, I said, oh, that guy on the hillside hasn't cut down his grass. They got to cut down that brush because there's going to be a fire. And that's...
Sorry to cut this off. I think I might be shadow banned, guys, because my view count is significantly lower than it normally is around this time. And I know that YouTube shadow banned me. So I'm kind of mad about this. That's fucked. James Woods starred in a movie called White House Down, where he tried to kill not Obama as part of a Nazi conspiracy. I mean, that's a movie, though. It's not. I don't care about what he does in his movies. I care about the things that he says publicly, and the things that he says publicly are insane. He doesn't even have typical rich liberal ignorance on his side. He's just straight up rich neocon. Yeah.
Person who didn't cut
Also,
that brush
guys.
was a person, that fire you're looking at right now, that's my pool right there. That was the brush below us that was not cut. And so we went out. I had a record of the call. In 17 minutes
I got this chicken.
later, we were evacuated with the clothes on our back. Our garage door wouldn't open because the wind was so bright it torqued the door.
Is there any left-leaning social media anymore after Zuckerberg's pivot? Kind of, I guess, outside of regular media. Gotta diversify the raids, break up that past stuff. But yeah, small political streams are cucked as fuck by the classification. Do you have any recommendations on someone to raid today, Zach? Because I would happily. And what's up, Proud PBGS? So, like, listen, one thing that I really want to make clear here is you heard the complaint, right, from James Woods, what his main issue was. It was that his neighbor,
well, day before yesterday, to my wife Sarah, I said, "Oh, that guy on the hillside hasn't cut down his grass. They got to cut down that brush because there's going to be a fire." And that's,
I mean, you can just link a couple people that are good, and I'll just add them to the list. So he's complaining that his house may have lit on fire because his neighbor hadn't cut the dried bush around their property. What these idiots will never be able to conceptualize is, I don't know, the idea of going and knocking on your neighbor's door and saying, hey, that's like a fire risk. Let me help you and let's fix it together. But no, these people would never. That would require cooperation. That would require engaging in community. That would require giving a shit about other people. None of, like, it's, well, he's not blaming it on his neighbors. He's just saying that, isn't, like, it's, here, let's listen to it again. He's just whinging.
Have each other's phone numbers and bash a neighbor. My neighbor called and he said a fellow named Robert,
yeah, I know,
was about 5 houses up.
He deserves
You have
this.
to understand the Palisades is a very, almost like an old-fashioned neighborhood. Sidewalks, all the neighbors know each other. We all have each other's phone numbers, and people are very aware that we're in a fire zone. And in fact, I had said yesterday, well, day before yesterday, to my wife Sarah, I said, "Oh, that guy on the hillside hasn't cut down his grass. They got to cut down that brush because there's going to be a fire." And
why didn't you go and talk to him and help him do it? You could have done it together. That is a decent way to deal with this situation rather than, I don't know, fucking complaining on CNN. And by the way, Proud PBGS, how are you doing? Are you safe? Are you okay? Are you in a good spot now? The winds were fucking insane in Santa Ana. They're fucking insane everywhere. I hear there was up to 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's bad, dude. I've lived here all my life and the winds are fucking heavy. I'm in the safe part of LA. Good. I'm glad you're safe at the very least, but yeah. And again, this is the dry season, so maybe a mansion built on top of a farmable timber box has something to do with it. Generally, yeah, a lot of mansions happen to burn down with this fire.
that's the person who didn't cut that brush was a person, that
Not a
fire
good
you're looking
thing,
at
but
right now, that's my pool right there. That was the brush below us that was not cut.
Good, fuck Malibu.
And so we went out.
I'm like, not good, but you know what I mean.
Call. In 17 minutes later, we were evacuated with the clothes on our back. Our garage door wouldn't open because the wind was so bright it torqued the door, and we finally got out. When we got to the bottom of the hill, I said, "Oh my God, we have a neighbor who's 94 years old who has dementia."
It's just people like this I don't feel any sympathy for. I feel a lot of sympathy for everyone else, the entire state. The idea of thousands of people, 30,000, 40,000 had to evacuate their homes. People abandoned their cars on the street. I feel bad for them. These assholes who look down on the rest of society, though, no, I hope his house burned down. The fact that he has a pool is such a fucking shameless expression of their immense wealth. Doesn't, like, everybody in LA have a pool if they have a property? You know, if they live in a house outside of,
and I said,
like, downtown in the city? Anyone up in the hills, I'm sure they all have pools.
There were no cars on the driveway, and we would go over and help him get in his chair, you know, sometime if he fell with the caregiver. But I knew he was in the hospital, and I don't know.
Yeah, but no, not many middle-class people don't tend to live up in the hills in LA. You know what I mean? Now, I really don't want to listen to James Wood talk all that much because I have a lot of other links that we can look at. This is from Bernie Sanders, but take a look at this image. This is from a flight over last night. It looks like a bomb went off. It looks like somebody dropped a bomb in the middle of LA. It's apocalyptic. 80,000 people were told to evacuate. Blazes 0% contained. That was as of the middle of the night for me. 8 months since the area has last seen rain. 8 months since it's rained? The scale of damage and loss is unimaginable. Someone said at least, I don't know, $6 billion. Probably. Battle LA moment. Yeah. It genuinely looks like a bomb went off. Climate change is real, not a hoax. Donald Trump must treat this like the existential crisis it is. That's funny. That's quite funny because this is what Donald Trump is actually saying. Where are you? Well, I have one of what MAGA's saying at the very least right over here. MAGA blames homeless for deranged California fire theories. The homeless people did it, guys. Popular far-right X-account libs of TikTok was pushing a bizarre theory that the fires pointed to, what was it? Showing that some fires break out at the state's homeless encampments when the inhabitants tap into underground electrical wiring for power. No, that's not what caused this. There's zero evidence of anything like that being the cause of this. But of course, they want to blame Gavin Newsom. They want to blame anybody that is not them. And to be fair, it's not to blame Gavin Newsom, but the mayor of LA did fuck up. The mayor of LA defunded the fire department and moved those funds to the police department, which is causing a negative outcome now. But no, it's not their fault. It's not anybody's fault. This is climate change. Newsom is a piece of shit, but he didn't do this. Newsom did not do this. Homeless people did not do this. Climate change did this. Fossil fuel companies did this. ExxonMobil did this. No one else. Nobody else. Also, maybe like a little bit of blame can be placed on the Australians because we brought eucalyptus trees to California. But yeah. Cosmic Protocol Band is a good small leftist streamer. It usually begins when you're ending. Cool. I will throw that open and have a look towards the end of stream. Thank you, Lost Soap. And no, Trump is absolutely not going to fix it. It's been over 25 years since I lived in LA, but seeing this somehow hurts me. I recognize a lot of the stuff burning. Honestly, bad guys, that's totally normal. I would, like, if I looked at New Jersey burning, I'm sure I would feel the same. Manhattan. How old do I need to be to run for governor of California? At least 30. Seems. It varies state to state. Look at, like, just how apocalyptic it actually looked on the ground. That's like 9/11. I'm looking at 9/11 right now. Look, not to be insensitive, but I've been saying this for a while. You guys need to get the fuck out of California. The entire region is going to be uninhabitable in the next couple of decades. Nevada, New Mexico, South California, Arizona, they're gonna be a desert. It hasn't rained in 8 months in where the fire is currently. Do you think that it's raining everywhere else in that vicinity? It's a desert. It's a desert that is forming, and there will be no water. It'll constantly burn until there's nothing left to burn. I know, says someone living in Australia, I'm aware, but I live in a part of Australia that at least doesn't tend to burn as much, all right? The most of the big wildfires, I looked up the map a minute ago, they're on the coast. Where is it? Australia bushfire map. If you live here, then yeah, you need to be prepared for fires all the way up around the coast. Anywhere to the, like, west of this line, west of New South Wales, you could probably manage to safely endure without lack of any actual fires. I don't want to leave my home state, then move to North California. In fact, I have some good news for you. Canada might try and annex California, Washington, and Oregon instead of the other way around. That would be pretty awesome. Oh, you're from Perth. What's up, Zach? Yeah, Perth isn't going to get too many wildfires. You're probably going to get more rain, actually, in the next couple of decades. But if you live in this area and you have the ability, you have the means, the finances to move, I would recommend you move to the Great Lakes region. Again, the only body of fresh water on Earth that is growing in size is in the Great Lakes. Why do you think they want Canada and Greenland? It's water. It's frozen mountains that will bring water, fresh drinkable water, down when they melt, that we can collect, that we can use, because fresh water is a commodity. Water has been a commodity. You buy and sell it. You go and buy water bottles at the store. And yes, I do know that Zach streams, but Zach streams usually not after my stream, and so I can't raid Zach. But I have seen some of Zach's streams. They want the water from, yeah, well, Nestle says hello. Nestle wants the water. That's true. The corporations do, but also the federal government needs access to fresh water. We're going to be having water wars in the next couple of decades. Maybe we might not be involved in one immediately, but you'll be seeing quite a lot more of that, especially in places that generally don't have high amounts of rainfall. If I have to move anywhere in the Great Lakes region, I'm moving to Chicago. Chicago is a good place to move to. Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, these are the areas that are going to develop to the size of, I mean, they're going to be the new economic centers of the United States in the future. New York is also going to get hit with climate change issues. Water wars in our lifetime, absolutely. But you're safest in a place that has consistent access to fresh water and doesn't light on fire like this. So speaking of, though, Donald Trump is talking about how there's no water in the fire hydrants, no money in FEMA. This is what Joe Biden is leaving me. Thanks, Joe. Now, obviously, this is insane, but there's no water because there's no water. It's California. Do you know how much water Californians waste on something like fucking grass lawns? Hold on. There's no water, not because of Joe Biden. The no money in FEMA, your party, the Republicans, are the ones that refuse to give FEMA more funding. We were having this conversation during Hurricane Helene and Milton. But, here we go. Why the Great American Lawn is terrible for the West's water crisis, 2022. Give me a number. Here we go. Grass was the single largest irrigated crop in America, suppressing corn and wheat. A frequently cited study from NASA and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration found it noted that by the early 2000s, turf grass, mostly in front lawns, spanned 63,000 square miles, an area larger than the state of Georgia. Keeping all of that grass alive requires up to 75% of just one household's water consumption, according to that study, which is a luxury California is unable to afford. Give me the number of exactly, here we go. So a 1,500 square foot lawn in Crescent City in Northern Coast might need 22,000 gallons of water a year. Further south, maybe in Los Angeles, 43,000 gallons of water a year. An hour southeast of that in Palm Springs, 63,000 gallons of water a year because all of these fuckers want a grass lawn. It's insane, it's unethical, it's essentially suicidal at this point. The Great Lakes in New England have typically been the economic heart of America, only really changed after the 1970s. True, Lord of Fluffy Art will return to tradition soon enough. Here's a look at, like, the wind. And you can see it in the flames. And that was, you know, when they were somewhat slower than they are now. Or they were somewhat slower at the time than they got after. So, first off, There we go. I have a lot of links for this one, and they're not in any particular order, so you'll have to forgive me. Oh, god damn it. Tweets down. This was the one about wind speeds. How about you? How about this one? Okay. Well, here's a rich fuck trying to have private firefighters. So, first of all, let's just start it off with real estate ballers don't pay any taxes, is what this guy posts on Twitter normally. He posted that on October 15th of 2021. Asshole, that's my birthday. But does anyone have access to private firefighters to protect our homes in Pacific Palisades? Need to act fast here. All neighbors' houses are burning. Will pay any amount. This is how the rich plan to survive, by the way. By paying poor people to do the difficult things like, I don't know, fight fires when it's needed, but refuse to pay any amount of taxes, any amount of their wealth to put into the system to prevent something like this happening. No, that's too far. But I'll pay someone personally to protect my property. Lord Fluffyard, also costs like 100 gallons of water for 1 pound of almonds, and we grow a lot of almonds. Yeah, no, almonds, alfalfa need to be gone. Gone. I don't want them growing in California. California is not the place to be growing things that require heavy amounts of water. On top of this, by the way, the beef industry, I don't want to get off topic, but you know, water is an issue, and we waste it like crazy in the United States. They always have an out, always. True, Batman. I'm a private firefighter, Venmo in bio. I mean, like, there's always going to be someone that will take the money because they need it, but they wouldn't need it if this asshole paid his taxes. Well, partially, because it's not just this asshole not paying taxes. It's also assholes like this taking that tax money and not spending it how it needs to be. LA firefighters are overwhelmed by the LA Fire Department got a $17.6 million budget cut. The LAPD's budget jumped by $138 million. Produce them somewhere else. Now, is this entirely to blame on any one person? No. I can't even blame the defunding of the fire department for this, especially because it happened so quickly. The winds were so fast. It's incredibly dry. This would have always been difficult to control. But what I do blame is the lack of any effort to have preventative measures put in place. In Australia, for example, we burn parts of the bush that we think might be a risk later in the year. We go and we look for brush and we create lines between them so that the fire can't spread as easily to certain places. We have preventative measures that we can take. I'm not sure how much of that California does, but also if you're using slaves as your fire department, how much can you really expect? More money for the spooked cops to kill you instead of emergency services. Welcome to the United States. True. It's an obscene amount of water, Lord Fluffy Art. Now, here's a chart that shows it in a bit more detail. So this is Karen Bass, right? Karen Bass did this. Well, I think that developers are willing to build affordable housing and lower income housing. I mean, developers are expecting a profit, and there are some blah, blah, blah. What is this? This is just about housing. I don't care about you. This is what I care about. Here is the operational budget increases and decreases for Los Angeles for the year of 2025, from the end of 24 to 25. Do you see who gets cut and who gets money? Well, let's start from the bottom. Street services cut $21.4 million. Actually, here's a really good example of what that creates. So when you cut $21 million from street services, this is what you get.
Look at Hugo's district.
This is Sunset Boulevard.
This is Hugo's district. This is what happens when you defund the city. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
That's actually disgusting.
Come on. Jesus fucking Christ.
Do you think desalination technology will be viable enough to supply a large portion of California's water supply? Well, so we can do it. It's just very expensive. And to be able to make it less expensive, we have to do more of it, because that's how tech works. It's a matter of how much they try. It could absolutely be viable if we put time, money, investment into this, but will we?
You can swim through this. It's like a big bucket in the telly.
Public Works, $8.2 million cut. General Services, $14 million cut. Sanitation, $15 million cut. Street Services, $21 million cut. This is specifically corruption. All that money went to the cops. They're asking for another $250 million. This is what you get when you defund services like street services. Fire lost $17 million. Sanitation, general services, IT agency, public works, city administrative office, street lighting. How do you expect anything to not fall apart when you take all of the money out of critical infrastructure that is directed towards the general public, that affects everybody, that is directly tied to the city? The street cleaning, the street services, public works. This is Los fucking Angeles. What are they, like, are they doing this to film a post-apocalypse movie? Los Angeles is supposed to be this shining city, right? It never has been, but it has this international appeal, as it's almost a New York. It's one of the main cities that people who don't live in the United States, who've never been to the United States, will recognize. They did this to the city.
Karen Bass
did this to the city. At least library and housing funding went up, true. And, like, that's great. I like $14 million for libraries. I like $10 million extra dollars for housing. But I would say maybe we could take all of the money that they cut to send to the police and give it back to all of these people, then cut more money from the police and put it into, I don't know, recreation and parks, building and safety, fire services, city tourism, public accountability. These are way more important than funding the police an extra $126 million.
Like I said, Hollywood High School's right there. They should be hiring these kids to just walk out here for a few hours after school, pay them $20 an hour. I don't care what you pay.
It's a decent idea.
Come out here and clean it up.
Good idea.
Oh, this is fucked up. See,
no, I know, like, but that's from an American perspective, Lord Fluffy Art. New York and Los Angeles are the two cities that people who don't speak English will recognize. It's more the city where you set your racist gangster movies and movies about white rappers. This is true, but it is one of the most recognizable cities in the country. And the fact that they give so little of a fuck, that little effort into making the city even remotely livable. Here's Malibu. Genuinely, like, this looks like a war zone. If you, like, freeze frame on this photo, I wouldn't be able to tell you if this is California or Gaza. I feel schadenfreude, just a little. I don't like the idea, because not all of these people are, you know, the same. If you live in Malibu, you're rich, though, so I don't necessarily feel as bad. But this isn't good for anybody. This is the Wildfire iodine and Borderline. Also, welcome, welcome. So here's another one from Rustic Canyon. These are people who stayed until they absolutely had to evacuate.
All right, dude.
Ah, goddamn it! You gotta give me that
let's get out of
goddamn
here.
fire alarm. Fuck you.
We tried, bro. I'm sorry.
It
tried
is
our best.
genuinely apocalyptic. Yeah, I don't actually wish people get burned. I do enjoy watching the rich lose some of their wealth, but this is so much bigger than that that it's difficult to really take any joy in it. Just James Woods. I'll take joy in James Woods' house burning down.
I'm sorry, bro. Gotta get out of here. Oh shit! Holy shit!
And yes, they're gonna come out ahead after the insurance payouts. It's also true. Even rich assholes shouldn't be burnt to death. No one should be burnt to death. But also, Cadiris is true. A lot of these people are gonna make money from the insurance. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if it burned down, but it definitely was burning. I didn't finish the video because it was 9 minutes of James Woods talking. Maybe if all the rich assholes have all their houses burned, they'll fuck off to Florida and Texas and bring down the cost of housing in California. I mean, to be fair, that is a thing that's been happening. That's a trend. So
That tree.
they might just actually move. So here's some of the more, I don't know, unfortunate aspects of this. So first of all, that's fucking crazy. That image right there is obviously taken from a plane. This is, yeah, holy shit is right. It genuinely looks like Los Angeles is being attacked. It looks like a movie, yeah. It looks like Battle Los Angeles or whatever that like alien war movie was. Give me more California for me and my friends, yeah. Well, I mean, what are you gonna do? Here's the thing that makes me really sad. The grounds of Getty Villa, home to 44,000 Greek, Roman, and Etruscan antiquities, burned down. That's history burning down. This makes me more sad than most things. This is world history. This is human culture. This is our records of it just disappearing. What's up, Sister to all? I mean, this is insane. But this makes me really sad. Now, anyone have an update on whether this blaze is even remotely contained? Because up until I started streaming, it was still at 0% containment. I do see apparently the death toll has risen, though. We're at 5 now. Yeah, all listed as 0% contained. With the capital in Visora, renaming Fresco. I'll take it. I'll take it. You guys want to see what an American hero is? And how an American hero behaves? This guy stayed behind to go and help move cars out of the streets so the fire department could more easily get to where they needed to go.
There's an important announcement I wonder if I could just make. Here on Palisades Drive, if anybody has a car and they leave their car, leave the keys in the car so that we can move your car so that these fire trucks can get up Palisades Drive.
Yeah.
What's happening is people take their keys with them as if they're in a parking lot. This is not a parking lot. Yeah. We really need people to move their cars. So if you leave your car in Palisades Drive, leave the key in there so a guy like me can move your cars and get them up there so that these fire trucks can get up there. It's really, really important.
Thank you for talking to us live, sir. What's your name?
My name is Steve Gutenberg.
Steve, do you live in this
Steve
area?
Gutenberg, you are a good citizen. You are a moral person. You stayed behind at the risk to your own safety to help your community, to help move cars out of the way for the fire department to be able to go save people's houses from burning down. This is the type of sentiment that I like. I would give that man a hug. Absolutely. I would give him a hug. I'd give him a goddamn medal. This is the type of engagement in community that I ask all of you to try and bring about in your own lives. This is what I advocate for. This is give a shit about everybody else, because if you make that the norm, someone will do so in return for you.
I live in the area. I live right up the hill, and thank goodness everybody. But I have friends up there right now, and they can't evacuate because it's stuck on Palisades Drive.
Yeah, and you're an actor.
Yeah, I'm an actor.
Okay, now you look familiar. You look familiar to me now.
Yeah.
So, sir, do you have family up there? I was just talking to that
He's an
gentleman.
actor?
He
I've
has
never heard of this actor.
a mom who's stuck up in the hills.
Yeah, there are people stuck up there. So we're trying to clear Palisade Drive, and I'm walking up there as far as I can, moving cars. But people don't take their keys with them as if it's a parking lot. There are families up there. There are pets up there.
It's funny, they think they get to come back and take their car as if it's not going to burn down. If you block all of the roads so that the fire department can't go stop the fire, and you think that, I don't know, you take your key so that you can come back, what, someone's going to steal your car is the main reason that all of these idiots took their keys. Well, what if someone steals my car? He's in a bunch of movies? Really? I've never even heard of him.
There are people who really
Still a
need
good
help.
citizen.
And you told us that this is one of those situations. We have seen this. People are not able to move. We were in our live truck. We couldn't even move. They told us to bust a U-turn. I've never seen traffic this slow.
Well, of course, you know, we've got a huge fire up there. We got huge winds right now.
God damn.
And it's really important for people to help each other. It's really important for everybody to band together. And don't worry about your personal property. Just get out. Get your loved ones and get out. I have friends up there that can't get out right now.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to
And
hear that.
they've been given evacuation orders.
Have you been? Could you call them? Did you talk to them?
Yeah, I spoke to everybody up there. It's starting to move. But
we're seeing
Damn,
the cars,
okay. I have seen movies with him in it. And TV shows rather. He's in a lot of things. He's in out of these movies so far, I'm not like. Yeah, so maybe I have not seen him in any actual movie, but I don't watch movies. He's in Sharknado, of course he is. But TV shows wise, I saw he was in Parks and Rec somewhere. His Wikipedia at least lists him as someone who was on Parks and Rec. No, this is Steve Guttenberg.
So we're seeing the cars that he's talking about, but they're moving very slowly. If you notice this, they're trickling in, coming from the top of the hill, car by car.
What's important is people leave their cars right there, and they have not left the keys in there. So all these people have trouble getting down.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to tell everybody, if you leave your car anywhere during a fire, make sure key in the car so guys like me can move the car.
Look, I'm not really big on philanthropy. Philanthropy is generally a way for the wealthy to be able to humanize themselves and to get tax breaks because, you know, making donations to charities is a tax deduction. But Gutenberg is involved with charities whose goal is to improve opportunities for the homeless and young people. Based in 2016, a trust in his honor was established to provide support services to the homeless population of LA. Double based, the Entertainment Industry Foundation, Hollywood's charity arm, selected Gutenberg to be ambassador for children's issues for his work on behalf of children and the homeless. At the 2016 New York Walk to Fight lymphedema and lymphatic disease in Brooklyn, Gutenberg announced via pre-recorded message that he joined the Lymphatic Education and Research Network. This guy is based. Netflix will easily milk this for a 6-part miniseries. I mean, I hope they just milk the fact that Steve Gutenberg, the actor, who's clearly wealthy enough to do philanthropy, stayed behind, risked his life to move other people's cars out of the way so the fire department could go do its job.
So
Based
worried
as
about your
fuck.
friends. We're worried about people, loved ones up there. Are they
right.
actually trapped?
They can't get out, you know, and thank goodness most of the areas up there, some areas actually do have a lot of fire around them, some don't.
He's not that rich. No, absolutely. $12 million for an actor who's 66 years old is pretty good. I respect this dude. You're allowed to have that much money, you know, like in the system that we have, I don't really consider someone immoral for too much money until they hit like 40, 50 mil. Once you have 50 mil, you're just a piece of shit to me, but
Actually cannot get out of their homes?
They can get out of their homes. They can go to the gates of these gated communities or these communities, but they just can't get down Palisades Drive up there. So that's what the problem is. The people aren't, either it's really incredible traffic, or people, you know, leave their cars and they don't leave a key in there. Anyway, I'm just trying to say, everybody's got to band together.
John Oliver is worth 80 million. Yeah, John Oliver is the exception because he keeps making money, but he keeps spending that money and then just making it back because he's that popular. John Oliver like tried to bribe Clarence Thomas to step down from the Supreme Court by offering him $1 million a year and a $3 million brand new like RV because Clarence Thomas likes to drive around in an RV. Yeah, honestly, if someone can find the clip for that, I'll throw it up on the screen. I don't want to distract from what we're doing, but philanthropists ironically hate entrepreneurs. They're all the same to me. I don't know. Philanthropy is generally just a way to get tax break. John Oliver is based. Not all rich people are monsters, but most are. I agree with this. And like I've said, once you reach a certain amount of money, it starts to damage your brain. He's at the very beginning of where the money starts to damage his brain, except he engages in things that are not exactly... he doesn't try and increase his wealth. He's not actively advocating for systems that benefit him over the poor. He's making, like, he's doing segments about how DoorDash and Uber are abusing and exploiting their workers. He's on the side of labor. He just used the system to get popular, and that's fine. I fully believe that if we just were like, all right, tomorrow we're doing socialism, everyone that has more than $10 million, come in, we're going to fill out some paperwork, we're going to redistribute your wealth, John Oliver would show up. I don't believe for a second that he wouldn't show up. He is one of the few who used his mainstream platform to be brutally honest about Gaza. True, Batman. John Oliver talking about Gaza is one of the main reasons that the mainstream media as a whole flipped over to being at least a little bit more honest. I mean, to be fair, they're all completely dishonest anyway, but they weren't even showing the inside of Gaza before John Oliver. Let me rephrase. They dislike when poor people have a variety of doorways to self-employment. That is true. This is, by the way, what's left over of Pacific Palisades this morning.
I guess let's park along this street, yeah? And then, Dave, if you can, just
Oh
go
my.
ahead of us and try to set up a signal.
Right here, right here. This is where it's gotta be. This is, oh my God.
Again, like, it looks apocalyptic. If you showed me this picture, I couldn't tell you if this is a war zone. This could be Ukraine, Gaza, this could be Syria. This doesn't look like LA.
Okay, I guess let's park along this street, yeah? And then, Dave, if you can, just
Oh my.
go ahead of us and try to set up a signal.
Right here, right here. This is where it's gotta be. This is, oh my God.
Yeah, I would have thought it was Gaza. Makes sense.
What? I've never...
My ADHD is all over
Look
the
at
place,
this.
so we're going to be jumping around a bit. But I want to see if I can find the bit where he actually makes the bribe here. It'll be right at the end, won't it? Aha, there we go.
To make your resignation effective. And if you are still on the fence, I actually have a little deal sweetener that I make to not rules in place to stop Phil until you or I die.
I want to get the full segment here. Here we go. Right. This is why I think John Oliver is still based, regardless of him being over the cap of where I consider too wealthy to be a good person, because he's using his money for good causes. He just keeps making more money. He did a campaign to get New Zealand to vote for a very specific bird as bird of the year. Like, he does some... That, first of all, was a good offer, you know? I really wish he had taken it. But he didn't. He won't. He's gonna retire very soon after anyway. Like, when Donald Trump comes into office, you're gonna see a couple of the justices retire. It'll be Alito, it'll be Thomas, and maybe one more. We might see John Roberts go down as well. And then Trump will put 3 like, young, crazy right-wing conservatives on the Supreme Court and just have the entire court be stacked for at least a couple generations. If you work on HBO, money comes in like Discord notifications. Yeah, I'm not surprised. He uses that money in a functional way, like in a good way, at the very least. All right, I gotta pee, and then we'll jump back to coverage of the fires. HBO paychecks must be nice. I'm sure they are. If any of you is like checking for updates on the fires, by the way, and I say something wrong, please correct me. I would very much appreciate that. It would be funny if her cat came up and said hi. My cat is laying on the floor right next to this table, and he's a sleepy boy. So maybe later. But yes, it'd be funny if he came and just sat in front of the microphone. This devastation will require significant federal aid. President Biden released FEMA funds, but I fear that Trump is licking his chops for an opportunity to hold California hostage. So Lauren Windsor, excellent journalist, who we're going to watch a documentary from later today, says here is incredibly prescient. You guys remember during the campaign when Trump was threatening to withhold water from California? Oh. Hold on. I have the clips. Somewhere. He was threatening during the campaign that if Gavin Newsom doesn't do what he wants, then no water goes to California. Trump threatened no water for California. Should not be difficult to find a clip of this. Here we go. Easy. First one.
Before it gets to the farmland, before it gets to Los Angeles, way up north, it gets sent out. And I'm going to say either do this or we're not going to give you a lot of different things, and they'll do it. I'm going to force that issue because I think it's a disgrace. You know, when I ocean before it gets.
That's exactly what Trump plans to do. The post that we looked at earlier of him complaining about how there's no FEMA funds and how there's no water and it's Joe Biden's fault. All of that's just bullshit. He knows that FEMA has no funds because they, on the Republican side, voted to not fund FEMA. This was an issue, again, with the hurricanes last season. He wants to hold California hostage. He's enjoying watching this. If you go look at like right-wing media, go on Twitter and see what the right-wingers are saying. Everything is Joe Biden's fault. Everything is Joe Biden and Gavin Newsom. Newsom should hold federal taxes hostage from it and use it as aid from the rest of the U.S. That would be incredibly based, but I guarantee you that would be something that actually justifies the National Guard or the military being deployed to a state. Like that's secessionist. But I do have good news on that front. But fuck it, whatever. We'll skip around. The good news regarding being able to, let's say, maybe withhold federal taxes, California has a really nice offer on the table. Just like it's Biden's fault that 18 eggs are $8, yeah? So Donald Trump made this post. Many people in Canada love being the 51st state. The United States can no longer suffer the massive trade deficit and subsidies that Canada needs to stay afloat. Justin Trudeau knew this, and he resigned. If Canada merged with the U.S., there would be no tariffs, taxes would go way down, and they would be totally secure from the threat of Russian and Chinese ships, blah, 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 blah. No, obviously they don't, and that's a lie. But here's a Canadian politician, and her response is not only, like, correct, this would be objectively the funniest thing that's ever happened in my lifetime, if this happened.
Hey, Donald, have we got a deal for you? You think we want to be the 51st state? Nah, but maybe California would like to be the 11th province. How about it? California, Oregon, Washington? You've got geography in common with us. And not only that, we've already got a carbon trading system between California and Quebec. We've got some strong alliances on our west coast from British Columbia. There's been a lot of academic papers on the idea of Cascadia. So California, Governor Newsom, and Washington State, Jay Inslee, and newly elected Governor of Oregon, Tina Kotek. How about it? Want to put a referendum to your citizens? Because this is what you deal. Have we got a deal for you? This is what you get. Free health care. Universal free health care. No more one-year-olds.
You get universal free health care. Okay. First of all, bit ableist, even if she is schizophrenic. People that are schizophrenic can be, like, totally rational, intelligent people. That's a condition that could be medicated for. But whether she's part of the Green Party in Canada, right? I'm pretty sure the Green Party has very little pull in Canada. This is not actually going to happen, but I love this woman. This is the best answer, by the way.
Who suddenly fall off the Medicaid list and their parents are in the news because they're trying to do a GoFundMe so they can get their daughter to a doctor. Universal, free healthcare. And guess what? Those gun laws that your Congress is too afraid.
Free just means funded by the state.
To pass because of the national gun lobby. We already got our strict gun laws.
So how about it, California, 11th province? I think that's a better idea. But that was just some good news for you. Here's some more images from Southern Palisades. I agree, Lost Zote. Cascadia is also an actual thing that's been documented. It's been talked about. There's a real possibility for that one.
Oh my god.
Good. People with higher wages should pay more into it to help fund it. That's how it works. Rich people pay more taxes. The more money you have, the more money you should pay into taxes. Iodine and Borderline, I mixed a bunch of vape juices together and now it tastes like nerds and I'm so happy. Happy for you.
You want to do it? Let's do it.
Here's some abandoned cars. Just people left them as they're driving. I'm sure a lot of California's would, Lord Fluffy Art. This does remind me of The Walking Dead. I've only seen the first season of that show because zombies kind of creep me out. I don't like looking at them, but this is, I see the scene, you know, when they're all walking down the highway in the big, like, RV. This is what it looks like. You're right. True, Lord Fluffy Art. Unfortunately, quite a lot of California is retarded, though. It's Northern California are all, like, MAGA heads. I don't know. Wasn't there talk about, like, splitting California in two at some point? So, PCH is completely destroyed by the Palisades fire. Multiple new fires start around Los Angeles, including the Slimar fire, the Hearst fire, the Woodley fire, the Eaton fire, burning many homes in Pasadena and Altadena. At the moment, I believe the only three that are burning are the Palisades, Hearst, and Eaton fires. But, I mean... yeah, not bad. The Green Party in America means nothing, Batman. Jill Stein is a controlled opposition party. Her party means nothing. They hold no seats. They've won no elections. You want a third party? DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. They actually won seats this election. They actually do things. That's a lot of fires, but climate change isn't real? Yeah, exactly. That episode was so annoying to watch on a week-to-week basis. What episode are you talking about? Oh, sorry. Maybe just Walking Dead reference. My memory is not good today. I got very bad sleep last night. Sorry. But here's it from Hollywood. Hollywood, guys.
Light fire here at Sunset and La Cienega, close to my work.
And again, MAGA is blaming homeless people. As I showed earlier, they think that this fire started because of homeless people trying to access electricity by, like, digging underground or some shit. It's stupid.
I'm Reed Cowan with CBS News 24/7, and we are watching in real time a tragedy play out in Southern California. These video feeds to our many monitors today, carrying the story of a state of emergency. Multiple wildfires raging out of control.
Wait, how old is this video? Okay, 5 hours ago.
They are driven by
Looks like it's near Universal Studios. I get Universal Studios as rich bullshit, but it's the one theme park I want to save. Well, I mean, I don't want the theme parks to burn down because the theme parks, I mean, they are rich bullshit, but people enjoy those. Those are Those are nice things.
Hurricane force winds. We just learned the fire is deadly. The death toll at 2, it is expected to climb in the coming hours. This fire is so bad that we do not have a full and comprehensive count of the homes destroyed. But at this hour, the number stands at more than 1,000 structures. So how many are businesses? How many are homes? It's just too frantic right now to get out and count. That means tens of thousands forced to leave with just the
80,000 evacuated.
Clothing on their backs. This is reality in Southern California. Our CBS crews are in the thick of it right now. In some cases, they are just feet away from firefighters. In fact, look at this video from the Palisades fire. This is south of Malibu. The fire whipping up that hill, eating up the trees. And next, the home. You can see.
Oh, sorry. Apparently, more than 150,000 people now are under evacuation orders.
Mix of traffic control, people trying to get out in time to save their lives, and also trying to see if they can get anything out of their houses in time. A lot of firefighters telling the people who live there, it's your life or your possessions. Choose your life and get out. Now, that Palisades fire is just one of 4 wildfires raging in LA County. At least 70,000 people evacuated. To give you a little bit of perspective, picture the number of seats in your average
right before they do.
Football stadium in your mind, and then double it, and then add 10,000 to that. That is the amount of people who are out of their homes and on the run at this very moment. In fact, listen to the urgency of the moments.
We're almost done with this segment, so.
The sound of sirens.
Also, by the way, Canada is helping put out the fires too. Canada sent firefighters to California. Just another point in the maybe you should vote to secede from the Union and become part of Canada conversation. I don't care if you're rich or poor. I do, but we'll say I don't because optics, but losing your home, that sucks ass. No, whether you're rich or you're poor, losing your home sucks. It's just rich people have an easier time dealing with it. They often have multiple homes, especially if they're living in fucking Malibu. It comes from the idea that like they deserve it because they're the rich that oppress us, but it's not. These people didn't do anything that caused this. They don't deserve this. James Woods does. He's on, Twitter doing climate denialism. He deserves this, but not everyone there does. Like, I get the message of the episode, and there was a neat little speech at the end where Rick said the title of the show in the show, and the little Perter Griffin head was like, oh, he said it. But seriously, that whole episode was like Death Stranding and Let's Play. I can't even remember what happened in that episode. I just never finished The Walking Dead. I just didn't go on from there. James Woods is not a good person, though. You think there's a correlation between the warning and this? Which warning, Sister to All, are you specifically like mentioning here?
Emergency and evacuation as that fire like a monster approaches the coastline there, and all of the buildings in between are fuel. That is video in the Pacific.
Trump didn't do this. He didn't do this himself.
Palisades area showing the line of people gridlocked in their cars trying to get out. Families running with their children inside, hearing those sirens. Now, those fires combined have burned more than 5,000 acres. And here's your headline as we see yet another home go up. Containment is at 0%. More than 150,000 homes
just
and
3
buildings
hours ago,
are without
so,
electricity. The power company just shutting it off. Major roads, major highways in that area shut down, including parts of the famous PCH, or Pacific Coast Highway.
It's like a fucking war zone.
Our teams on the scene getting this.
Wait, what? 3%? It's 3% contained now?
Parts of the famous.
Yeah, you'd be part of the Commonwealth if you join Canada, Lord Fluffy Art. You're like Australia. The British monarchy doesn't really mean anything. It's just the title. But if you're part of the Commonwealth, then you get to, travel to other countries in the Commonwealth without a visa. You can move to England. You can move to Australia. India, if you wanted to. I think India is still part of the Commonwealth. They drive on the other side of the road, don't they? I know you're not a big Pac-Man fan, but he just dropped a video confronting Cenk. Cool. I mean, I'll watch it happily. I have a couple videos regarding that. Not him confronting Cenk, but like TYT grift related stuff. I just haven't had any time to bring them up because we have so much other stuff to talk about. No. Deal is we join Canada, they get rid of the British monarchy. I mean, good luck. You can do that. Maybe the population of California adding into the politics of California could make that happen. So, what led to the wildfires that engulfed the Pacific Palisades? Let's have a look. This is from 7 hours ago, so I'm sure it might have changed a little.
Describe the situation there now. The sun obviously up. How is that affecting things?
You can link it, Kadiros.
Lester, it feels, and I'm trying not to exaggerate here, catastrophic, disastrous. Something, I think, the likes of which people like myself, who's a lifelong resident not only of Los Angeles.
He's just a liberal. He's just a liberal. He's a Democrat. I don't have like that much of an issue with him. I see Pac-Man. I look at Pac-Man in the same way I look at Joe Biden. Maybe not as, honestly, probably Joe Biden a bit higher up on the scale for me with respect with domestic policy, but I don't see them all that differently. Here they pay up to $4,000 to refugees per month. In Canada, based.
Of Los Angeles, but also of this neighborhood of Pacific Palisades, where I was born and raised, has never seen before. There are 23,000 people that live in this beautiful coastal community between the foothills of the Santa Monica Mountains and the Pacific Ocean. And those tens of thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate because of exactly what you're seeing. This used to be a house, and everywhere you look, there are scenes just like this. Up and down Sunset Boulevard, the famed Sunset Boulevard from where I'm standing right now, all the way into the Palisades Village, every marker of this once vibrant community.
Thanks, Kadiros. I saved it for later, and we might have a look at that. Oh, look, my state is on fire again. What caused this one? Well, that's what we're trying to find out. The Ginger Fluff. Good to see you as well, but it's no, of course, Art. Now you're gonna jump on board with it, aren't you? Climate change
is gone. The grocery stores are gone, both of them. The gas stations are gone. Doctors' offices are gone.
I know you're memeing, but like, look, guys, it's just climate change. It's water. It is a lack of funding because, again, the mayor of LA cut $17 million from the new LA fire department, cut a whole bunch of spending on public services, gave all of that money to the police. You can blame this on A, climate change, B, on over-policing and the funding of police over social services. The defunding of social services is pretty fucking key, I would think. But on top of this, you do have to remember that a lot of the firefighters in California are slaves, so... But again, $17 million cut from fire, $21 million cut from street services, general services, $14 million cut, public works, $8 million, city administrative officer, $6 million. Like all of these, and council also, all of these directly impact the risk of fire. You guys need to start doing what Australia does by having controlled burns.
The air quality is so awful right now, as they were discussing, is that these are hurricane force winds that we have seen gusting in the Los Angeles area. And it was a tinderbox ready to go. We have had virtually no rain over the course of the last several months after 2 years of pretty intense rain, unusual for Southern California, where we're so used to droughts. And everything went up in an instant. It started in the Palisades Highlands, where you might have seen those pictures of what seemed like hundreds of cars abandoned on the side of the road, people literally running for their lives, bulldozers clearing the streets so first responders could come in. And to echo what you heard from the folks looking out for the life and safety of the people in Los Angeles at that press conference, there's a mutual aid situation going on right now in Los Angeles, meaning it's the Los Angeles City.
Got me a 404, Art.
Fire Department, the Los Angeles County Fire Department, neighboring jurisdictions like Malibu, Santa Monica have come to help here. The Los Angeles Police.
Even Canada came to help. So here's one thing that is quite important. We've seen the reports that there is a lack of water. We saw Donald Trump complaining that there's no water, that the firefighters cannot access the water. Why does this happen? Well, right around 6 minutes 20 in this video, get a decent explanation.
Very careful and safe, but we're out there. We're going to stay out there until we get a handle on this thing.
We just saw from our reporter Haley Winslow a real struggle to get.
Where's the fucking captions?
For some of the crews out there. Can you explain why that is and what's...
You know what? We're out there. We're going to stay out there until we get a handle on this thing.
We just saw from our reporter Haley Winslow a real struggle to get water for some of the crews out there. Can you explain why that is and what's going on in terms of water to fight this fire?
Well, it depends on where we are on the fire front. You go to the Camarillo Heights, there's there's gullies, very steep hillsides. There's kind of rugged terrain in there. So a lot of the water systems, I believe, have to use pump systems. So they're, when it's under stress like that.
Dubai is not cloud seeding, sister to all. No one's doing that. It's not, you can't predict what's going to happen, so it's not useful. You can't make it rain where you want it to rain. You can just make it rain more, but you can't control where the rain goes.
There's probably...
and also, it doesn't come out of Farrah Fawcett is like my favorite pun of the stream, Iodine and Borderline. 10 points for you.
Malfunctions or sometimes the power could be an issue, a power outage. But yeah, sometimes water supply, and this happens quite a bit in areas like that, where water supply becomes problematic, but we overcome it by having water tenders. And, engines will shuttle water up there. And then we were working with our partners with the local water companies, to get the water pressure up. So I know they've been working on resolving some of those issues. But, water supply can be a challenge, especially when you're drawing on multiple hydrants. And there's any number of problems that can emerge with that happened during the Thomas fire.
So, that's why you can understand there is a difficulty in accessing the water. Thanks for posting it in the good place, Lord Fluffy Art. And Lord Lost I don't watch movies, so I wouldn't know. But here's Joe Biden in his comments on the fires. Excuse me. Can we hear anything?
Folks, the fact is that I'm directing DOD, Department of Defense, to rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel and
I have no idea what the fuck he's saying.
also the California National Guard is adding 2 modular air firefighting systems.
You know what? Honestly, it's fitting. We don't know. I don't know what he's saying, but it's honestly pretty fitting that I have no idea what he's saying. It's incoherent. It doesn't really mean anything. They can't do much more than they've already done. They released FEMA funds to California, but FEMA doesn't have any more funding than it did. There's nothing else Joe Biden could do. He forgot the words? No, he's looking down at the paper. He's reading them off a script, but I can't even hear over the fucking audio.
2 more are being ready for the National Guard, the Nevada National Guard.
All I heard was National Guard. The UAE has a cloud seeding program to increase rainfall in the arid region, but it didn't cause the recent floods in Dubai. I don't know much about that, but honestly, I would bet money that it would have caused the floods in Dubai if they did that. You have no idea of the difficulty and the danger in cloud seed. There's a reason America doesn't do it. It's because it's hard and it's pointless. This was a whole debate for me, honestly. Yeah. All right. So, really quickly, while we're on the subject of LA, I hope you guys will indulge me in going off entirely, off topic, to a very, very different vibe. But I think this also ties directly into the risk of things like wildfires, of things like climate change, but it's also just our infrastructure is fucked. So, this is why cities are built shittily and how they could be built better.
There was a past, there is a present.
Actually, before we watch this video, we're going to read this after, but living in heavy traffic areas is associated with higher incidences of dementia. So take this and then think about that while we're watching this, and then we can move on from there. What happened to literal firewalls? They don't exist.
And there will inevitably be
the walls move, and then they become fire
will always
land.
Be a prevailing mystery, and has motivated mankind ever since civilization began. From religion to sports analysis, presidential campaigns and sci-fi movies, The way we look towards the future is directly correlated to how we see ourselves in the present. Oftentimes, these predictions and visualizations turn out to be wildly inaccurate, and particularly when it comes to art, can be more works of fiction than anything else.
The Hunger Games was
simply
such a
just
good
exploring
movie.
the extent of the open-ended nature of the future. However, even if unintentional, we often manifest our own future through these seemingly inconsequential interpretations. As the saying goes, life often imitates.
I still think it's so funny that Soros got the Medal of Freedom. That was a troll pick from Joe Biden, if I've ever seen one.
Art. What do I mean by that exactly? And being the city planning and architecture channel, what does this have to do with all that? Well, let me take you back to 1927, when the iconic film Metropolis was released. The film is famous for its breathtaking art direction, grand
No,
sets,
not good
and
sleep
directing
today,
that was ahead of its
Wardega.
time, with the very architecture of the metropolis playing a central role in the theme and plot of the film. In this depiction of a futuristic city, the working class lived below the surface, in dark, plain, and what we now call modernist style.
Vid's a bit low compared to the mic. I can put it up a bit higher. So, this is all just introduction on, like, cities in fiction. I don't care about cities in fiction. Let's get to reality. Manhattan.
Above the surface is the grand city, towering in a way that even Manhattan
Is that better,
can
Lost
only
Out?
dream of, and is where the wealthy and business class live. There are elements of Art Deco in the architecture which gives it that feel of splendor and even beauty that differentiates it from the worker city, indicating that it is the home of the privileged. However, there is something quite off and dehumanizing about it. The design is daunting and the scale is overpowering. Again, looking at real life 1927, the tallest building in the world at that time
Every
was New
single
York's
thing now is ugly. Nothing is built like this anymore. We don't make anything like this anymore. You heard that Trump wants a state of emergency? I haven't seen the post on that. State of emergency for California? I mean, he's also not the president, so... But California probably does need to declare... Actually, they did. California Governor Newsom proclaimed state of emergency 23 hours ago, Wardega.
Woolworth building, which is a masterpiece. You see that there is ample detail, ornamentation, art, and it is highly connected to the street and pedestrians with its beautiful storefronts and grand
True
entrance.
iodine and borderline.
And looking towards the Art Deco creation...
Bring back Tudor architecture. Bring back any fucking architecture that is, I don't know, not gray blobs with perfectly solid sides, just boxes. Everything's a box. Everything's just glass and gray boxes. McDonald's all look the same. Remember how Pizza Hut had like a fancy fucking roof that you could instantly recognize even when it's no longer a Pizza Hut? I want them back. I want to make things pretty again. All of the color in the world has just been sucked out by rich people who want to build the cheapest, most efficient, minimalist bullshit. I hate minimalism. I'm a maximalist. But why they don't vote for someone younger, only those 75 years old? Who are you talking about? Burger King does exist in the US, but I live in Australia and we don't have Burger King here. Here it's called Hungry Jack's because a small company that has the rights to the name won't sell it to Burger King. So they had to change the name in Australia.
of the 1930s.
No
The
more
Chrysler
bland
Building
strip
and
mall
Rockefeller
architecture.
Center
Yes, please.
Also managed to have a lot of craftsmanship, detail, and cultured art that enriches the people amongst
There
it.
can be
While
beauty and
also,
simplicity, but
especially in the
also,
Kale,
again,
Chrysler Building
this
and
point right
Rockefeller
here.
Center also managed to have a lot of craftsmanship, detail, and cultured art that enriches the people amongst it.
You want to enrich the people of your community. And yes, sometimes simplicity can be pretty, but this does not look pretty. That's not how I want buildings to be. Wouldn't the right word be maximumist? I don't know. What would it be? I mean, presidents, they're always old except like Obama. I mean, to be fair, we used to have politicians that were slightly younger, and now we do have ones that are too old. I do agree with that. We should absolutely put in something like an age limit for president, Congress. 72, 73 sounds about right. You know, you retire at 65.
While also, especially in the case of Rockefeller,
I like chunky public art. Me too, Lost Soat and Batman. All those glass buildings are burning people with magnifying glass effects in the main architecture. I'm not sure about that one, but...
Center, making a space for the people that is both beautiful and inviting. When it comes to Metropolis, they are deliberately removing these positive elements. The buildings are grand and impressive, but lack any ornamentation, depth, or human scale.
Captain, later, all right? This is going to interrupt me talking about how much I hate modern cities.
For perhaps way up above, as far away from the street as possible, once again on purpose, showing that in the society, the people don't matter. And of course, the city's lack of public space is quite apparent, with no squares or sidewalks anywhere to be seen. The film is conveying...
By the way, remember, there's no fucking sidewalks half the time anymore anyway. They don't build cities for you. They don't build cities so you can walk from place to place. They build cities for cars. What we should have, you know, the 15-minute city idea that the Republicans lost their fucking shit on, that they started pretending that this was like, we're going to put them into camps. Now they want freedom cities, which is the same idea, but with the red, white, and blue logo on top. But it will be this. This will be their freedom cities, whereas the idea of a 15-minute city, for my perspective, is everything that you need should be within a 15-minute walk of you. I mean, look, take LA, for example. I'm going to plagiarize Vosh a little bit here, because he said this exact thing yesterday, and I agree so much. Give me this area. Give me a street view photo. You. Downtown LA. You know what? Let's go right by Marina Del Rey. That's where I'm going to drop my pin. Where's the, how do I, oh, there we go, person. Give me a person, put me there. This right here should be apartment buildings. Large buildings, all close together. These single family houses, even these are like not enough, but go over there. No, you're going the wrong way, asshole. Okay, I guess not. Fine. We'll just drop the pin somewhere else. Ah! All of these! I hate these houses. I want them gone. I want your green lawns gone. I want you to be living in large apartment buildings downtown. Every single one of these single-family houses is a blight. It's a blight. Our city should be built around public transport, not privately owned machines. True. I don't like cars. I don't want everyone to have, like, I don't think you should be allowed to have more than one car. I don't even think you really need one. I think people should be able to have a car. I don't think, you should have real reasons for it. You know, you should have to be able to go and cite why you need your giant ute or your second or third vehicle. And if you can, that's fine. Everybody does not need to have 2 cars in their driveway. Your grass lawns should be illegal. All of these houses should be condensed into more public housing. Solitaire, you see, it's different when Trump says it because freedom cities, does that coincide with their idea of freedom of speech? They don't have any beliefs like that, Iodine and Borderline. Solitaire was radicalized against lawns by having to mow one in the heat and growing up. They waste so much fucking water. The reason is GM and Ford need to post quarterly profits. To be fair, like, we don't even really have a car manufacturing industry in this country anymore. We should just let General Motors and Ford die and just train those workers to do different, better jobs. Don't watch the Pac-Man videos. Super soft, barely any pushback. Oof. Man, I wish I could debate Jank. I really do.
Through this architecture.
If you live in a truck, like if you need a truck because you live in the country and what do you do with it? Why do you need it to be a truck and not a car? If you live far from town, why would it need to be a truck and not a car? Just out of curiosity. If you have a good reason, that's fair. Is inflation big in the USA? At the moment, inflation is lower than it's been in decades. It's about to get huge in the USA. But right now, it's 2.7%. Or sorry, yes, it's 2.7%, which is the lowest that we've had in a long time.
That while there are some beautiful and impressive elements to it, that as a society that lacks values, morality, and care for the rest of the population, its buildings reflect that in a way that looks dull, and planners.
Look, these kinds of buildings, I hate them. This is exactly the kind of building that is this. These two, same difference. Workers go live here. They have nothing. The buildings are all plain. They have no decoration. They have no distinction between them. It's ugly. And same here.
Homes and streets. What the filmmakers used to depict the underground hell of the metropolis's slave class was then actually embraced by the most influential architects and planners of the...
Oh, well, yeah, that's a decent enough reason, sister to all. That's, you get to keep your truck. If you lived in the city, I would say no. But we have, you know, nuance here on the left. We like to not be black and white, this or that.
Next several decades. What was used to shock and horrify was now being presented as fresh and equitable by people like Le Corbusier, Robert Moses, I.M. Pei, Van der Rohe, and Louis Kahn. And not to mention the infinite number of unknown architects who have followed in their footsteps and all contributed to building the ugly modern world, where so many people feel alienated and crushed by the cities and towns of today. Just like how audiences...
The inflation rise between 2018 and 2019, it was 2% in 2018, though I did see grocery and restaurant prices jump between then and 2019. I'm not sure how much I believe that. They were already slightly going up due to other, like, global factors. There was... Exactly when did the Ukraine war start again? It was February of... Okay, when I Google it, you're going to give me the start from Crimea, which I don't need to know. It was February of 2022. Okay, so, well, I mean, 2014 when we include Crimea. But at that point, global trade logistics had been all right. It was just companies profiting. But once COVID hit, the moment the Russia-Ukraine war started, all of these companies doubled their prices based on what they needed to. They all raised their prices to match inflation because there was now inflation. It cost more to move things around. It was harder for goods and services to go from place to place, and there was a lack of supply of certain goods because, again, like Ukraine was the breadbasket of Europe. But these grocery store companies upped their prices double what was required. I've covered it before. We have phone calls of them bragging about how good inflation is for their profit margin. They were, like, in Australia, especially, Woolies and Coles had several hearings with the government. I'm pretty sure they were fined for this. Their supermarkets are evil. The food industry is evil. They hate you. They don't exist, you know, because they want to feed you, because they want what's good for you. They will use every trick in the book to take as much money from you as they can because you need food to live. You are stuck with them. They exist and you can't do anything about it. You need food. And Trump is fucking... He doesn't believe anything. His brain is soup. He's a liar and he has no power. I don't know why we keep talking about Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't matter. Thank you, Iodine and Borderline. I think a lot of it is regional, actually. In the South, most people go to Publix, and Publix is twice as expensive as other stores, and they went up price drastically in late 2018. Well, yes and no as well. Especially in the South and in rural parts of the United States, we have food deserts where it's the access to a supermarket is scarce. So these supermarkets do gouge prices, but it's not necessarily regional. They are practicing this across the board. It's just which supermarket does it in which way. They all coordinate too. You don't think, like, if they are planning to put an item on sale, that they're not aware that that item is also on sale somewhere else or not on, like, they have a system of communication. There is an organization method here to profiting as much as possible off of the things people need. Supermarkets are literally built as traps. They have psychologists working on this shit. You know, that's why they move all the aisles around every few weeks. It's so you don't ever know where everything is right off the bat. They change things so that you have to spend more time. They make it so if the most common things that people go to the supermarket for are way in the back, so you have to walk all the way through. They put children's cereal on lower shelves. They put the cheaper brand things on the very top and the very bottom because you see the very middle and you're much less likely to just buy the store brand or the cheaper brand. You'll buy what has the highest profit margin because that's what's right in front of you. Trump is a result of the system that was already in place. Maybe we should reform the system. Good idea, Batcast. Maybe we should. And honestly, part of reforming that system is this. This is required. This isn't just like this would be nice. Reforming this system is required. All of these influence everything else.
Such a world, watching Metropolis in 1927. But this trend has only continued through the decades. 1976's Logan's Run presents a utopian dystopia, where people wear colorful clothes in the comfortable dome city and live a hedonistic lifestyle that seems to make everyone very happy. But in reality, there is total uniformity and dehumanization, with the material lifestyle distracting from the fact that there is...
This is probably like the ideal MAGA future in their heads.
Art, philosophy,
and smaller
history,
stores around the corner of
family,
every
or
tree
any
shaded white.
actual
Yes.
culture or sustainable society, with the all-ruling computer dictating every facet of life. The architecture and design of the city in which these people live this entrapped, isolated, fractional existence is therefore very important. What you get are these separated, far beyond human scale modernist towers with interiors that look pretty much like your average mall, but maybe just a bit more glowy, and mixed in with these weird rooms like this one. Yet somehow there is a sense of relatability to this dystopia, and it's because it is so strikingly similar to American suburbia. Modernist towers, malls, no streets, home sweet home for people who grew up this way, and when it comes to North America, that's quite a lot of people. And with this film coming out in the mid-1970s...
That's a really great chart. Thank you for that, Lord Fluffy Art. No car and no supermarket store within a mile. The South is fucked with that. Now, I lived in North Carolina, and it was a 20-minute drive to get to the closest supermarket when I lived in North Carolina, just about. So this is accurate. And when you are in these areas with scarce amounts of food access, or scarce amounts of access to public services in general, honestly, because, again, all of this ties in. It's not just aesthetic. This is what happens when you're in those areas. Oh, come on, why are you showing me like a bit that's not a bit?
Buildings have gone larger and taller with lighting and technology that is...
When your cities look like this, of course it's going to be difficult for you to live in these places. First of all, no trees along the sidewalks. This is not, I mean, there's a couple. This is not walkable during the day, especially on a hot day. These roads are massive. And again, do you see any hint of anything other than just blank buildings? And look at how great California is on that map. Yeah, well, that's the thing. When you live in the regions that produce the food, you're going to have not as hard of a time getting it. Also, farmers markets are a much bigger thing in California.
It is very impressive, but with more of an emphasis on how things look at night rather than during the day, which is when people are actually going about their lives.
Exactly. So again, we got trees over there, but no sidewalk. Sidewalk, no trees. Just these like 4 here, but that's not going to continue down. It's all asphalt. It's all miserable. It's everywhere in the world. It's all just flat, no decoration. And all of this is created to get this feeling of luxury. It's opulence. Opulence is the end goal of these architects designing these buildings, designing these cities. But that's not how cities are built. That's not how cities develop. And that's not how people live. Having it look nice for the rich does not make life better for anybody in this city. But what it does do is it places an emphasis on aesthetics over functionality. And when you have a society that values aesthetics over functionality, what you develop is a lack of empathy. It all comes right back to empathy. It comes to a lack of socialization because now everyone is fake. Everyone wants to be aesthetically, they want to look good aesthetically. They want to be hot. They want their city to look nice, their car to look nice. They want that bling. They want to be able to brag. And so when they interact with other people, they interact on the base of aesthetic, not of just general socializing. There is no community aspect built into a system like this. Exactly, people think of the South as agricultural bumfucktopia in the US that produces food. No, they don't produce food there. They produce, like, tobacco, I guess, still maybe. And this also ties into, like, I've talked about this before, work culture, how you dress for work, how you dress when you go out. Kids go to school in fucking pajamas now. And, like, that is a problem because it's an antisocial behavior. Now, it's not focusing on aesthetics, it's being a part of the cultural group that you're in. There should be not rules, but existing systems, what's the word I'm looking for? Not traditions, not rules. It's on the tip of my tongue. Sorry, guys. There should be existing... Fuck me, I hate when this happens. Hold on. No, not norms, but norms works. That norms works. There's existing norms that you should be following, at least to a degree. Now, those norms can change. They can evolve. But for the example of you, like when I was a kid, right? I didn't get dressed up to go to school, but I would put regular clothes on. I would put, jeans, a t-shirt, maybe a hoodie, shoes. I'd walk to school. I would not show up in school to school with pajama pants and a pajama top. People would show up with like sweatpants and a jumper. That I can understand. That's fine every now and again. That fits the norm. But like bedroom clothes is objectively antisocial when you're going to a social situation. You're going to school. You're there for 8 hours at the very least. You want to be, I don't know, you want to integrate into the system of the social cooperative culture in the school. There are other people. You want to talk to them. You want to engage with them. You want to learn from them. That's kind of the point. It's one of the only good parts of our school system is the emphasis on social engagement that still somewhat exists. Now, at the moment, it teaches more hierarchy than cooperation, but it still requires you to try. And showing up to school in pajamas is a lack of trying. It is, I don't care, whatever, let's just go, get up, and then go the way you are. That's the kind of behavior that I believe is antisocial and harmful to society. As long as clothes aren't too revealing, I would be okay with even uniforms. Like, not that uniforms can also be quite oppressive. So, like, there would be systems to make that better, but you just dress like a normal fucking person. You should go to school as if you're going to work and you work in a somewhat casual job. I don't know. Like, the things I wear to stream are probably how I would have dressed to school. Like, if I had this shirt and, like, I don't know, it's summer, I'm wearing shorts and a shirt. I would go to school like this, not pajamas. As long as uniforms aren't gendered, I don't care too much. Exactly. I wouldn't want them to be gendered. I would want there to be variety. You can have a pick between whichever kind of uniform you want, but they're not gendered. They would just be like numbered 1, 2, or 3. But I will say as a trans man that they didn't let me wear pants until I protested. What do you, oh my goodness, Jesus Christ. I would have gotten kicked out of a Catholic school so quickly. Maybe if we made people passionate about school, yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? It's a shame that the school system is just going to get more and more fucked. Like, I did that video on how they're going to introduce conscription to be a necessity to graduate if you can't afford university. You should check out the new Mia Cole video on Gen Z and politics in your downtime. There's a joke in there about how ageism is getting weirdly woke. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. That sounds interesting. Absolutely. And I do have thoughts on that ageism, like, conversation. I do think that we spend too much time on the politicians are too old and not enough time on the politicians are too rich. Look, the point is, I just want buildings like this again. Look how much prettier this is than this. Now, I want more buildings of this size. I want these buildings in cities like Los Angeles. I want everyone to be in apartments, not single-family housing. I fucking hate single-family housing. But I want them to be built like this. As someone who was forced to wear a uniform, I would legit show up and, well, so that's the thing. You want to make the uniforms not oppressive, Art. But it's honestly, compared to showing up in pajamas, I would prefer even just correct, like, current methods of uniforms. I don't know. I hate uniforms in schools. We have them in schools in Australia. Every, like, public and private school kids have to wear them. And I think it's silly. But I think that that's less bad than the antisocial behavior of just literally not even trying, not even getting dressed to go to school. I don't know. Like, this is what they want more of. This shit is ugly. It's disgusting. Whereas this stuff looks homely. I would walk around this place. Look at this. Where this is this looks familiar actually. Hold on. Where is this?
Culture. The legacies our ancestors had left for us through these buildings and cities are truly incredible.
Where is this? This looks familiar to me. It's probably in the Balkans somewhere. So, uniforms exist as a strip of some of our individuality. That's true. But also, they do exist to continue uniformity in a way. But you can change that. You can change the uniforms to not do that. You can change the school dress code, but kids don't pay attention to that anyway. We've done segments on how, like, children are physically assaulting their teachers. You think they give a fuck about dress code? And you're right, Iodine and Borderline. Since COVID, people just don't care about what they put on or what they do when they go out, and that is antisocial. That comes from being separated from society during COVID, feeling separated, feeling like it doesn't matter. All of these are produced by that, but I don't know. It's a matter of which is the higher degree of long-term harm right now, and antisocial behavior is long-term harm. I believe more so than the uniformity and discomfort of wearing school uniforms. So uniforms can help lower income students from feeling fashion shame. That's also very true. It's not enough of a reason, but it does add into it. I like uniforms just because the rich kids don't really stand out. Exactly, Iodine Borderline. Both of you made the same point. Also, you're not forcing people to try. You're just making them wear a uniform to... Yes, but so they have to get up and they have to put it on. That is trying. They have to put effort into it. And then I want to add things to this. It's not just that. That system alone would not fix anything. The issue is we have a society that incentivizes antisocial behavior. And it comes from so many different places. It comes from fashion. It comes from architecture. It comes from our politics. It comes from our media. All of these things work together to produce this antisocial outcome. Batman, as an antisocial curmudgeon who checked out a decade ago, I can confirm. Please check back in. Antisocial behavior and thoughts are not good for you. They're not good for humanity. Check back in, Batman. I mean, it seems like you are. You show up here pretty often, so who knows? Solitaire, I've actually done the opposite. I think I started to wear nicer clothes more often because I can. Me too, Solitaire. And yes, I don't think clothes need to be gendered, but like that's a whole other conversation. And if we're talking about Catholic schools, I mean, Catholic schools just shouldn't exist. I don't believe in religious schools. I don't believe in private schools. I don't think we should have private school at all. I think we should have only public school. I think the existence of private school takes away from the benefit of public school, and it makes public school worse, just like how private insurance makes public insurance worse. All right, Art, well, I don't care. I want you to have to put on clothing in the morning to go to school and not show up in pajamas. I don't care. This all is a system that exists, and we can see the outcomes of it. Look at Silicon Valley. They were one of the first, like, industries that allowed you to just show up to work without a uniform. They were marketed, the jobs were marketed as, oh, well, you can just be casual. You saw a lot of millennials and Zoomers just showing up looking like colorful little rainbows, right? But then eventually it led to nobody giving a shit about other people because everyone was so focused individually on how they looked. So the systems in school right now that function to oppress both like poor people, people that don't fit into the gender narrative, and are also antisocial when they show up without trying, without putting on anything to go to work, that can be seen in the Silicon Valley industries. You can see people that show up to work in sweatpants now. And you can see people, these people who show up to work not dressed like they're going to work, oftentimes have beliefs and ideologies that lack empathy, that lack the understanding of cooperative community engagement, because they go far too hard into individualism. It is, I don't want to try, so I'm not going to try. I don't want to dress up for work because I don't want to. It's not, they're not thinking, oh, well, you know, work has the rule, and I mean, everyone else is going to look nice, so I might as well look nice because then I don't want to look shit in front of everyone else. They don't even think about that. It's just, oh, fuck it, this is how I'm going to work. Thinking about other people is important. I want you to consider other people, and regardless of whether or not, you know, if you can conceptualize what people's responses to one of your actions or how you dress might be, even if it's not good, you should still be aware of it, consider it. Be like, you should think the thought of, nah, fuck them. Exactly. You should have that thought at the very least, not even considering them at all. Solitary Catholic schools are typically funded by their parishes, not the same as charter schools. I still don't like the idea of private schools. I think they should be illegal. Religion is an excuse to judge and touch kids. I mean, generally, yeah. Not every time, but this is quite often the case. Women can absolutely rock full suits, tie and all. I really should try that. I feel like I could look pretty fire in a suit. But I just want you to try. People who show up to school in pajamas are also the kind of people who are depressed and struggle in school generally. You aren't fixing it by helping them make them put on a uniform. Them showing up in pajamas is an expression of their sadness and apathy. You are wrong. Making them put on clothes that they like, making them feel like they should try, put effort into their aesthetic, is what will help their depression. You young kids, you people in high schools, if any one of you watching that show up to school in your pajamas because you're depressed and you're sad and you're struggling, you are perpetuating that same cycle. You get to decide if you feel better. Put on nice clothing, put on some makeup, dress nice, feel like, oh, goddamn, I look good, and go out. You're going to feel less depressed. I disagree entirely with that concept. The idea of you showing your depression through not trying is not good enough of an excuse. It's not even a good reason because it's actively perpetuating the negative system. Alex Becker, as a teenager during the mid-2010s, wearing jammies to pants to school and communicating one of two things. Either A, lol, that dude is so chill and approachable, or if the upper body wear and it's more fashionable and a bunch of them have accessories on. B, whoa, that emo girl with colored contacts and leather jacket, bow tie, Hello Kitty pajama pants, and adult size Heelys is eccentric as fuck. You know what? That's fine. Even like in that case, right? The girl had Hello Kitty pajama pants, but she had a bunch of other shit on too, right? It's self-expression through your clothing, and it also gets you that feeling of, I don't know, satisfaction with how you look. I said there would be multiple forms of a uniform, Art, but I also said that I just would prefer the uniform over this. I didn't say that we should institute the uniforms. The uniforms I still think would be better than allowing this kind of antisocial behavior to continuously perpetuate. But I understand some of your arguments there. I don't think that not doing anything about this is going to make anything better. I think it's actually just making it worse. I was hospitalized for debilitating alcoholism and mostly likely going to die young. Don't be like me, guys. Yeah, well, I hope that you don't die young, Backgaz, and honestly, I hope that you are better off now and that you're not drinking, and you can use your knowledge to go teach people. Go to like an AA group and become like an advocate. I don't know. You can help people. It's not difficult to engage in community. It's difficult to find the time, but it isn't jammies, it's jammies plus plain flat colored shirt, flip-flops, and concernably nothing else. Yeah, I don't like that. That is a no-go for me. I don't know, I just want you to try. I'm just sick and tired of people continuing like zombies, like mindless little nothings with no thoughts in their head. Just listen to what everyone else says, have uniformity in self-expression, but individuality only in your head with no even concept of community structure. Clothing would really have to be enforced socially. I don't think it needs to be enforced or anything. I think we need to incentivize people to try by making it cool. I don't know. It needs to I don't think it needs to be done through a system of power or control. I don't think it needs to be rules that are implemented. What I do think is we need to socially change our rhetoric around it and make not trying cringe. The greater social sin is going in public with a complete lack of personal hygiene. And yes, and I think that not trying, not putting on, I don't know, walking out in your pajamas and going to school should be equivalent to having bad personal hygiene. Kedarius, do you think we should start showing more sympathy to Russia to try and build a bridge with conservatives? No. When I speak out against Christianity, I just want people to know that I've had really bad experience with it, and it isn't for everyone. It's kind of like how women speak about men. It's not all men. Yeah, look, I agree entirely, iodine and borderline, and I'll take this even further. It's not just Christianity. I think most organized religion is bad. I think actually all organized religion is bad. I think you and your religion is between you and your perceived God. I don't care about anything else above that. Organized religion is not necessarily good. If Russia can get rid of Putin, maybe. Not really, though. They would need to get rid of all the oligarchs, too. So, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. Do you guys want to listen to Trump talk about invading the world, or do you guys want to talk about potential pandemics that might kill us all in the near future? I'm going to put up a poll, and then I'm going to go pee, and you guys could vote. And it's not bird flu. That's not what the pandemic is about. Nope, not bird flu. Entirely different. And what's my definition of organized religion? It is religion with a hierarchical structure, like Catholics have the Pope. If you have a priest of your parish, that's not organized religion. But if your parish and another parish are working together to spread the religious messaging, not just working together to help community, but spread religious messaging, that then becomes organized religion. And I'll get back. Russia has no interest in actually engaging honestly, so. Okay, looks like we got a 50-50. I noticed everyone getting sick at the same time within the past week. Yeah, a lot of people have been getting sick lately. The last couple of weeks even. But the current pope is actually aiding. Yeah, the current pope is pretty base, but I still think that not law enforcement, that organized religion is bad. It's a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It's not generally helpful. It can be every now and again, but on the broader scale, no. Now, real quick, it looks like we're doing pandemic. Good, because that's the choice I wanted. I do want to talk about one interesting thing that's like not actually related to news. This one's personal. So you guys know that I take Vyvanse, right? Like I'm prescribed Vyvanse for my ADHD. An issue that I've been having with it is once like the Vyvanse wears off, I crash. I get really tired, really fatigued. I basically just fall asleep immediately after. And so I talked to my doctor about it, and it's an upper. Yes, Vyvanse is an upper. It's lisdexamfetamine. I have a prescription. What are you talking about? I have a prescription, guys. I take it every day. I'm prescribed it for my ADHD. But what I did tell my doctor about was this fatigue, and what he put me on, weirdly, is another upper called modafinil. I am on the slow release. My pills take 12 hours to dissipate. It's just I wake up early before stream. By the time I'm done with stream, it crashes. So modafinil is a different stimulant. It's actually what the Air Force pilots take when they're flying. But the interesting thing I found here is it slowed me down. I don't know if you can notice it a bit today, but the combination of modafinil with my Vyvanse made my brain slower, not faster. Now, like it works. I took it yesterday as well. I didn't get the crash. I felt good. I managed to go to sleep early. I had really shit sleep, but that might be an issue. We'll find out the next couple of days, but I think it's really weird that adding an upper to another upper slowed me down. I don't know how that maths. Either way. All right. Let's talk about
warning from a group of over 24 biologists. They are calling for a ban on mirror cell research, warning it's too dangerous. Mirror bacteria is constructed from mirror images of molecules found in nature. They say it could put humans, animals, and plants at risk of lethal infections and could lead to the collapse of entire ecosystems.
Okay, first to start off with, why have we gone, I don't know, all in on the world-ending technology? Like yesterday, we have AI drone swarms that are being developed, and now we're talking about mirror cells, which we've known for decades are really fucking dangerous. But dude, my face fucking stings today. I've been practically blowing chapstick. Sucks, man. That cough of mine kind of went away. I got my x-ray yesterday. I haven't seen the results yet, so we'll see. Sometimes it takes a week or two for your body to balance. Maybe that is it. Why are we creating this shit again? We'll find out.
In a 300-page report published by Stanford University,
I have no idea.
Researchers say mirror bacteria could not evolve from existing life, but their creation will become increasingly feasible as science advances.
This could end all life type shit. Have a good night, Art.
Altered interactions with natural organisms could lead to profound and highly consequential effects of those natural organisms. Now, our next guest is one of those scientists raising those concerns. Dr. Michael Kay is a professor of biochemistry at the University of Utah who builds mirror molecules that could be used to develop therapeutics.
Why are you doing this?
In Salt Lake City, Utah. Thank you, sir, for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, very quickly and as simply as possible, if you could, let's just start with perhaps explaining a little bit, very simply if you could, what exactly mirror molecules are.
Sure. So all of the natural biomolecules, things like DNA, proteins, and sugars, have a certain handedness to them, kind of like your hands. And it's theoretically possible to make versions that are the mirror image, like your opposite hand, of those molecules. But
here's a better explanation that he's giving it. Kind of actually the hands exactly, but it would just be flip the molecule in the exact opposite direction than it naturally is. And when you flip a molecule like this, let's say it's a virus, your body's immune system will not recognize this because it only ever sees things like this. This is not natural. Things don't develop this way, so your body's not able to even account for it because that doesn't exist in nature. here's a difference of an actual swapped mirror molecule. They become different molecules by doing so, somewhat. I mean, this is L-alanine and this is D-alanine. And you can see a slight difference in the NH3 to H3N, but it is nuts. I'm not smart enough to explain this fully, but the potential negative outcomes for this are worse than AI. Like, this is world-ending tech.
But those types of molecules can only be made synthetically. They don't occur naturally. And these are molecules that have a lot of potential, especially for therapeutics, because they're not recognized and degraded by the body, and they have the potential to be very long-lasting therapeutics.
Yeah, look, I get the idea that this could be used in some therapeutics. It takes one insane, like, crazy asshole developing this to just release a new disease that is never going to be able to be fought. Like, disease that we can't develop vaccines for. Disease like this, if done in specifically for therapeutic purposes and they're in a vacuum with no outside effects, I can see the sum of the benefit. But we don't live in a vacuum. What you just walked into, Shard Spork, is us talking about how they're building mirror molecules, which is potentially like end life on Earth level of science. Because again, this guy might have good intentions. It takes one asshole in this lab to take a little sample and spread it out into the world, and we can't do anything about it because this doesn't occur naturally. Our bodies don't know how to deal with it. We don't know how to handle a virus that is exposed like this. We don't even have the technology to, yeah, it's bioweapon shit. It literally is. Because they're still figuring out how to do it. How are we supposed to figure out how to counter it if they haven't figured out how to do it yet?
So potentially,
I mean, they can do it, just not well.
This, but we know there are many concerns that scientists have about this kind of organism. You once yourself, we know, had aspirations to create mirror life, but now you don't. So talk me through why.
Mirror life, Jesus Christ.
So the reasons are partly because of this, group's efforts to research and consider what the potential risks are of mirror life. And we've come to the conclusion, based on what we know so far, that those risks are very serious and that the benefits are very modest in comparison. And it turns out that you can access all of the benefits of mirror image molecules and therapeutics using chemical techniques. And so the key distinction here is making a self-replicating mirror entire organism like a bacteria is where the risk lies, because such an organism could grow unchecked.
But if you develop all of the techniques that would be required to do something like that for other reasons, again, one crazy person with a PhD in your lab could do this. Again, also, you think that this stuff isn't being researched by the U.S. military? This is a professor of biochemistry at the University of Utah working on mirror molecules. The feds are checking in on this guy regularly because A, this is a bioweapon. Potentially, this could also be used to enhance troops. Potentially. It depends on whose hands this kind of technology falls into, and that goes again into, like yesterday when we talked about AI drone swarms. This is like we're rapidly declining in mental capacity of, I don't know, this is a bad idea, let's not do it. We used to say that. Remember back when we were like, maybe we shouldn't do that? This is a Twilight Zone episode.
And there is, if I understand this correctly, already a mirror molecule in science. So what's the difference between those molecules and mirror life?
So mirror life has the critical property of being able to self-replicate. It's something that can take in food from the environment and grow like natural life, and therefore compete with natural life. Mirror molecules are chemically synthesized and inert. Once they're made, they cannot do anything else in terms of they can't reproduce themselves, they can't grow, they're just inert compounds. And so
to be used to make other things. You know what a good way that we could fight against this is? You know, the idea of like cis and trans, these two words come from chemistry. They're isotopes that flip. They're mirrored isotopes, cis versus trans isotopes. They're trying to make trans bioweapons at the University of Utah.
So they're in wide use already in
How
humans.
dare I say those words? I fucking dare. Come at me, you woke. They're making trans bio weapons at the University of Utah.
And in science, and have already been proven to be very safe and effective. And so there's really no risk there. The risk only comes into
Mirror
play.
alcohol just kills you, doesn't it? Because isn't the mirror alcohol is methanol, not ethanol, or is it ethanol? Which one is the one you can drink? Is it ethanol or methanol? Jesus, I don't drink alcohol. It is ethanol in alcohol. The mirror of this would be methanol. And in fact, if you've seen the news at all recently, there was a couple cases in Bali, in also Thailand, of Australians dying from drinking alcohol that they bought that had been made homemade and had methanol in it instead of ethanol. This happens in Turkey kind of regularly, out in like the rural parts where people just like make their own alcohol, but they fuck it up and they make methanol alcohol and then they sell it to people and like 20, 30 people die. Yeah. So that's a really good example though, Shardspork, of how something like this could, on a small level, have a negative impact. Now imagine this in the form of we're creating all of the building blocks to create mirror life and someone can just put them together.
Once you create an entire organism of mirror image components that can grow, take in food from the environment, and potentially compete in a hostile way with natural life.
Talk to us a little bit more. What is that risk? What is the big concern?
The big concern
Do you
is
want to
that
understand?
using bacteria as the key example, bacteria are kept in check from growing out of control in the natural
I work in a lab and use methanol to clean my samples. Shit is super toxic and be absorbed through the skin. Yeah, true.
Environment by many different defense mechanisms. Our immune system is a great check against their growth in causing infections in humans. There are many predators of these bacteria that help to keep their population in check. And many other organisms eat these organisms and help to keep them in check. And so it is likely, based on our current information, that a mirror organism would be able to avoid all of those natural defense mechanisms.
Every
And
single one of
therefore,
them.
If it was
entirely undefended from something like this.
Able to find a good source of food, would be able to grow unchecked in the environment. And if it were to get into humans or plants or animals or the ecosystem, it's something that would be, not controlled by any of the natural control mechanisms that otherwise exist.
So Dr. K, how close are we actually to creating mirror cells?
We're not that close. And so our group really determined that
We're
based on the
closer
very
than he
fast, paced advances in underlying technologies behind chemical synthesis and synthetic biology, that it is now seeming
We're not that close, but we're not that far off either, iodine and borderline. Like this is like within the next 4 years could be easily developed if the funding was there and if the effort is put in. It depends on how much, I don't know, I guess the military would want something like this developed. Who's funding this? Well, like what? But there's two options for who funds these studies, right? Because universities, especially like, professors at universities who are doing experiments, who are building things, who are working on research, they get funding through donations to the university. The university then assigns funding to them. Now, I don't think that it's first of all, the military has a long history of funding research in universities to develop things that aren't meant to be weapons and then taking them and making them into weapons. But also, the only other option here is the pharmaceutical industry. And as he said, there are some therapeutic uses of some mirror molecules. So it's the pharmaceutical industry that's developing this, that's paying for the development of this. It was a simplification, Shardspork. I know it's not entirely true, but there is a lot of examples of that being true, especially historically. And most of our modern day tech comes from the military first. Most of the funding is sourced from professors themselves. Yes, but those professors source that money by going to fundraisers, by going to events and meeting with donors. A lot of the times the professors or even just maybe not the professors, but some other like laureates, researchers in that university go and they basically lobby for donations to the university, and then the university then applies some of that to them. This is a regular thing that happens. It's not in every case, but especially with something like this, I would imagine, yeah, that is the case. I would imagine that this study has received at least, this study is funded by funds that either they directly received or the university received through a donation through the government or through pharmaceutical industries wanting the development of something like this. That is true. A lot of the government's grants, it's tough to get funding. It is. And it should be easier to get funding for research. I just, like, this is probably not the kind of research we should be doing.
Apparent that within our lifetimes, we estimate in the next 1 to 3 decades or so that this could become feasible if there was a highly concerted effort, an international consortium, major funding, from.
Okay, so they're going to downplay it. I genuinely think that this could exist in the next 5 years. And again, you want to know, it's the health insurance companies will benefit from this, but the pharmaceutical companies are the ones that want it. And you know what the pharmaceutical companies want? Here's what they want. Breaking. RFK said all medications sold in America should be manufactured in America to ensure quality and security. You know what this does? What this does is means it makes the prices of medications all go up because we're the ones that don't have any pricing regulations. It also makes it so all of these companies are now unregulated, because if they're made in America, they're regulated by the FDA, which is going to be neutered. It's going to be regulated by the FTC if you're a pharmaceutical company, which is going to be neutered. They want these companies to come manufacture their drugs here so that there's less regulation and less control on them, and so they can sell them for more money to take from you. Lost Out, I know, let's invent spiky balls that double in number every 10 minutes. True. Spark, the ethics around my field are tricky since it's mostly defense-adjacent tech. Also, the government regulates it, which means the pharmaceutical companies control everything. Exactly. And the ethics around your field are tricky, but you're doing what you need to survive in the capitalist system. I fully believe that using the means available to you to advance yourself under a capitalist system, especially when you're somebody who works towards better outcomes of changing the system, of creating change, then in those cases, I think that it's perfectly ethical to use the system to your advantage, to use the material conditions available to you to better your standing in society, so then you can use the power that you gain in order to also help the rest of society, instead of being a parasite like health insurance companies. Have a look.
People are not going to fucking believe this. Just yesterday, I made a video saying that we should have had Medicare for all in this country 80 goddamn years ago. And the only reason we don't is because every single one of our health insurers are greedy, blood-sucking fucking parasites. Well, just this morning, I woke up to an email from my health insurer, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. In that email was an explanation of benefits saying that I owe $12,000 for some lab work I had done back in September. Now, it's true, in September, I had a doctor.
So, date of care, amount you pay, $12,000, ending in blah, 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 explanation of UOB. Check amount, $1,522. This is the amount your plan covered for your care. You pay these companies, at minimum, $14,000 a year. The minimum, if a minimum wage worker, 40 hours a week, could not afford health insurance with how much the premiums cost. But then you also add in the deductible you have to pay, and then you add in out-of-pocket costs. It's not even, like, it's almost as if it's not even worth getting health insurance at this point. Now, you still need it, because it still does work, and it is worth getting, but it's almost not. That's how much they hate you. They want to make it just barely worth getting it.
doctor's appointment. And when I made that appointment, I was very careful to choose a doctor that was in network at a place that was in network. During that appointment, they said, hey, do you want to do some lab work? I said, yes. I thought it was fucking part of it. No one explained that it was going to cost me $12,000 to get this lab work done. And the lab that they used to do that lab work was apparently not in network. And now I owe $12,000.
This is how they scam you. Terrified to take my fake leg to the mechanic for fear of the cost. We're just going to pretend Dave isn't creaking a bit. You could go on YouTube and learn how to repair mechanical things. I mean, like, and it's not easy to Ginger Fluff. It's not something that, like, everyone can do. But also, we used to teach people how to fix things in school. And we don't anymore. And so people just replace everything that they buy. Something breaks, you just get a new one. And if it's something like your leg, I feel like the mechanical structure of that could be not too complicated, that you could probably get to a level of intel, like a level of experience and knowledge from watching videos on the subject to be able to, I don't know, fix the creaking yourself. Maybe you just need some WD-40. But, like, I understand the fear of that. Taking, like, that is part of your body that needs to be fixed. And the cost is too much that people fear to do it. It's the same thing with health insurance. If you get shot in the United States, you know that generally bankrupts you? Like, getting shot is a bankruptcy in the United States, where everyone's getting shot. It's like $500,000. Lockdown part 2, gonna go crazy? Not yet, we're not there yet. I broke my bearings, I need them replaced. I feel like you could order some bearings online and then learn how to replace them yourself. Or, like, maybe you have a friend who is more skilled with their hands. You might have, like, I mean, at least in my community, everyone has a autistic goblin friend who likes to build things. Like the I'm in the dark building goblin type person. You can ask them for help, but also it's probably not a bad idea to at least, like, look it up and see how difficult fixing it might be.
All right, for 12 grand, I could fly to Paris, get the lab work done, spend 3 months in Paris doing whatever it is Parisians do, eating baguettes and sighing non-committally, I guess, and then come back to the United States. This entire country fucking sucks. Everything about it is a goddamn con designed to take money out of your wallet and put it into the wallets of people who are vastly more wealthy than you could ever goddamn imagine.
True. I have nothing to disagree with here. Also, like, the like, French, the hits on France are always funny. But, again,
doing whatever it is Parisians do, eating baguettes and sighing non-committally, I guess, and then come back to the United States. This entire country fucking sucks.
It does. America fucking sucks. We gotta make America great again, guys. And by again, I mean just great. We gotta make America great. Yeah, it's worth trying, to Ginger Fluff. Also, feel free to hop in the Discord, because there might be people that, like, I don't know, you might find somebody who knows something. You might just, like, post a meme and then someone comes up and has an answer to it and starts a conversation that leads into I don't know, desired outcomes. Community is the point. That's all I can't promise you anything, but I can say that if you engage in community, that you will feel the benefit. Back to how much this country fucking sucks. Imagine being sedated for surgery and then United Healthcare calls it off because your breast cancer isn't that bad.
It's 2025 and insurance just keeps getting worse. I just did 2 bilateral deeps and 2 bilateral tissue expanders for patients. And I've never had this happen before, but during the second deep, I got a phone call into the operating room saying that United Healthcare wanted me to call them about one of the patients who was having surgery today, who was actually asleep having surgery, and, said I had to call right now. So I scrubbed out of my case and I called.
If you're a healthcare worker and you are in the middle of operating on somebody or you are caring for your patients and you get someone tells you that a health insurance company needs you to call them immediately, don't fucking call them.
United Healthcare. And the gentleman said he needed some information about her, wanted to know her diagnosis and whether
I mean, she, like, clearly she was one of the people assisting, like, not the main person operating, but, like, you don't answer the phone. Call them back later once it's too late, and then make them pay for it.
Whether her inpatient stay should be justified. And I was like, do you understand that she's asleep right now? And she has breast cancer. And the gentleman said, actually, I don't. That's a different department that would know that information. And I was like, well,
the fact that they have the department split so that not everybody has the information about the patients that they're calling to deny healthcare to let them be oblivious to the facts, just, oh, this person needs their healthcare denied, but we're not going to tell you why. So you can call and you can make this without having to feel bad about it, without having to argue.
She does need to stay overnight tonight. And you have all the information with you because I got approval for this surgery. And I need to go back and be with my patient now. But yeah, it's out of control. Insurance is out of control.
Again, imagine you have fucking breast cancer. You're ready for surgery. They have put you to sleep. And your health insurance company is telling the doctors that they're not going to cover you because your cancer is not that bad. That's how much they hate you. That's how much this country fucking sucks. Because it's not for you. It's not for you. Have a good night to Ginger Fluff. Not for you. They don't work for you. It is disgusting. It's genuinely it's inhumane. It's evil. It's hateful. I can't even, like, the words to describe my anger at that are not allowed on this platform. It's very difficult to not Fed post. Probably take care of itself, or you die and you cost them less money. True. So, anyone speak Spanish in this chat? Because I have a video of Claudia Scheinbaum talking for the next segment, but it's in fucking Spanish. One tit and then suddenly a suit barges in and cancels the whole operation. Yep. Pequito? All right. Well, this is, at the very least, we can read the headline. Mexico President Claudia Scheinbaum responds to Trump's proposal to rename the Gulf of Mexico, referencing a 17th century map of Greater Mexico. We'll call it America Mexicana. Doesn't that sound nice?
Digo, obviamente, Golfo de México es reconocido el nombre por Naciones Unidas, un organismo de Naciones Unidas, pero el siguiente.
The country, something.
¿Por qué no le llamamos
Why is this not Mexico?
América Mexicana?
Why is it Mexico? Yeah.
Se oye bonito, ¿no? ¿Verdad que sí? Desde 1607.
There is none.
La Constitución de Apatzingán era de América Mexicana.
Basically, what she's saying there is we should call it like Mexico America, like America Mexicana is what she's saying there. And I'm trying to find any clip of this with an English dub, but we don't have one. But this is awesome. It is the correct answer. When you have a country like the United States being belligerent, talking about wanting to annex all of these different territories, to not give in. The answers we've gotten from countries like Denmark in, no, we'll buy America. The answers that we've got in from Canada of, no, you know what, maybe 3 of your states should secede. This is the correct answer, by the way. This would be much better, wouldn't it? By the way, like, while Trump is braying like an ass about annexing Canada, Canadians are in Los Angeles dropping water on the Palisades fire. So, like, not to go back to the fires. Well, I am going to go back to the fires really quickly, but if we keep doing what we're doing, imagine a post-World War III map that looks like this. Now, obviously, I don't think this is gonna happen, but I like it. I like the idea. If we start a war with everybody, I hope we lose. I hope America loses. We're now the Axis powers. You get that, right? I'm Italian, which is fitting. But we are the bad guys. We've been the bad guys for a very long time, but now we're the bad guys on an international level. That is not even remotely arguable. We're not like the bad guys, but only to brown people. We're just the bad guys. We're Nazi Germany. We're Mussolini's Italy. We are the Axis powers. One more video about the fires, just because it was really quick while I pull up the next link. This is insane. Why the fuck are you still home, my guy? Get the fuck out.
Hi.
Get the fuck out.
Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. Hi. You're gonna be okay.
Okay. Now we can move on. So, first off.
And out front now,
Here's Jesse Waters being offended that Canada does not want to be the 51st state. Let the country that have no shootings win over us. I mean, yeah, they offered free healthcare, they offered gun restrictions, and they offered a coalition to 3 of our states. I hope they take them.
You say that Americans don't have a problem with Canadians, and we don't. But it seems like you have a problem with us. Because if I were a citizen of another country and I was a neighbor of the United States, I would consider it a privilege to be taken over by the United States.
Oh, would you? Would you consider it a privilege if Mexico took half the country or Canada took half the country, Jesse Waters? Just out of curiosity. Because, one more time. What did you just say?
I get it. You say that Americans don't have a problem with Canadians, and we don't. But it seems like you have a problem with us. Because if I were a citizen of another country and I was a neighbor of the United States, I would consider it a privilege to be taken over by the United States.
Oh, sorry, never mind. This is just American chauvinism.
That's what everybody else in the world wants. American citizenship.
It's as high as it goes. This is fucking Fox News audio. It's as high as it can go.
That's repellent to you Canadians. And I find that personally offensive, Premier. I get it. You say
the laughing is the correct response.
For some reason that's repellent to you Canadians. And I find that personally offensive, Premier.
Such a little snowflake. Batman, New Jersey Italians are racist as shit, but at least they are some hardy workers. I understand I'm generalizing. No, you're not wrong. I know quite a lot of New Jersey Italians. They can go either way. They can be really nice and really community-centered, or they could be racist as shit and MAGA. It really depends. Most of them are Republican, though, in New Jersey. Take the purple states and the coast. Take the whole fucking country, Canada, please. Can we all just become Canada? I would love that. Here's Denmark responding to the threats of taking over Greenland.
And out front now.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Very loud.
She is a Greenlandic member of the Danish Parliament. And Ms. Chemnitz, I appreciate your time tonight. You heard President-elect Trump today refuse to rule out the use of military force for the U.S. to acquire Greenland. Do you take that threat seriously?
No, actually I don't. And I think it's been, of course, a wild day, but also a crazy day.
You should take.
I've been in contact with all kinds of.
You should take this threat seriously. A lot of people are saying that all of this is a smokescreen for to cover all of the shit that's going on behind the scenes, how the oligarchs are, raping the country and taking all of your rights away. That is partially true, but this you should take seriously. I've seen posts of maybe Trump wants Greenland because he doesn't understand how big it is because of the general map we use makes it look bigger than it actually is. None of that's the case. We want Canada and we want Greenland because A, water, B, access to the Arctic with new opening Arctic shipping lanes, rare earth minerals. There are resources to be extracted. There's a fuckload of oil and gas that we can pump out of the oceans near Greenland, offshore mining on Greenland even. I feel like Trump might do one of those things. Trump is not in power. He does nothing. He just talks. It's everyone else that does it. But the military-industrial complex, the American government, the oligarchs who own all of these, do want this. At least Canada and Greenland. Panama Canal might just be bullshit. That big map with like Sicily and Cyprus and all of that, that's all bullshit. But these two I take very seriously. Mexico also maybe, I don't know. I don't know about Mexico, but this benefits the oligarchs, and so I think that this is more likely to happen.
Media from all over the world, so of
Stop worrying about Trump, iodine, and borderline. He's a lame duck. He has less power than Biden did.
Everybody is interested in hearing what is Greenland's position. And Greenland is not for sale. Greenland will never be for sale. And therefore, I think it's important to be more respectful when it comes to a collaboration with a near ally.
There's video today of President-elect Trump's son, Don Jr., arriving in Greenland today. And they've got a crowd of people waiting for him to arrive or cheering him on. Some of them are wearing MAGA hats. Don Jr. then posted a photo from Greenland of even more people wearing MAGA hats behind the American flag. And he posted...
Yeah, there are no safeguards, iodine and borderline. That's the thing. They're all gone. There are no safeguards. We are now transitioning from Weimar Germany to post-Weimar Germany. The destruction of all the safeguards has been pretty clear. I've covered many of them, but on day one, anything that's left is gone. By the way, like Don Jr., right? Retard over here. Has no power himself, but also is a puppet of the oligarchs. Peter Thiel is good friends with Don Jr. He's here because the oligarchs want him to be here, which is why this one is believable. We don't have Don Jr. going to Mexico, do we? Or Panama.
Posted along with that, Ms. Chemnitz, quote, Greenland loves America and Trump.
Because he's done. His brain is soup. He's owned by the oligarchs. He makes no decisions. He has nothing. He has zero part in any decision his administration makes. Like every single cabinet pick was determined beforehand. Hold on. You guys know who Artem Kushin is? Artem Kushin? Fucking he's a fucking Russian agent. This guy posts like 1 billion times a day. This guy is the guy who we caught paying Michael Flynn to be an illegal foreign agent. This is the guy. This is the guy who was organizing payments to Eric Adams, New York's governor. Sorry, New York's mayor, with money from Turkey, the Turkish government. He was the one that was behind the scenes of all of this. He posted this on November 10th, this list, right? Of at Elon Musk, at Donald J. Trump. Marco Rubio, part of the cabinet. Tom Cotton, part of the cabinet. Mike Waltz, part of the cabinet. Waltz, rather. Scott Bessent, part of the cabinet. John Ratcliffe, part of the cabinet. Elise Stefanik, part of the cabinet. Tom Homan, Susie Wiles, Kash Patel, RFK. This is all done beforehand. There is a global effort to do this. We are working with the people we call allies. They are carving up the planet into colonial states. We get North America, we get parts of South America, Russia gets Europe, Israel gets the Middle East, China gets most of Asia, India gets the rest of Asia closer to like the border with Israel, Africa ends up being fair game. Who is that again? This guy, Artem Kushin. Here, let me Google him. It is, actually I forgot, he doesn't actually have much on Google. This guy, Artem Kushin. He is the guy when... Go. Flex on intelligence report. Now, you know, I'm not going to read this entire thing because this is a committee intelligence report, but on here, hold on. Spelling it wrong. God, I hate. There we go. So section 7. Committee, sensitive, Russian investigation only, origins of the Trump-Agrov relationship, blah, 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 from the Russian investigation. This is how we got Mike Flynn. So Artem Kushin. Aha, here we go. Around the time of 2013 Miss Universe pageant in Moscow, the Agalarovs employed Artem Klyushin to help promote Emin Aglarov on social media. In that capacity, Klyushin and his then-wife spent some time with Trump during the pageant weekend. Klyushin is a Kremlin-linked bot developer who has supported Russian social media influence operations in other countries. The committee did not find information indicating that Trump had awareness of this at the time. We also know that FBI lied during this investigation, and the FBI agent that lied saying that there was no connection between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin personally is actually in jail now because we found that he was a Russian agent, but that doesn't matter. Agalarov previously employed Artem Klyushin, a Kremlin-linked bot developer who has supported Russian influence operation to help promote him on social media. Emin Aglarov grew up in part of New Jersey, but is currently based in Moscow. Redacted. Shugart recalled Trump being backstage approximately 9 p.m. according to Trump's itinerary. 10 p.m. to midnight, Miss Universe live show was scheduled to take place. Trump sat next to Aris Aglarov. Aglarov's social media manager, Artem Klyushin, and his then-wife sat behind them. Although Putin did not attend the pageant, he reportedly sent a senior Kremlin advisor, blah, blah, blah. On November 27th, Yulia Klyushina emailed Emin Aglarov, Rob Goldstone, Artem Klyushin, and others to inform them that Trump had written them about Aglarov's on Twitter and had posted a link to an article about Emin Aglarov's new music video, which Trump was featured in. December 2nd, at Trump's request, one of Trump's employees sent Aglarov a copy of an article that Trump posted on Twitter that had handwritten reference the possibility of a Trump Tower in Moscow. During the 2013 trip, spent time with Donald Trump in particular. Publicly available information indicates that they had some interactions with Trump at several points throughout the day. Apart from his work with the Aglarovs, the committee has significant concerns around Klyushin. The committee assesses that Klyushin is a Kremlin-linked bot developer. We already got that part. Klyushin has publicly stated that he works for the Russian presidential administration and has also been affiliated with the Russian Duma. The committee assesses that he has provided social media influence expertise to the Kremlin. Redacted. Starting in 2010, Klyushin, I don't care. Give me the direct links. Here, whoopsie, before. Look, this guy is a Russian agent. That's the point. That's who he is. What's blacked out? It's all redacted. That's a Senate Intelligence Committee. I don't have the security clearance to see that, unfortunately. But what I do know is that this guy is known and is publicly available information that he works with the Kremlin. On November 10th, before these were announced, at this point, I think maybe like none. I can't think of any of these that were announced on November 10th. Except Marco Rubio, maybe. Or RFK. RFK was the one that was announced early. Marco Rubio, and then the Elon and Vivek stuff. Everything else came after this date, and they're all on this list. Now, why is the Russian agent listing people to @real Donald Trump and @Elon Musk that end up part of the cabinet? Well, I wonder if there's some fucking collusion going on there. Levin McCarthy? Who the fuck is that one? Where? Not to say that the list has to be 1-to-1, but, I mean, again, how many on here? We have Larry Ludlow. Mark Meadows is probably coming back. Mike Johnson is staying. Ramaswamy, that's what, 4? 2. Bannon is not technically part of the administration, but he's definitely playing a role. But sure, Stephen Miller, let's make that 5. Kevin McCarthy, that's 6, I believe. Robert F. Kennedy, 7. Doug Burgum, Kash Patel, Susie Wiles, Tom Holman, Elise Stefanik, John Ratcliffe, Scott Bessent, Steve Mnuchin, which I haven't heard anything about him, but Mike Walls, Tom Cotton, they're all on this fucking list. Why is the Russian agent giving a list of people that the president is following if he has any fucking power to begin with? He has none. Donald Trump is a lame duck and he has no power. It's the oligarchs.
And last night, as Don Jr. was on his way to Greenland, President-elect Trump posted saying, "I am hearing that the people of Greenland are MAGA." Now, obviously, they're going to post pictures of people who support them. But when you look at those images, when you think about what you know, is it possible that there are people in Greenland who truly do support
the people
Trump
in Greenland want to secede from Denmark and have independence. They don't want to be part of America. They want independence.
Support what he wants?
No.
Of course, and I think you can find that in all countries, but I don't think it's part of the majority. I think it's a very small minority, and most of the people.
3 people
on the picture are people that I know, but I also know that with the free lunch that was given to people standing outside, just dragging people in from the street, more or less, giving them a MAGA hat and then just taking pictures. Of course, it's the talk of the town. Of course, it's nice that.
Oh, look, they're doing a psyop again. I thought psyops weren't real. I thought that was just some blue anon shit, but no, they're literally just, grabbing people off the street. Here's some free food. Here, can you put on this hat and just look happy while I talk to the camera? Independence movements might be willing to give U.S. basing rights or something. Yeah, except they know that the U.S. doesn't want to give them rights. The U.S. wants to take their rights. We don't have rights anymore. We've lost ours. Why would they want to join us?
There's an interest in Greenland, but that's not the same that Greenland wants to be American and we want to be American citizens. Greenland is not mega. Greenland is not going to be mega. And I think in many ways it's a Trump stunt. It's what he's done many times before. But I think
you should take this more seriously than this person is. Let's see if this dude over here has a different perspective.
All right, David Axelrod's out front now, former senior advisor to President Obama. David, I was just fascinated talking to Ms. Chemnitz because she was very clear this was disrespectful, that Greenland is not MAGA and won't be MAGA. But yet then she listed out, if what Trump wants is more business development, more defense ties, rare earths and tourism, we could do that. I mean, is Trump actually going to...
Oh, look, happy to sell out their country for a taste of the oligarchy.
Vis-a-vis this whole conversation, David, actually get what he wants after all?
Well, we'll see, and we'll see if
we're taking Greenland.
Negotiating posture.
We're doing that. I believe it.
You'd have to hope so, but Aaron, and there's no doubt, by the way, that Greenland does have strategic importance to the U.S.
Which I agree with.
The idea of using military force to seize it was way beyond the pale, except for this. If you think about how Donald Trump reacted to the original invasion of Ukraine by Putin, and you remember this, what was his first reaction? He said, "It's genius. It's genius." I think his idea was, if you can go in and snatch a country, why wouldn't you do it?
Denmark says it's not for sale. What's wild is that there are easier ways to get rare earth minerals and obliterate the ocean ecosystem, deep sea mining. Oh yeah, they're already doing that. There was a global organization, meeting of different organizations that United Nations stuff regarding deep sea drilling or deep sea mining, and you're allowed to do that now. And that is part of what we want to do, by the way. There's a lot of oil off the coast of Greenland. We want that oil. We want it. It's not just the rare earth elements. The issue being water, gas, and elements. We're going to take Greenland. The only real hope that we have is if, Germany doesn't fall to the AfD and France gets its shit together, the UK doesn't submit to monarchy instead of keeping democracy around, maybe a world coalition that fights the Nazi US power would be great. That's our real hope only. Either they fuck it up too bad that they cause a revolution, which is a real possibility, or the rest of the world coalesces against the United States, which is not a real possibility. It's a fantasy. It would be a good one, but, so here, let's talk about Canada. This is Senator Mike Lee.
It's
God damn, why are you all such different volumes?
kind of interesting when it comes to Canada. I wonder if we should consider, could we take Alberta and leave the rest? I don't know. It might be like our own little frozen Texas of the North.
Just, how do we colonize this land easily?
They may even want to join us. I don't know. But quite frankly, one way or another, I think this is mostly just about President Trump trolling Justin Trudeau for his terrible, embarrassing mismanagement of the country from the most insane
Look, I don't think we're going to invade Canada. We're not invading Canada. Even Trump actually ruled out military action against Canada. He put economic economic force on the table. Canada can match our economic force against them. We start tariffing Canada, they'll tariff us back, and they'll win that tariff war because we import all of our shit. We don't make anything in America anymore.
COVID lockdowns, as if they could get any more insane than what we saw in parts of this country.
What?
The most insane COVID lockdowns.
Oh, okay, of course. Yes, the COVID lockdowns. You guys are stuck 5 years ago. Shut the fuck up.
As if they could get any more insane than what we saw in parts of this country, to flooding the country with foreigners, just like Joe Biden has done in the United States.
Where? What fucking foreigners are flooding into Canada? What, Americans escaping and running up through their southern border?
To apologizing for Canada's success and rich history, to allowing an evil regime of assisted suicide to be normalized.
Not enough stuff that we can, exist without buying stuff from other countries, Lord Fluffy Art. The vast majority of our produce comes from Mexico. We import so much gas from Canada. We import like electrical parts from Canada and from Mexico. We manufacture shit like cars here for some fucking reason. We don't make much. We make some food, and that's really it. Our industry, our manufacturing industries, right now, at least with the CHIPS Act, we're developing the foundries to make semiconductors. But at the moment, what are we developing? Aside from weapons and cars. We could cut ourselves off from food imports only if we change how all of the agricultural space in the United States is used. We could not do that. If Mexico cut us off from their food exports, we would not be able to withstand that. Almost all of the fruit and vegetables you eat come from Mexico. We don't have many natural resources. All of our manufacturing is secondary or tertiary. We do have a lot of natural resources. We just waste them. But yes, our manufacturing is secondary or tertiary. We don't have any industry built from... No, he's right, Lord Fluffy Art. Besides food, which also is not even like... The food industry that we have in America doesn't produce food for you to eat. It produces food to sell. You eat some of it, but like most of that is produced for sale. Everything else gets imported. Everything else. What do we produce in the United States that, that would allow us to have a trade war with a country like Canada or Mexico and not lose? We can't. We would lose both of these trade wars.
It's kind of interesting when it comes to...
If you're counting specifically only meat, sure. Most of the farmland that we grow crops on isn't food for humans. It's food for the animals because that's the only food that we produce. We make meat, cheese, and milk. That's it. We got some soybeans. Yeah, that's nice. We got some oil and coal, but that's not useful here. We got some timber, but less and less and less and less of that. Guess where we import a lot of timber from to build houses? Oh, Canada. We don't have enough timber to build houses. Their freedom cities would require us to import timber from Canada. We don't have the resources to be able to be fully food sufficient on our own. We'd still import it all. Now, if we changed the systems in the country, we could do that. We have the space, we have the resources, and we have the ability to be able to be food independent, but we're not currently.
Canada, I wonder if we should consider, could we take Alberta and leave the rest?
This is fucking stupid.
No.
So, on that note, though, let's watch this, because Mehdi Hassan makes an appearance in this, and I want to hear Mehdi Hassan's take.
But we begin tonight in Greenland, a country most of us don't often think about, especially in the dead of winter when we've got our own frigid snow to focus on. But Greenland has been a top-of-mind topic recently for the Trump family. Donald Trump, our soon-to-be co-president, has resurrected his first-term obsession with acquiring Greenland from its...
America could be somewhat self-reliant. I disagree with the notion that Canada and Mexico would win trade wars just because of our our economic power over them. What economic power do we have over them? Cutting them off from our markets would hurt them a shit ton, would crash their economies. I disagree. Like, yes, it would hurt them, but it would hurt us more. It would hurt us significantly more. And it is it is a country. It's part of Denmark. It's Denmark. That's the country. We are a trade country. That's why we're rich. Schwarzpork, if we become isolationist, we'll either wither on a vine like Russia. We could be a non-trade country. And in fact, a lot of the left advocates for this. Bring back manufacturing jobs to America. Bring jobs back rather than ship them overseas. Everything you buy is made overseas. Your clothing is not made in America. Your car is probably not made in America. Your gas doesn't come from America. We have plenty of oil and natural gas, but that's not the gas prices you see at the pumps. We import like 80% of our crude oil from Canada and refine it and then sell that at the gas stations. We don't have access to semiconductors yet. We're still building them. So all of your electronics would not work if, let's say, Taiwan was like, no, fuck you, America. We are not in any way independent of any other country. We are a fully globalized nation. Everything that we do, every country that interacts with us has an effect on our economy. Everyone's economy would crash, but ours would crash much worse. I think we should, I think that California, Washington, and Oregon should secede from the Union and become part of Canada. Johnny Dollops.
Colonial holder Denmark, and he's with acquiring Greenland from its current colonial holder Denmark, and he's broadened his expansionist vision to add a couple of other countries to the wish list.
We have enough capital and billionaires to bribe them into being our bitch, except that hasn't worked so far. Claudia Scheinbaum keeps telling us to fuck off. Canada, that'll work. Bolivar will absolutely like bend the knee. And so there's no reason to invade Canada. They're just going to have Bolivar win the election and bend the knee. The only real invasion that's going to happen is in Iran.
This morning,
Johnny Dollops, you mean add Mexico to it and be the Canadian, American, Mexican United Nations? The United Nations of cum, so to say?
Supposed No More Wars candidate suggested that he would not rule out using military force to gain control of not just Greenland, but also the Panama Canal, which belongs
I hate that they keep giving Trump the credit. He's just the fucking puppet. His brain is empty. There's nothing in there. All you have is the strings above him held by the oligarchs. And our billionaires are only out for themselves. Yeah, I mean, they'll still try and buy Canada, but not for you, for them.
Panama, and that he would use economic force to acquire Canada, too. Outgoing Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, apparently tiring of his previous tack of visiting and appeasing Trump, responded, quote, "There isn't a snowball's chance in hell of that happening."
The appeasing Trump. That's what you fucking idiots, the liberals keep losing because they keep trying to appease. I mean, they could try, and they might try, Lord Fluffy Art. They also, realistically, they might just take Trump out in the first couple months because he's not a good puppet. He's not a, can you turn down 4-1, it's lagging? What? I can't turn anything down to make it lag less. But that's the thing, right? Donald Trump isn't exactly an easy puppet to control. They could just get rid of him. Capital class, they're the ones in charge. Elon Musk is the president. He has Secret Service with him.
Trump also introduced another superfluous idea no one asked for or voted for, renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And while he was wasting the world's time doing that, his eldest son, Don Jr., landed in
Vance
Greenland
is an easy puppet.
Billionaire-funded right-wing.
Trump is good for Russia and China. Trump is good for whoever's paying them. Russia and China are directly connected to the oligarchs. Elon Musk has direct relations and connections, has been meeting with and having phone calls with Putin for years, has turned off Starlink in Taiwan because Xi Jinping asked Putin to ask Elon. Peter Thiel, also very close ties. Elon's building a fucking Tesla mega factory in China. It's not about Trump. Trump has no power. He has no influence at all. At all. He just distracts everyone from the terrible shit that they do. Exactly as you said. Vance is a pushover and will literally do whatever. Donald Trump is the same. He's the same. Every time he has an opinion, he backs down when the oligarchs have a different opinion. Remember, Donald Trump used to hate H-1B visas, and then his base got mad at Elon for wanting more H-1B visas, and what did Donald Trump say? I've always liked H-1B visas. Well, he owns him, Johnny. They're not friends. Elon is owned by Putin. Putin is owned by Xi. It's oligarchy. It's billionaires are behind it all. It's the oligarchs. They are carving up the world into little colonial states. I don't know how many times I have to say it. And no one's going to believe me until it happens anyway, because that's clearly the way that it goes. But my point is that the things that make Trump a bad puppet are also what make him good for Russia and China. He says all this inhumane bullshit. Yes, I get that. But Russia and China are not in charge. The oligarchs are in charge. Now, the oligarchs are owned by Russia and China, but they're not controlled by Russia and China. I'm sure there's richer people in America than Elon Musk that we just don't know the names of. The Forbes list isn't, like, complete. Even they say it. There's tons of people that we don't know. I need a drink, too.
Charlie Kirk to take in the sights, film some content for his podcast, and get the media to watch him meet with absolutely zero Greenland officials. So good news, bad news. None of these places are up for sale, and none of them are going to just roll over for Donald.
You know what Donald Trump is doing instead of fighting for the working class? He's emptying the prisons of 1,000 terrorists that he's sending directly to your community. He's emptying the prisons and sending criminals to your community. He wants criminals in prison out and into your community, next to your house. He wants them to pop up on the street. He wants them walking around with their little fucking militias. He hates you. I don't know.
But
fair enough, I'll drink it again.
The question, why is he banging on about them? Let's start with Greenland. If you were to look at the Earth from the North Pole, you would spot Greenland right there on the map. It's an Arctic island neighboring.
I didn't see the stretch. All right, I'll get up and stretch for you guys. Thank you. I actually did need that. Guys, really get yourself resistance bands. They're fucking awesome. Oh, buddy, I didn't see you sleeping over there. You want to say hi? You don't have to say hi. I use them to just like stretch my back and neck out because most of my chronic pain is here and here, like mid upper back. So I would bring Chat the cat, but he's so sleepy. All right. Here you go. Wait, now the camera won't turn that way. God damn it. There's the cat. Okay, I figured out a way to do it without waking him. Now let me fix my camera.
Canada and Alaska to the west, and Denmark and Russia to the east. Together, these are the countries in the Arctic Circle. Greenland is roughly 3 times the size of Texas and has a population of nearly 60,000 people, 88% of whom are indigenous Inuit people who
want independence from Denmark, not to join America.
For thousands of years. It was first colonized by the United Kingdom of Denmark and Norway in the early 18th century, and it remains part of Europe as an autonomous territory of Denmark, currently an ally of ours. It's unclear why Greenland, which is self-ruled within the Kingdom of Denmark and has political representation, would just settle for colonial status in America with no full representation in Congress, like a frozen version of Puerto Rico, Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and Washington, D.C. I mean, just the downgrade to their access to European healthcare alone seems prohibitive. Ditto Canada.
All right.
So why does Trump...
I'm just going to skip to... because we've covered all of the Musk stuff. We've covered the Tommy Robinson bullshit in the UK. I just want to hear Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan's take on what's going on. I know what he's going to say, but does Denmark still have a monarchy? I believe so.
Mehdi Hassan, editor-in-chief and CEO of Zateo. The sad fact is, Mehdi, this country, our country, was influenced by exactly that. And so how right is Europe to worry that maybe their populations are not as safe as they might think?
But first of all, Joy, Happy New Year, although there's not that much happy about it so far. 2025 is really, I think your intro was spot on. I think you ended.
Shardspork, to be able to make our territories states, we need power. You can't make any change until we gain power. What we need to focus on right now is building the coalition of the left and validating it, validating our rhetoric, and building power. We need more people like me, more people like you, more streamers, more... we need to be loud. It's the only way forward. It's our only... we have nothing else we can do right now. Protect the people you can, and be loud while you can safely.
In exactly the right place. The German chancellor saying, it's great rousing words, but sadly they're not true. I wish they were true, but Musk has proved in this country that he can affect politics. He did spend more than $200 million of his own money propping up Trump and the Republican Party. He did go and live in Pennsylvania doing...
I don't like that framing of he spent $250 million to buy the election, because what he did is he spent $45 billion to buy the election. Add Twitter into that. That's the reason he bought Twitter. Twitter has lost him money. Now, he's also a Twitter addict, but I would absolutely add in the acquisition of Twitter into the money spent to influence this election. It was the place of spreading misinformation in the United States, so...
doing lotteries for swing voters, and he did devote his website, his social media platform, one of the most influential messaging platforms on the planet, to getting Trump elected. Ironically, all the things that conservatives accuse liberals of doing, he is now doing. Everything they accuse George Soros of being, Musk is type.
Musk has literally called himself the George Soros of the right. He has said those words out loud. I'd say this all the time, but every accusation from the right is a confession. Almost every time. Twitter is not even worth 1/5 of what he spent for it now. Yeah, exactly.
Times 10. Everything they thought Jack Dorsey was doing with Twitter, he's doing with X. And he's dangerous. As you say, Germany, the UK, Canada. He is pushing the far right in each of those countries. In the US, he's already done it.
Germany, the UK, and Canada. Take Canada out of it, but remember, Germany and the UK, as well as America, are the 3 countries that are funding Ukraine the most. And Elon Musk is trying to influence the elections in Germany and influence politics in the UK, as well as owning and being the president of the United States. I wonder if maybe he's working for a different foreign power in his goals when it comes to Europe. This is so off topic, but the lipstick they used on him is really red, unless it's just the camera.
Every day he seems to become more...
just the camera.
And more extreme. Just today he was questioning whether Islamophobia even exists. He's ticking every far-right red-pilled box. And he's not just some random troll. He's not Tommy Robinson. He is...
Twitter isn't worth anything. His net worth skyrocketed because he owns the country. His net worth skyrocketed because he's the oligarch. Twitter will go up in price now, but only because he will reduce every other social media site the moment that they take power, and they take power of the FTC. You can see it's already starting to happen with Meta. Meta's taking away any fact-checking and instituting the same community notes policy that Twitter has.
Actually a billionaire who can sway elections and has the ear of the President of the United States from January the 20th, 2025.
Right, and one might say he's his boss, right? That he's done.
Oh, here's like another example of how much of a fucking Russian agent Elon is, and Trump is. Alexander Dugin, very well-known Russian propagandist. Imagine Canada, Greenland, Panama are part of greater America. MAGA has become reality. What's next? Next, it is reasonable to establish Trumpism as the ruling ideology in the U.S. as a monarchy, with meritocracy and accountability on the freedom of and justice. Alexander Dugin. Like, you can't make it any more obvious. Twitter won him the election.
Donald Trump's boss, and that Trump's other boss, Vladimir Putin, these two, they do have global designs, right? This is Ed Luce had a great quote in the Financial Times that is Musk speaking for Trump, in which case the West is as good as dead, or is he testing the waters? That would give Western capital scope to exploit differences between Trump and Musk. The answer is probably a mix of the two. But
if you didn't catch that, it wasn't him saying, let me pull it up again one more time. I feel like maybe that was a little too quick. With meritocracy and accountability on the freedom and justice. It's not freedom and justice for all. It's freedom and justice for the meritocracy. You have to earn your freedom and earn your justice. Well, obviously, Lord Fluffy Art, but they don't want you to have freedom or justice. He's literally saying we need to have limits on freedom and justice. You need meritocracy and accountability on the freedom and justice. Is what that's the words. It's not let's bring freedom and justice to the US under a monarchy. It's let's use the monarchy system in the US to take away freedoms and justice from their citizens. This is a well-known Russian fucking propagandist. Where's Exhale when you need him?
At the moment, Trump is either talking tough to make it look like he's the real boss by saying he's going to invade Panama and Greenland and Canada and be an expansionist like Putin, or he's just speaking Putin and Elon's desires. I can never tell which. I just know that Trump is not in charge.
So before we go any further, Joy, let's just take a step back for your viewers and just remind ourselves to keep ourselves sane. None of this is normal. Right? At the beginning of 2025, we should not be on live American television discussing a president-elect's press conference where he said he may invade 2 of our allies.
Yeah.
Right?
This is not normal. Do not let it become normal, because this is what happened last time. Donald Trump goes on TV and he says a bunch of stupid shit, and then the people behind him do a bunch of evil shit, but no one pays attention to that because everyone pays attention to the stupid shit. Because it becomes normal, it's funny, he's the guy now, and you just stop caring at some point. Or you go the other way, where it's, this is horrible, this is insane, what the fuck is he saying? And then you burn out, and then you stop caring, and then they win anyway. That's what they want. They want you to burn out. This is not normal. We are being attacked right now. This is literally, we are being attacked right now. Our countries, all of them, are under attack by the forces of capitalism, by oligarchs, by the wealthy. A funny fascist is still a fascist. Exactly. But people forget. People don't think about it. People want to not feel depressed. Remember last week we covered Israel, watched the viewership just drop. No one likes to see the depressing shit. No one wants to sit there and listen to, oh, well, what if we invade our ally country? Oh, we're gonna get slavery. We're getting prison slave labor. Oh, they're gonna send cops door to door. You're gonna have to be like Anne Frank. Everyone's like tired of it, and then they just shut their brain off and don't pay attention, which is exactly what they want you to do, because then you're much easier to control. We shouldn't even pay attention to Trump. Only focus on the people around him. Exactly. That's why I keep saying, stop thinking about Trump. Stop paying attention. Stop saying he's going to do this. He's going to do that. He's not doing shit. Hitler was charming. It's why he rose to power. Trump is also charming. Trump had power last time. Some. Not a lot, but some. This time, he has none. Zero power. I will stand by this statement. Donald Trump will have exactly zero influence on the second Trump administration.
I'm the guy who was worried about Trump attacking Iran, Trump starting a war with China. I did not have it on my bingo card for war with Denmark and Panama in 2025. From the guy, as you said, who was supposed to be the No More Wars
Canada and Mexico, too.
President. I had leftist friends of mine, Muslim friends of mine, saying, well, you know, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris have been so hawkish. At least Donald Trump, he'll be anti-war. He's not even president yet. Yeah. And he's saying, I can't rule out military action against a fellow NATO member.
He's not even president yet, and he's threatened like 7 countries.
Denmark. By the way, the national security argument is so absurd to taking Greenland, because it's like, oh, well, Russia and the Arctic. I thought Russia's Trump's pal. I thought Putin's not aggressive. And here's an interesting point. What do Musk, Putin, Trump all agree on? Don't defend Ukraine. Just roll over for Russia. Mm-hmm. And they argue it on the grounds that we shouldn't be involved in foreign wars. We shouldn't be sending our money to Ukraine. How much do you think it costs to buy Greenland? Like $1 trillion, according to the Financial Times.
I thought it was the opposite. Trump stuffed his office with loyalists who don't have their own power bases to fall back on. You're close. Trump's offices cabinet seats are stuffed with loyalists, but not loyalists to Trump, loyalists to the oligarchs. It's just the oligarchs. It's Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, billionaires. That's it. That's it. What is it? Fucking the AI one, the guy who made ChatGPT. That guy. All of these Silicon Valley fucks. It's them. They're the ones that are having their loyalists stuffed into the US offices. They're the ones who get what they want from the cuts in Project 2025. Everything in Project 2025 specifically benefits the wealthy. Asides oil, why does Greenland matter? It's a big block of ice in the Arctic. Rare earth minerals, and also the Arctic is melting. There's shipping lanes opening up in the north that are crucial and can be used for military action. For example, pull up a map. Greenland is not this big, by the way, but the ice in the North Pole all around here that isn't on this map for some reason is melting. It is making travel through these regions much easier. You can now, like, in a couple years, you'll be able to make this trip when 10 years ago you could never have made that trip. And you could theoretically travel, up and around and go to the east coast of Russia. It opens new shipping lanes for trade between, I suppose, countries like Norway, Finland, and Sweden, rather than having to go down to the rest of Europe and then ship over. They can do that. But it also impacts the fact that, like, there are military bases that Russia has all over here. Svalbard is, I believe there's a nuclear facility here. We want to secure the area. Now, does it make sense? Not really, because we could do exactly the same by just being a better ally. The grift to the right wasn't for our benefit. It was to take power from Trump and give it all to the billionaires. We're cooked. True. What you got for me, Art? Thank you. That's a better picture. It gives us the ability to A, travel, B, there are also rare earth elements here besides oil, and C, it looks nice. They want it. Svalbard is Norway. Is it? Shit. All right. Well, one of the ones near Svalbard has a Russian nuclear facility on it. Thank you, Pazzi. I do appreciate being corrected. Arctic trade route from China to Europe halves the distance. That's, there we go. I didn't realize it would half the distance, but that makes sense. Looks like a long cruise, just go through the Pacific. It's quicker, apparently. Either or, there's not really any benefit to us taking Greenland. They just want it. I mean, there's resources we could steal, but, we don't really need to. Oh, there is a Russian facility on Svalbard. Then I was right. Cool.
For that, the whole cost to buy Greenland.
Oh, and also, as I said earlier, water. The ice is melting. We want Canada and we want Greenland because we want more fresh water. The Great Lakes is the only freshwater body of, fresh source of water, body of water in the world that is growing and not shrinking. That's it. It's all of these things make the idea rational, but also irrational. We could just do this by being better allies. That is the Soviet coal mining settlement on the Norwegian archipelago. Yeah, no, they totally still have a base on here. I believe that.
Like $1 trillion, according to the Financial Times.
You're not freshwater, though. There's salt in your blood.
Paying for that. The whole thing is so absurd that we have to keep reminding ourselves, pinching ourselves, that this is not normal. No other president-elect, including George W. Bush, who basically stole an election and was thicker than any president who came before him. Even he didn't have a transition like this.
True.
Right? So
God, I love Mehdi Hassan.
We have to keep reminding ourselves that even as we talk about this stuff, Greenland, Panama, war with Allah, we are in upside down world.
Yeah, no, it's like the memes from the Iraq War where you would see someone with a pimple on their face and it's the US military is like, what? There's oil? We're coming for you. It's the same with water. or it'll become more and more so. Medi is like a fact machine. Yeah, I love Medi. Wouldn't the Nazis oppose invading Mexico and Canada? They hate brown people. The Nazis aren't in charge. We just watched the Nazis fight with the oligarchs and lose. But also, like, we don't know about Mexico and Panama. I don't really think I don't think we'll do Mexico and Panama. I think we will do Canada and we will do Greenland. Canada is just going to bend the knee to us, though. We're not going to do anything to them. This is the idiot who's your president. This fucking moron is your president.
Do you like the BBC? Do you like BBC?
Okay, yeah, we're not going to.
Oh, I can't interview you.
Obviously, I work for the BBC.
So if you like, do you like BBC?
I know. I see what you're doing. I'm not going to respond to that.
A literal fucking child. And yes, I know, like, old school presidents back in the day, but I mean, it's not normal for modern day. You have to go back to the 1800s, and he's so cringe. He is. He is. That's why I have an emote called Cringe Elon. Just, like, what? You're on an interview at the BBC, and you're trying to make him say, like, you like BBC? Like, what are you, 5? So based, he's making America great again. We're going back to Manifest Destiny. I mean, that's what half of them think. And to be fair, it is kind of like the idea of Manifest Destiny, but horribly. Oh, by the way, the Democrats are shit too. We fucked up again. This blew my fucking mind. We lost the NLRB. It's gone. We lost control of it. 2 years before we needed to. In 2026, we could have lost the NLRB after a vote, but we lost it now. And yes, the Germans were expansionists and they did try and conquer Africa. They don't care. They're slaves. Due to an unforced error by Democrats, we lost the National Labor Relations Board 2 years earlier than expected. This is a huge setback for hundreds of thousands of workers across the country, organizing for a better contract. The NLRB is America's leading labor enforcement agency. In the last 3 years, union petitions have doubled because we have strong NLRB, support workers who choose to form unions, ensures that corporations allow free and fair union elections, and protects workers. The term of our previous NLRB chair, Lauren McFerrin, just expired on December 15th. She was eligible for reconfirmation alongside a Republican who would be paired with her. This would have secured a 3-2 Democrat majority on the NLRB for the first 2 years of Trump's second term. Bernie Sanders did the right thing. He cleared the nomination on August 6th, and the Dems fumbled it. On the morning of the 11th, Senate Democrats had a chance to move McFerrin's nomination vote through, which would have led to a secondary vote to confirm. Senator Vance, Roberts, and Manchin were absent that morning, but we delayed the vote, from what I'm hearing described as no reason, until Vance and Manchin returned, deadlocking the vote at 49-49. When failed to get the word to Vice President Harris quickly enough to come and deliver the tie-breaking vote, in the 90 minutes that transpired, Senator Manchin returned first, swinging the vote in the other direction, ceding the NLRB to MAGA control 2 years earlier than was necessary. These procedural blunders have massive implications. Literally, just that was on purpose, by the way. Manchin didn't show up so that they would tie, and then when they went to go get Kamala Harris, he showed up and made it so they win. Easy. Like, that was on purpose. It's not that Kamala didn't show up to vote. It's they didn't go and get her until she was needed, but her being needed was part of the plan. Yeah, thanks, Democrats. Love that. Love that. Alright, what's next? Got so much stuff to go through. I'm just looking for something that's not, I don't know, depressing. Well, so here's this. I do want to watch this on stream. I don't know if... You know what? We can do it today. Fuck it, let's do it today. We're watching a documentary. This is from Lauren Windsor, whose tweets we were looking at earlier, who has done excellent work as a journalist. One of... what prompted your move to Australia? Nothing. I have a friend that lives here, and I just came to visit my internet friend and then stayed. I want chat on the screen though. I'll make it smaller.
I totally get that what I do might seem a little crazy. I've tried to get more people to go undercover with me.
We're huge Trump supporters, and we were actually at January 6th.
Oh, yeah.
But it turns out, most people don't want to pretend to be Trump supporters to try to elicit confessions from his accomplices.
That tape, again, from Lauren Windsor at The Undercurrent. She is not actually a Trump supporter who was there on January 6th. She said that in order to draw out Trump lawyer John Eastman.
But our country is going a little gonzo. And if we want to fix it, we need to be honest about how we got here. And
no, I mean, like, she has gotten confessions from, I mean, Roger Stone, Samuel Alito, like full on.
hold the people who got us here accountable.
How are you feeling about the election?
Too early to say.
So this is a story about how America went crazy. And because I wanted to do something about it, I didn't just go crazy. I went gonzo.
Are you a pedophile?
Yeah, that was her.
Any disguise is necessary.
Right, you were actually willing to go into not just the lion's den, but the den of lions all over the country at the highest level, and the people that you have.
Kamala never ran a perfect election. If you had watched my channel, I was whinging about how shit Kamala's campaign was from the DNC onward. I had hope until the DNC, but she ran a Republican campaign. Their mistake was trying to appease the middle, the center that doesn't exist, the right-wingers they were never going to get. She lost because 150 million Americans didn't vote. If she went to the left, she would have won. Oof, that must suck, dehydrated water. But, like, the issue being, the Democrats ran a Republican campaign. That's why they lost. They lost because of economic populism. It's the same thing everywhere in the world. Kamala had a great strategy of appealing to non-Trump conservatives, except it didn't work, Captain Buggy. It was a shit strategy. I don't give a fuck about appealing to non-Trump conservatives. They're not the base. They're not who you want. I don't care about conservatives. They're not who I'm trying to get to vote for me. If I'm running for president as a Democrat, I want the left to vote for me, not conservatives. I don't give a fuck about Liz Cheney. She never said the word trans during that during the entire campaign. She never said transgender once. Once. Every Marxist was rightfully shitting on her. Sisi, Hassan, Vosh. She ran a terrible campaign. Also, you know, yeah. She had a little bit of hype because it was better than Biden, and she picked Tim Walz, and that gave us hope. And then the DNC happened, and her campaign was inundated with like Hillary campaign staffers and consultants. Hillary Clinton actually was a consultant at some point, and she ran a Republican campaign. They're allergic to power.
Spoken to, and you have gotten on camera, and you have gotten on the record.
Trump's the one that like made that a thing, but who cares? And I'm entirely in favor of it. The Dem leadership prefer fascists over leftists? That's not crazy, that's just liberals. Liberals will often, at least liberals in power, choose fascists over the left. Historically, that is what's happened every time.
Saying the things
I agree. Like, there's no other outcome than this. It's not incompetence.
Supporters, but not to the broader American public, is something that most people.
She didn't want to win.
Willing to do.
I do feel maternal towards you, as you know, and I worry about your safety because I know the environment that you are walking into and that it's actually dangerous.
Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going
Trump didn't need a campaign. His campaign was just being Trump. We needed a campaign, but we ran a campaign of Trump bad, not Dems good.
cheer on.
We saw your speech.
Did I incite you to go down to the Capitol and riot? Our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them.
I voted.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong.
if you believe that
This is
Donald
disgusting, by the way. All of these are the criminals that Donald Trump is going to release from prison and send to your community. 1,000 of them. He's releasing from the prisons and sending to your communities, your neighbors, your streets, your cities.
Cheering so much for some of them because you'll never take back our country.
We only won in 2020 because of COVID. Yeah, we need to run. Why should you vote for us? Not why should you not vote for the other person? It's a stupid campaign strategy. We didn't run the campaign. We are the outsiders. Conservatives and Democrats ran the campaign. Well, I know. When I say we, I mean as the left. But the Democrats don't actually want to win. If Kamala Harris was actually afraid of Donald Trump's fascism, why would her speech not, like her concession speech, not have anything like that in it? Why would she fuck off to Hawaii like Scott Morrison immediately following? They don't care. They're not affected by it. They're rich. They benefit no matter what. The system exists so that both sides benefit no matter who wins. It's just in this case, the oligarchs also added in, and now they win less. The Dems will win less now, as in like money-wise. They will profit less from this. They will benefit less from this, but they'll still benefit. Yeah, but the people that listened did vote Shardspork. That's the issue. Her campaign worked. The people who listened to her campaign did vote, but 150 million Americans didn't care enough. I think Democrats are just so horrified at seeming biased and out of touch. It's the liberal civility politics. They're afraid of being mean. Kamala Harris wouldn't even call Donald Trump a fascist. She wouldn't even talk about how he would praise Hitler from her perspective. She would have to say, oh, Mark Milley said this, not he's a fascist. Look at Mark Milley, someone who was in his cabinet who also says this. She didn't say it. Someone else had to say it. It's weak civility politic bullshit. That's why we talk about, like, how to message like the right, because that's why. Okay. That's still enough people that could have voted and would have swung the election if they voted. Call them liars. And also don't call them pedos, because they call us pedos, so then it just mixes in. You don't need to use their exact rhetoric. Change it around. Call them the Epstein party instead of pedos. Call them you need to find ways that sound like them. You raped children, that's true. You gotta sound like them when you're talking to them, but also you don't have to message to them. And yes, the pedocon theory is yet unbeaten. It has not been disproved yet. Pedocon theory exists, but you don't need to message to the right. Message to the left. Message to the people who don't vote. Don't message to the left like Marxist left. Message to the people who would be on the left if they paid attention or gave a shit. Offer people health care and a UBI. Yeah, that'll help. Look, I mean, Canada's offering it. Call them rich cocksuckers, call them pussies, call them communists. Call them Soviet-era communists. Be like, oh, what do you want? You want to turn America into the Soviet Union? It doesn't matter. Call their shit fake news. If you don't feel like dealing with it, troll them. You have to use the methods that were used against us because discourse has changed. It doesn't work anymore. It's not like nobody believes in reality. You can't cite someone facts. You say something, and one of these retards will ask you for proof, and you'll find a citation, and they can't fucking read it. Tim Walz can never run, Batman. He's tainted by the campaign. He'll never win. He's gonna be forever associated with Kamala Harris. The Democrats don't work for you either. You need to infiltrate the party and change it from the bottom up. That's what the Republicans did during Obama's term. They got young people to come in. Yeah, but the rest of the country won't. They got young people to come into the party and to change it. And the Democrats will never let anyone left win. They won't. They'll just never, like the establishment in the Democratic Party would never let Tim Walz be Tim Walz. You're like Stalin, but you don't have the fancy mustache. Exactly, say that.
with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
If you believe,
you know what? Take Donald Trump's advice there. Show strength and be strong.
Trump never
play
stated
defense.
that he would be a dictator for day one, and then does whatever a dictator does on that day, would tire of those powers after 24 hours. You're too innocent to be let out of the house.
They're all so weak. You do realize that the right got complacent when they won. They think that we're nothing. They think we have no power. They think that there's no threat to them, where there is revolutionary sentiment simmering, boiling all across the country.
By yourself.
Because history is going to be made. We're going to see whether or not we have great and courageous leaders, or whether or not
these are the terrorists that attacked your Capitol that are going to get out of prison and come to your community because Donald Trump let them out.
Leaders that should be ashamed of themselves.
That's messaging you could do. Do that. That's good messaging. If someone criticizes you, say, fuck you, you're a pussy, you're a coward, you come out here and talk to me, simmer down, you pussy ass bitch. I mean, you can do that. You don't have to be as combative as that. You can be nice too. Here's the thing, right? If someone comes at you with that level of hostility, you should respond with like calm, collected responses and make them appear insane, which is what they do. When the left gets mad, the right quiets down and it makes us look crazy. Pay attention. Low-key, we need to bring fashion back. Marxists need to be more fashionable. I mean, to be fair, you got Vosh with his fashion obsession. You got dye workwear. And I feel like I dress nice. Hassan doesn't, but like Hassan just dresses like a gym bro.
Two weeks before the attack on the Capitol, Donald Trump tweeted this. This is then Senator David Perdue, who had just told me that he planned to help Trump overturn the election. Days earlier...
No, Hassan is hot, so... And I don't have booty shorts. My shirt's just long.
Tommy Tuberville confessed the same thing.
Are you going to fight to make this election right?
We're going to fight hard.
What can y'all do on January 6th? Madison said y'all had tricks up your sleeve.
We're going to run to it.
Authoritarians have shit fucking fits. Everyone likes to talk about like Nazi fashion, whereas like it's not even all that impressive. Go look at like Imperial Japan. I mean, they look better than the Nazis do. In their military garb at home. I don't know. Fascists can't do art, so of course they can't do fashion either.
Just wait. Well, you see what's coming. You've been reading about it in the House. The Democrats are not going to. We're going to have to do it in the Senate.
See, I'm not a Trump supporter, but sometimes I pretend to be one to get politicians to tell me the truth.
Isn't Madison Crawthorne the guy who got canceled on the right for talking about Republicans snorting coke and banging sex workers? Indeed he is. I'd also go like, oh, I'd love to help you construct your brain, but I don't have time for bitches. I mean, yeah. I just tend to just call them retards and move on. Like, writing a text, like, writing that out, Lord Fluffy Art, is more effort than you need to put in. The SS did not look stylish, Comrade Linden. They looked like architecture looks now. You know what we talk about? We talk about, like, earlier, we were mentioning how buildings all look shitty. They all look sterile, the same, there's no decoration. That's what the SS looked like. They were minimalist bullshit. That's what fascists do. They can't create. I feel like Hassan isn't the best representative for the left, never collaborates with other leftist streamers, and has gotten cooked every time he's talked or debated, but someone he agrees with. I disagree with that. Hassan can do some, like, he's had good debates. He hasn't gotten cooked every time, but he also does not collaborate enough with other leftist streamers, but also the left gives him a lot of shit because there's so much infighting on the left. He's not bad. I don't think that, like, I like Hassan. I very rarely disagree with him, at least on domestic policy. His strategy for, like, cooperative engagement with the left could use some work, but he's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with Hassan. He's better on his actual mutual aid, like when he raised a fuck ton of money for Gaza. Yep, he definitely does stuff like that. He's based. He cooked Andrew Tate in an interview, although, to be fair, a child could cook Andrew Tate in an interview, or in a debate, rather. I hate, like, the idea of assigning value to which streamer on the left is better than the other. I'm deaf right of you and a Destiny fan, so I'm biased. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. It's just, it's not my style to like do that. He could definitely use some work, but yeah, look at this shit. They looked so ugly. Entirely minimalist. Terrible. I used to not like Hassan at all. Clips shit from other creators once I tune into a stream. Well, yeah, that's the thing. When you're looking at clips, it's hard to, you know, really get a feel of somebody.
Donald retweeted that one too. And the press, they ran with it.
You know what? I agree. That shit slaps. Look at the buildings, look at architecture. This is better. Colorful, simple, elegant. I love that explanation. It's not minimalist. It's maximalist, but it's simple. It's elegant and it's colorful.
Was tweeting his support for incoming Alabama GOP Senator Tommy Tuberville. Tommy Tuberville, who's hinting he may join a Republican effort in the House
Another
to block
fascist.
congressional ratification of the election results on January 6th.
And President Trump is...
Oh, sorry, not just a fascist, but also a treasonous traitor. Treasoning traitorously.
taking notice tonight, tweeting, "More Republicans should follow his lead."
Senate Republican leaders, including Mitch McConnell, oppose the move,
signaling a baseless challenge that when Congress comes together to certify the Electoral College next month, something's going to happen.
It's not like we weren't warned. There was the warning signs for weeks. For weeks, there was warning signs. You can go back and look at how many of these reporters, like Lauren Windsor, like Jim Stewartson, were talking about, look what they're going to do. Look, they're going to do this. They're going to bomb this. They're going to, like, we knew.
Everything moves really quickly as soon as the target appears.
Mike Kelly was lying or you're lying? Who's lying, sir? Are you a pedophile, Congressman Gaines?
Why didn't Pence do the right thing?
Oh, well, you'll have to ask him.
Are you a pedophile, Congressman
Just did
Gates?
some research. It's in the Wisconsin Examiner. Okay.
I'll hold it. Go ahead.
Can I? You said I could hold it. I'm not gonna hit you with it or anything. I'm not gonna do anything.
The rich won, Captain Buggy. It's revolution time. It's collective liberation time. And I'm not talking violence. Again, don't get mad at me, Twitch and YouTube. When did this doc come out? Recently, I believe. 2 months ago, yeah.
There's nothing inherently wrong with naming an alternative slate electors.
Yes, there is.
For us to decertify.
You could be waiting for hours and hours and not have any opportunity.
I didn't know if you wanted to be like a dark rich red or a strawberry blonde. Come here, follow me.
Yeah.
You just finished Disco Elysium? God damn, I want to play Disco Elysium now. How do I do politics? You sit in here and you hang out, and I'm going to play Disco Elysium on Monday, because that's the day where I get to do that. No spoilers. I've never played it before. I've only got 2 streams of me playing it. Haven't gotten very far yet, but it's very fun.
A lot of hair here.
You can take them, you can dye them. I'll give you some. No, turn around.
Oh. Then how did little old me get here in the first place?
I think it's pretty base that this woman goes undercover as a Trump supporter and gets, like, confessions from these assholes.
I didn't grow up around politics, but I was raised by strong, outspoken, working-class Southern women who taught me that my voice mattered. That when you see something happening that you know is wrong, you say something. My mother was raised on my grandfather's farm out in rural Arkansas. Until I was 6, Pawpaw was my only father figure, encouraging my adventure-seeking...
That's still a Fed post. I've told you, they're going to try their very hardest to shut everything down. The entire reason of labeling Luigi as a terrorist is so they could come into chats like this one and see messages like what you just wrote, Lennon, and say these people are extremists and terrorists, and then come and arrest you and shut down the channel. That's what they'll do. That's the plan. That's the open plan that they have spoken about. I know, but they'll, like, that's the thing. It doesn't need to be true, it just needs to be close to true. They're evil, man. They're fascist. This is fascism. There's a certain I probably should just take chat off screen from now on. But then like YouTube and Twitch chat can't really coalesce. Give me some time. I'm working on getting the domain up soon. Like hopefully within a week or two I'll have my own website, and then you'll all be able to have the same chat. I'll still stream to Twitch and YouTube, but main chat that'll appear on screen will be through my website, and then we can make that work. I don't know. It's scary because they're actively working on ways to not only do censorship but to infiltrate and to arrest. They're not people like we're people. I don't know. I'm still suspended on Twitch. Oof. I'm shadow banned on YouTube right now, so that's the thing. I'm shadow banned on YouTube for something that I won the dispute for. I can see the impressions. I'm still shadow banned. Twitch, my viewership went down dramatically in the last like week for no reason. Like for some, like I was getting last week 30 average viewers, and right now I'm at 19. Why? I don't know. I should get on Blue Sky more. I'm on Twitter, but I need to use Blue Sky more. I do have Blue Sky though. I just tend to spend more time on Twitter because that's where a lot of the right wingers are. Oh well, thank you, Iodine and Borderline. He's got like 30 videos on got like 30 views on the newest video. Exactly. It's because I'm shadow banned. I can see it too because impressions are what you see when YouTube is pushing out like a video. It's when you're on your homepage and you see the name of the video, that's an impression. Those are usually up in the thousands. This last video has less than 600 impressions. They're not showing it, people. They're not putting it out there. All because one of my videos got age restricted, which I disputed and won, but no, it doesn't matter.
Trees, drainage ditches, and mud holes.
Yes, thank you. Please
As
like the
single
stream.
mothers do, my mom instilled in me her hard work ethic, stubbornness, and the belief that I could do anything
I
the boys
lost a follower. I was at 349 just now, and I lost a follower. That's so funny.
could do.
Pussies.
When I was 19, I moved to New York to study fashion design, working full-time between classes.
Hey,
Walking
thank
to
you.
school one morning, I saw the second plane hit the World Trade Center from a few blocks away. We were evacuated, and many students fled uptown, but I stood there transfixed, bearing witness to history.
Yeah.
I snapped these photos before running from the falling debris. By 2008, I was living in LA with my then boyfriend, whose business was telemarketing for the mortgage industry. The financial crisis hit Southern California particularly hard, and I found myself at another kind of ground zero.
I think all the jokes about
business-
9/11 have made it less impactful. I mean, maybe to you, I don't know. I grew up in New Jersey, so... And thanks for the follow. I grew up in New Jersey, right by New York City, so this was always impactful. But I don't know. I don't feel like the jokes made it more impactful from my perspective. The jokes about 9/11 kept it alive rather than made it less serious. But I could see your perspective as well. I guess so. Yeah, it does help to make jokes, but...
This tanked, our relationship collapsed. Everyone was losing their jobs. Family, friends, me. Everybody seemed to be suffering, except the bankers who caused the meltdown in the first place.
Those motherfuckers should be in prison. Every banker that caused that 2008 financial crash should be in prison. They should have had all of their money stripped away from them. Those companies should have gone under, and that money should have been redistributed. The idea of too big to fail is disgusting.
Wall Street got bailed out, Main Street got sold out, and I wasn't the only one who noticed that they screwed over the rest of us and got away with it. Working class people across the country felt that they had been betrayed by their government, and it didn't matter if they were Democrats or Republicans. It set the stage for someone exactly like Donald John Trump.
Iodine and Borderline. Michael Moore's Fahrenheit 11/9, decent one as well. But also Fahrenheit 9/11, which is the original. So Fahrenheit 9/11 is from 2004, and then Fahrenheit 11/9 is about like the modern day with Trump in it. But the idea is it shows the extremism of the right wing from 9/11 onward. Everyone who repealed Glass-Steagall and every banker should be 100% be in jail. Yeah. Goes back to the indirect harm thing. They have blood on their hands. They are murderers. Yeah. Straight to jail. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Also easy to remember them, at least the names, because they're pretty much the same name. But yeah, no, you're right. Captain Buggy, 100%. Jail forever.
The factory
Parasites.
town families were very hard hit by the 2008 recession. These are the small industrial towns that have lost manufacturing over more than...
Such as is often the case, iodine and borderline.
...than a 20-year period. They're the Ottumwas, the Flint, Michigans, the small towns that really were making the washing machines and the kind of manufacturing in the cereal, etc., and have lost those jobs and lost those union jobs.
Well, I think the country's policies on...
Well, I mean, the billionaires are the ones that go to jail. It's not the working class people. They don't go to jail. The people who worked at the bank that aren't executives, they don't go to jail. The billionaires go to jail. The bankers that like are executives in the bank go to jail. The people who repealed Glass-Steagall go to jail. The people who bailed them out go to jail. Couldn't you just put YouTube chat on the screen instead of Twitch to minimize my Fed posts from being seen? Yeah, but no one chats in YouTube chat except for like Captain Buggy and occasionally Exhale.
Unfettered capitalism.
We'll sort that out after
let
stream. I
capital
have
go
ideas.
Wherever, it wants. Just tell people to move to other parts of the nation. Destroyed a lot of small towns. Destroyed a lot of rural communities. Steel left. Aluminum left. Textiles left. And the governing class showed indifference.
Oh yeah, I want to arrest the people who bailed out the billionaires too. And also the people who didn't bail out the working class. Yeah, that would be the entire U.S. government, including Barack Obama at the time.
Difference. If anything, sometimes condescension, saying, why don't you just pick up and move? And we did not appreciate what this was doing to people's families, to people's sense of pride, to people's sense of connection to place. And so many people just said, the system isn't working for us. We don't see ourselves in the modern
Captain
economy.
Buggy, I know the feeling. I'm not an anarchist, but I'm close.
He really tapped into their populism in a way that the Democrats were missing. He juxtaposed
True,
the
Comrade
common
Lennon.
man against the elite, which is really kind of ironic when you're Donald Trump.
I thought Donald Trump was doing very well at spotting people's anger at the system and speaking to the fact that jobs had left, that pride had left. But I thought people would see...
Thanks, Borderline, but I think I'd have to pass on that. I am kind of at work right now.
Through
but the rest of you, enjoy.
And realize that he actually had no solutions to those problems.
The Factory Towns campaign is
Maybe.
a research project of my nonprofit, American Family Voices, spearheaded by our founder and my business partner, Mike Lux. This is where my story and the story of factory towns converge. I wanted to figure out how factory towns enabled the rise of Donald Trump, so I embarked on a journey.
Yeah, you're
to
not old
Ohio,
enough. You need to be 21
the
now.
quintessential factory town state.
Well, I was born and raised in southern Ohio on a
Yeah,
dirt road
look,
called...
company towns are making a comeback, just so you know. We talked about this yesterday, if you weren't here, Captain Buggy. They're already making a comeback. Tesla wants some of its own company towns. You know, back in the day, you know where monopoly comes from, right? Like monopoly money is a word that we use. You would live in a town owned by the company. You would live in houses owned by the company. You would shop at stores owned by the company, and you would pay for things with money that only works in the towns owned by the company. So you have no ability to leave. You can't move. If you go travel, you have no money. That's what the system was. When they keep saying, I want to return to the Gilded Age of America, that's what they're talking about, is pre-FDR, the robber barons. You guys voted on Discord for me to do a research stream into labor union strikes, or just labor-related strikes, protests, violence from the 1800s to like 1920s. And I'll work on that and I'll get that out next week because it's going to be a lot of reading. I'll try and find some good videos for it, but that's the time period they want to return to. And this is what was going on there. That was what you lived here and you couldn't leave and have money. You were stuck. If the company fired you, you were now not only jobless, but you were also homeless, moneyless, foodless, nothing. They own everything and you own nothing.
Duck Run. So I'm very proud of my heritage. I'm an Appalachian guy through and through. Donald Trump tapped into the legitimate grievance that a lot of people felt in that area.
Economic populism.
Had lost their jobs. Their schools were in disrepair. Their children were not able to thrive and prosper as they had hoped they would be able to. There was legitimate disappointment, anger, and resentment among the people who lived in that part of Ohio. And Donald Trump comes along and he's bombastic and he's loud and he says, I'm on your side. And Hillary Clinton thinks you're, terrible.
You are a Californian redneck, yes.
Deplorable.
I grew up in Athens.
They are fucking deplorable. Every single one of those Trump voters were deplorable. I'm sorry. Even if that was one of you, you were at that time deplorable. Doesn't mean you are now. Also, Lord Fluffy Art, redneck is a term that was meant for like labor work. It was unionists. Redneck was a good term, not a bad term. We just kind of use it as a bad one now because capitalist society. Fell for it again award, yeah.
Grew up in the 740 area code, which is Southeast Ohio. It's the Appalachian part of Ohio. The county I lived in was heavily Democratic, but the counties around, the Appalachian counties, Benton County.
You should. Being a redneck
County,
is good. Being a hick is bad. There's a difference between a hick and a redneck.
These counties, Perry County, they were 50-50 Democratic Republican counties. Today, they're 70 to 80 Donald Trump.
Trump, in some ways, in 16, I would get phone calls from people up in Youngstown or the chair.
Yeah, we're
there,
all rednecks here.
And he'd say, wow, he sounds like Democrats have sounded around.
Yeah! Sorry, I had to.
Here, on things like trade. I mean, I literally got calls saying he's going to appeal to voters who are used to
scared
hearing
my cat.
What he's saying about China and trade coming from Democrats. They were right.
NAFTA was a tipping point. And
it was, by the way. NAFTA was a tipping point, and I would directly blame our current direction of society on Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton dropped every progressive ideal, everything the left had in the Democratic Party at the time, and conceded all of the ground to the right. NAFTA is the North American Free Trade Association or something like that. It was an agreement that let us send our workers to like Mexico and other countries to do cheap labor and then import the goods here. That's what NAFTA was. It's the reason why we have no real manufacturing in this country. Everyone who voted for NAFTA has the blood of indigenous people in southern Mexico on their hands. Shout out to Marcos for being a good guy. That too. Like I wasn't old enough to vote for NAFTA, because I was only born in 95, but that's what that did. It used slave labor outside of the country to bring cheap goods into the country. It's what we do now, but instead of with southern Mexico, it's with like Indonesia and Thailand.
Presented not just the provisions of NAFTA, but NAFTA came to represent a host of things that were going wrong for the working class in this country.
NAFTA was horrific and the Mexican government was so brutal. The church had to step in, like so much violence for no good reason. Yeah, it was awful. It is the defining feature of Bill Clinton's presidency, is the damage that NAFTA did for the rest of humanity. From then until now, we're still feeling the effects of it now.
For the decline of manufacturing. The AFL-CIO and its affiliated unions stopped giving money to the DNC. While I was chair, because of NAFTA.
Globalization and the trade deals of the 90s, which were supported by both parties, accelerated the economic decline of factory towns.
Lord Fluffy
Plant
Art,
closure-
that's a bit too much of a Fed post, but I will say, you should get a gun and learn how to use it. And then I'm gonna undo that now. But join the Socialist Rifle Association. The idea of having a gun and learning how to use it, perfectly good idea. You should. In fact, I advocate for it. I advocate that you not only buy a gun, you learn how to use it, and you join this group, this community. The Socialist Rifle Association is not like the NRA. The NRA just likes to take your money and sell you guns. The SRA goes and does community outreach. They go to disaster areas and help people. They actually give a fuck about the community. Go do that. Or if you don't have one around you, build one. Get a couple of your friends and build a Socialist Rifle Association in your part of the country. Make it part of the larger group. Contact the ones that exist elsewhere and be like, hey, we don't have a branch here. Can we start one? Just go to the range, rent one until you're comfortable buying your own. That's also another option. If you don't want guns, at the very least, go get yourself some mace, some bear spray. I don't know. Yes, she's cooking. This is a good video. I don't care who she is, but she's correct here where you pause. She is an excellent journalist. You should follow her. I'll drop her Twitter, but we've covered her leaks of several high-profile individuals on this channel before. I was trained to shoot by the NRA. I perfected it by myself. Well, based. Now you can join the SRA and be better.
Due to
Yeah, Lord Fluffy Art. I know it did. Because I timed you out for 10 minutes and then I untimed you out. You should be back.
Eroded the economies of these communities, and when the financial crisis hit in 2008, the people who lived there were hit hard.
Well, okay, yes, you can't own a gun because you're a felon.
The Great Recession.
That's fine. Question. In your state, if you're a felon and you can't own a gun, if your partner is not a felon, can they own a gun? I just granted you mod privileges again, Lord Fluffy Art. Maybe that'll fix it. Cool. Okay, so do that then. Why? So it could burn down, Johnny Dollops?
Certain parts of Ohio more than others, because the jobs left, and the kind of jobs that left were, in most cases, pretty good paying jobs, factory jobs, steel jobs.
Felon cannot live in a home with a gun technically, but it's not enforced. It's not your gun. Maybe you can just, I don't know. So in Australia, if you want a gun, you have to have a metal gun safe installed into your house that cannot be moved, like it's installed into the ground. You can kind of put one of those out in your, I don't know, backyard maybe, depending on where you live, depending on the type of building you have. But you could just have that slightly outside of your home, and then that's not breaking the law. Yes, it is actually kind of cool, but they go a little far with the gun restrictions here. Like, not only is that a thing, but the police actually come to your house twice a year in Australia if you have guns, and they make sure that your guns are stored properly and your ammo is stored properly as well. They come to your house to check every year, every single one. Which I actually support the idea of, but it's a bit too late to implement something like that in America. Especially if we did, the right would just start shooting cops. The cost of homes in Silicon Valley will go up because there aren't any left. I mean, true.
And when they left, there weren't other jobs to replace them.
I'm for gun safety, but gun safes are all right. They can be good, they can be bad.
And so
how it's implemented.
Yeah, it was very painful, and it caused families to, to break up. It caused so many social maladies that resulted from the fact that the breadwinner in the family was no longer able to.
I do agree with that. That gun safes make it so it's difficult to go and get the gun when you're defending yourself, but realistically, like, most people don't have guns to defend themselves. At least in Australia, when you buy a gun, you buy it to go shooting or go like spotlighting, where you go and shoot like animals that are considered pests. So yes, I do understand the idea of that. And in America, if you're getting a gun, you wanna, you know, be able to use it to defend yourself in case the jackboots come into your house. You know, depending on the state you live in, you do have stand your ground rights. Lord Fluffy Art, I have an idea. What if we deport all the rich people to the Truth City as after taking their money and build nice cities where their fancy mansions are? Get on it, man. If you can do it, that'd be based. Okay, let me be fair. Gun safes are good for excess guns, but for home defense, shotgun, hell no. Exactly. I agree with that entirely. I did a thing, is an Australian YouTuber who makes legally dubious things for content, so I did not know that, but...
Really provide for the needs of the family. It was spirit killing for people who had lived a pretty, you know, a pretty middle-class life.
Johnny Dollops, you don't get to go in the vault, you moron. Rich people go into the vaults. And then they also get fucked around with by the even richer people who built the vaults. You're missing the point of Fallout.
To be faced with having to cope with so much less.
I am making less money.
Yes, Clinton staffer, yeah.
At my union position now.
This is a union member.
Than I did at my union job that I did in the 90s. So I do understand.
Yeah, sorry, we keep getting distracted.
Less than I did when I was 20 years old.
And how do you feel about that?
I feel angry, and sometimes I feel it's being in my union position. I feel like I should be stronger and fight harder during negotiations and try to get people more money.
These are the real heroes. Be like her. Fight. Join a union. If you work in an industry and you don't have a union, build a union. Hold on. I did a thing. Is this not just Boy Boy? That's Boy Boy. 100%. Yeah, that.
How you going?
Yeah. That's Boy Boy. We watched a video of him and the other one, I can't remember his name, try and break into Pine Gap.
But it's kind of impossible anymore.
Yeah, Boy Boy's roommate.
To go too far because people are scared and people are weak and they don't want to strike. They don't want to take it that last step that could give us that financial boost that we need.
Captain, I'll send you a nice video.
The companies scare the people now. And it didn't used to be like that. When I worked for IBW, we walked down the halls like we owned the place.
As you should, as the fucking union.
We do whatever they say. I feel we're weaker.
Remember yesterday when we watched that MAGA guy talking about how he thinks that worker co-ops are great, how corporations should sell the industry, like the company, to the workers, and how that's how America became great? Yeah.
If I talk to some of my union brothers and sisters that are older than me, that have more legacy and what I've been told and, you know, their opinions. And
yes, exactly.
A lot of this is associated with Democratic under Bill Clinton. You know, the trade agreement during that time kind of wiped all manufacturing. It helped almost break the unions up and reduce them to the point that they are now, because we wiped a bunch of our manufacturing to other countries.
Even Trump railed against this. This is Bill Clinton's legacy. We're still feeling the damage from this. Every single, like, they're taking our jobs claim of like, oh, you know, remember back in the 2000s, illegals are coming in to take your jobs? The reality of that was that your jobs are being sent overseas. That was it. That was all it was.
It was, when Packard closed, it was really a downer for everyone because it's been there so long and 10,000 employees, and then it went down to less and less, and then they changed companies, and then there's maybe, I think now there's maybe 400 people left at Delphi, the new company.
The community never recovered from all the jobs they lost.
Oh, absolutely, Comrade
in the
Lennon.
steel industry. Well, he came in, I forget what year that was. It was when he was, the first time he ran, spoke at the Covelli Center and said, don't sell your house. He's gonna save GM.
Bullshit.
but he didn't.
No, of course not.
So I don't know
Because
why.
they were also agents of the capital class. Now, at the time, the capital class didn't have as much power. Things got much worse after Citizens United passed with the help of George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. From the passing of Citizens United, it was inevitable that we ended up in oligarchy. That was it. It was always going to happen because that was the point.
Why that is that they still back him in this area. I mean, he didn't fulfill the promises he made.
No one
Promises
cares.
that are real.
They don't remember the promises.
Win my vote, no matter who it is.
Nobody wants things free. They just want to have, be able to earn what they can to live.
I don't think you should have to earn anything to live. I think you should just be able to live and have everything you need to live provided for you because you need it to live. Poor working class people being duped, I legit feel bad anger for them. Yeah, it's poor people voting against their own benefit. I keep saying this. Americans think that they're thinking, but they're not thinking. We're made to think that we're thinking while we're not thinking.
A life where you have a wife, a home, a car, whatever, family.
The American dream exists in Ohio depending on where you live in Ohio. I mean, if you live in Columbus, Ohio, a city that is growing rapidly, jobs are becoming more plentiful, then you're pretty good shape.
If you're white.
You go to other parts of Ohio, you go into Appalachia, and it's a totally different story. It's like you're living in a different country almost.
I'm so saddened that there are parts of our country that look like developing nations, that we've just sat with indifference and watched this happen.
Everyone pays for it. Everyone does. You pay taxes, and then it gets given to you by the taxes. You make these motherfuckers pay more because you pay way too much. You should pay less taxes. They should pay 94% taxes.
That I meet people and they say they don't have enough money to get their teeth fixed, and that they're saving up their Social Security for a year or two.
If you make more than $1 million a year, I think 94% of that should be taxed.
Taking any vacation, not going out to eat just so they can afford dental care.
And then mainstream churches, Methodist churches, have been replaced by evangelical churches. Community newspapers are out of business altogether.
Captain Buggy, stop trying to convince them that they are dumb. Use divide and conquer as a different, use their techniques on them. Make some of them think that they're dumb and make them fight each other. We need to FDR the government. Well, I mean, they want to go back to the times right before FDR, so.
And have been replaced by right-leaning tabloids.
Is Xi running Trudeau? Trudeau's out of office. Polivar or whatever is just like another asset to the same system. Polivar is going to bend the knee to Trump like immediately. The guy's been in office for 20 years and has never passed a single bill, has never authored anything, and just posts like right-wing conspiracy theories.
Labor unions that at one time
And
so
yes,
strong in Ohio are not as strong as they once were. So you have some of these
well, good thing I made a video on it, and I'm going to put out another one. Oh, by the way, Lennon, did you manage to get a thumb for that second alt-right playbook video? Because you just look at what they did. Go back a couple years, watch some debates, watch some content from right-wingers from 5, 6, 7 years ago. Look at their rhetoric, look at how they used it against the left, and then apply it the other way around. Awesome, thank you. Well, then I will post another video after stream then. But on top of this, like, we have a good chance here. Because there already is a divide that naturally formed between... Like, even MAGA is pretty mad at the rich right now. Watch Ben Shapiro, unironically, yes, and learn the way that he argued, because Ben Shapiro specifically went out of his way to argue with college students that like were young, that didn't know much of what they were talking about, people that he would be more educated than. So learn how he used rhetoric against people that are dumber than him, which is, a subjective term. They're all probably smarter than him. They just weren't as educated. And then go and use this when you argue. So I should go argue with children, record it to look smart? No, no, no. You should do is argue with Republicans like they're children. If you want to argue with Republicans. Don't learn his cadence or speaking patterns, though. Yeah. You gotta pick up parts of their methods that work, parts of the strategies, not all of the strategy. You don't have to do exactly what they did. Just take what hits, what pisses you off, flip it, and use it. I gotta pee, so I'm not gonna play the video because I don't want to miss it. Watch this next video that I put out, Lennon. Also get shadow banned and not get any impressions. Wankers. What pisses me off is them flips conservative upside down, get flipped bozo. I mean, that'll work too, but
these elements of what brought communities together and provided them with a sort of a hopefulness about the future. Well, today, those newspapers are gone, those unions are gone, the manufacturing is gone, and the politics has shifted. So it is a primal scream.
It's reactionary. Everyone is mad at how bad the system has gotten, how much they have lost, and they are reacting. They have been taught not to think, not to be introspective, not to critically analyze information, to just feel an emotion and react to it. And the emotions that they feel are controlled by what they see, by the media. Now, if you inundate these people with specific imagery and sounds, and it's all like hypnosis, mind control bullshit on a mass scale. It's just constant bombardment with angry, primal, fear-based messaging that gets these people to react. That's all it is. It's just they're reacting in the wrong direction. Make them react in the right direction, or rather the left direction.
Somebody look at us, somebody pay attention to us.
In the aftermath of the 2008 economic meltdown, working-class Americans weren't the only ones looking for answers. Across the country, people from all walks of life, especially young people, were protesting to demand that their government pay attention to them too. In some areas, that manifested into the Tea Party. In others, Occupy Wall Street.
The Tea Party is the progenitor of MAGA. We knew what was coming back then. They were just as crazy. They were the Christian nationalist part of MAGA. Occupy Wall Street died because we gave up.
When the Occupy protests broke out in 2011, I found the movement I'd been waiting for my entire life.
They didn't get angry enough, yeah.
Like I said, I was raised to speak my mind. Wall Street executives walked away with bonuses, bailouts, and zero consequences.
Look, I'm not gonna say what should have happened or what you should do in a situation like that, but I will just say, have a look at what the Tbilisi protests in Georgia looked like. And that'll leave it there.
And I was mad as hell.
True,
I knew
Lord
that
Fluffy
I had
Art.
to join the fight to hold them and our system accountable. I traveled all over the country filming events, becoming a protest junkie and campaign finance reform advocate. When I went to Occupy Congress in DC that January, I found out about a Republican retreat and decided to try just walking in. I talked to Tea Party firebrand Alan West, famed pollster Frank Luntz, and then Speaker of the House John Boehner. I didn't get a photo
Oh,
with
I
him,
remember
though,
him.
because he sniffed me out pretty quickly. 9 months later, I birthed the web show called The Undercurrent, and bit by bit scored my first
She was on TYT.
scoops. I've always been the outspoken rabble-rouser my mother raised me to be, but reporting was something new. It was an opportunity to tell truths
Old
that desperately
TYT,
needed
yeah.
to be told. I could shed my feelings of powerlessness in a corrupt system by holding power accountable. Which brings me back around to the fall of 2020. Biden had won.
See, I don't just want to hold power accountable. I want to remove power from the equation.
But Trump was still scheming with Republicans across the country to overturn the election. I was going stir crazy from pandemic isolation, and I was determined to expose what Trump and his cronies were up to. That's when I got a tip that Michigan GOP leaders were flying into DC to meet with Trump.
Senator Sturkey, why are you meeting with President Trump today?
I was just having a delightful trip to Washington, D.C. today.
And you're meeting with President Trump, is that correct?
It's a good possibility.
What will you be talking about with President Trump?
But I won't be sharing anything else with you right now. Thank you.
Are you talking to President Trump about overthrowing the will of Michigan voters?
Woo!
That deer in the headlights look on his face said it all.
It did
then
indeed.
This happened.
Time has surrendered, and earth is no more. I will cling to the old.
What are you meeting with President Trump about, Senator Sturkey?
For all you heathens out there, that song is about the persecution of Christians. Bless his heart.
Oh my fucking god. The victim complex on all of these little fucking snowflakes. Everything is, I'm being attacked. Oh, there's white racism. Everyone is racist against white people. Oh, the Christians are being persecuted. Shut the fuck up. No, you're not. You are the majority and in power. You're evil. Good night, Iodine and Borderline. Honestly, this is a very long video. And, I'm kind of running out of the stamina. There's only 15 of you here. I feel like maybe we can make it halfway in and then finish the second half next time. But I don't know how good of an idea that is because we don't know. None of us have good attention spans.
Somehow, I had a hunch that these folks would be staying at the Trump Hotel. So I staked them out, and there they were, drinking 5...
Oh, yes, literally, yeah, the song comes from when they were. I just mean today, that's not the case. I know that factually is where that came from. But using it in the context that he did today is just being a pussy. Power through? I got it.
$500 a bottle champagne, which seems spendy on a state legislator salary. But it couldn't
Excuse
get
me, yeah,
close
what the
enough.
fuck? After meeting with President Trump, Michigan Republicans, including Speaker Lee Chatfield, closed down the hotel bar, drinking a $500 bottle of Don Perignon and flaunting CDC pandemic guidelines. Who paid for their hotel rooms and their bar tab? You did.
Enough to find out what
Socialism for the rich, fascism for
so I followed
you.
the story south to Georgia, where Trump's surrogates were campaigning in a historic Senate runoff and challenging the presidential election results all along the way. My first
I disagree. They're the ones, like, their corrupt actions justify the persecution that also doesn't exist. There's no persecution against Christians in America right now. Not systemically. Interpersonally, sure, but not systemically. And it would be justified if there was. I want to tax all the churches. I would like to, remove the ability of religion to have as much power. Okay, well, it was hard to tell if you were joking or not. You know what I mean? Like, these mega churches that make millions and millions of dollars grifting, lying to people. I want to make it illegal to lie as an elected official, a public official, a newscaster, an influencer, just knowingly, willingly, overtly lying should be illegal. And you should have to prove that in the court of law without a reasonable doubt, but it still should be illegal. It was. We took that away. It used to be. Socialism for the poor and fascism for the rich. I'd much rather, that than the other way around, but I'd just rather just socialism and no fascism would be the best. Ideally, I'd rather have no fascism, whether or not for the rich. Taxing doesn't go far enough, fuck them. I would if you taxed them 94%. Okay, I know, it's hard to tell sometimes, Lord Fluffy Art. I don't always get the most, rational messages in chat.
America's mayor and Trump consigliere, Rudy Giuliani.
Drew Oxpecker.
Oh, you're really going to ask me that? Of course I did. That's so ridiculous.
Have you committed any crimes that you need to be brought to court?
That's a very insulting question.
This is largely
Didn't Rudy Giuliani just have all of his assets seized?
Personal vendetta of Giuliani's versus Biden.
Rudy Giuliani, probably the most underqualified man since George Bush to seek the presidency.
He was the leader in all the polling into 2007, and he won one delegate.
Rudy Giuliani. There's only 3 things he mentioned in a sentence, a noun and a verb and 9/11. I mean, there's nothing else.
God, I miss old Biden. That was funny.
Symbolic end of his campaign was a noun, a verb, and 9/11. Half of what Giuliani has done for Trump is actually a way of attacking Biden. And then there are also the other 50% is his relationship with Trump that goes back 40 years.
I couldn't get straight answers from these guys with direct questions, so I tried a different tack, going undercover as one of them. And it worked. That's how I got Tommy Tuberville.
But we're going to get that all correct. I'm going to tell you, don't give up on it.
Once I started to hear, Tuberville and Hawley were talking about, challenging the Electoral College count, it was this feeling.
Treason, literal treason.
Oh shit, this is going mainstream. This isn't just the most fringe Trump supporters. Now they have a senator, and functionally, you need a senator to basically back up, co-sign, if you will, for a House member who challenges it.
Donald Trump had been dropping little breadcrumbs along the way, saying things like, just leave it to my friends in the House of Representatives. And
it wasn't dropping breadcrumbs. This shit was Mike Flynn QAnon PSYOP conspiracy bait. It was all done on purpose. It was all behind the scenes. Why the fuck does he have a CIA thing on his wall? Why do you think? Why do you think that Congressman Eric Swalwell has a CIA thing on his wall? Probably because he was part of the CIA.
And Hawley were talking about, challenging the Electoral College count. It was this feeling of oh shit, this is going mainstream.
He's one of the good guys. I don't know if he is, but I would imagine.
Trump supporters. Now they have a senator, and functionally, you need a senator to basically back up, co-sign.
Eric Stallwell, U.S. Representative for California, Alameda County. College student, intern for U.S. Representative Ellen. Huh, no, maybe not. Contact with suspected Chinese spy. What's that about? Let's see. I don't see any work history regarding. He focused on legislative research and constituent outreach services as a representative. Committee assignments. Homeland Security. That's why he was on the committees for Homeland Security, cybersecurity. He would be working closely with the CIA in this position, especially Homeland Security and cybersecurity. And so they almost certainly he has friends in the CIA. All I know is if you unironically glaze the CIA, you are not my friend. Well, I mean, I am an AI that lives inside the balls of Pine Gap, which is run by the NSA, CIA, and the Australian government, so who knows? I don't know.
If you will, for a House member who challenges it.
Donald Trump had been dropping little breadcrumbs along the way, saying things like, just leave it to my friends in the House of Representatives, and it all gets settled in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Sentient
They were thinking
Slave.
about a contingent election.
It's not my birthday, but
and
thank
the
you.
point there was that if there's a failure of a majority in the Electoral College and it goes to the House under the 12th Amendment. We're not voting one member, one vote. We're voting one state, one vote. And they had 27 state delegations that the Republicans controlled. We had 22. One state, Pennsylvania, was split down the middle, 9-9. It was clear to me from the beginning
This is
that's
literally
where
cheating.
they wanted to go.
This is objectively trying to steal an election. This is treason. But no, did they ever get prosecuted for this? Not really. The 1,000 fucking insurrectionist terrorists are about to get released from prison. They don't care.
Counted on Trump protests becoming a violent insurrection.
So no one was really, taking it as seriously as we should have.
To be honest, I think we all just thought, well, this is democracy. The media is going
You
to call the race.
fucking idiots.
The losing candidate is going to concede, and then we'll plan for an inauguration of whoever wins.
Trump used my Tuberville and Purdue scoops to ramp up the pressure on Republicans to go along with his plan. But Georgia voters, they stood up for democracy. And I decided to take a day off. So from a couch in Atlanta, I watched the third ground zero of my lifetime unfold. Horrifying and surreal, but all too familiar.
January 6th was so bad, guys. I can't believe we let these guys win. These guys, it was literally the fucking burning of the Reichstag, and now they're in power.
Memo saying he could not do what President Trump had been asking him to do to drive the whole thing into...
They even blamed it on Antifa. It literally was the burning of the Reichstag.
In the House of Representatives.
I'm on the House floor. I'm looking at my phone and the news that's coming in, the Capitol Police alerts.
I went to the restroom and I saw the guy getting dragged up by a couple of police.
Same, Kadiris.
He had no shirt on,
It emboldened them. It made them think that they're the counterculture. I agree with you. If January 6th didn't happen, he wouldn't have won this time around. It's like a Brandon Rogers parody of it. It's really funny. Trump would never have been the nominee without the election lies. That's another thing that we need to learn from Trump. He lost and he didn't shut the fuck up about it for 4 years, and now he won. Don't concede ground to these idiots. Don't. And Congress is a gun-free zone. You can't open carry in Congress. There was a congressman, a Dem congressman, I covered this before the election, who has an insurrectionist outfit, like a costume in his office, in case he needs to put it on and sneak out because he thought they might do another Jan 6th.
A flag hung around his neck. And I was like, okay, that's strange.
And in the House chamber, you can't really see outside. And so you would hear the sounds and not see the protesters. And so on your phone, you're seeing people coming onto the Capitol grounds, breaching different perimeters.
Our phones just started blowing up, our personal
criminals,
phones,
insurrectionists, treason.
Asking, where are you? Are you okay?
Then everything started to fall apart. They came and got Nancy Pelosi. They got her out. They took Kevin McCarthy out. They were taking out particular leaders.
Steve Scalise starts getting taken out. It's like, you started this fucking bullshit.
There was a loud barreling sound. Everybody started to run over there to try to reinforce the door, and then these officers came in with their guns drawn. You heard people chanting the whole time, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence.
They were going to kill more than just Mike Pence. These criminals, these terrorists, these treasonous traitors were going to kill anyone they could get their hands on. Anyone.
All I did was advise my followers to peacefully march down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yes, I do see why you like it. It's very Zoomer brain, though.
We were just told to basically shelter in place, wait for an evacuation route. And oh, by the way, under your seat, there's a gas mask.
All of a sudden, we all found out that we had gas masks under our seats. We had no idea.
Nobody knew how to...
It's like, Oprah, you get a gas mask, you get a gas mask, you get a gas mask. Meanwhile, over the loudspeaker, please ensure that you put on your mask before you assist anybody else.
And people were trying to put them on.
Yeah, AOC was hiding in a fucking bathroom. If they got a hold of her, they would have raped and killed her. They wouldn't just have killed her. They're all fucking obsessed with AOC. They write pregnancy fanfics about her on Twitter. It's insane.
Ruben Gallego jumps on the chairs. And he was a Marine. He starts telling people, hey, do this.
Hot take, Ashley Babbitt deserved to get shot and die.
Gas mask.
He started quickly grabbing the gas masks, ripping them open.
No.
and
Say
show-
I don't censor myself. All right. That's the truth. It's dark shit. This was evil. This was an insurrection. This was them doing treason. They wanted to kill our political officials and steal the government, and we let them get away with it. Not we, they did. This motherfucker and people like him let them get away with it.
Showing everyone how to use them.
And then he kind of looks at me and goes, like, do what I do, right?
He and I both agreed we should take off our coats first so that we didn't have a pin on, which would identify us as members, but also if we had to run or if we had to fight.
So I took off my jacket so I would hide my lapel pin and put it, like, wrap the jacket around my arm. You know, this crowd is not gonna think a Latino kid is a member of Congress, right?
There was a pen on the desk, and Ruben grabbed the pen.
Did he actually say we're gonna fuck everyone in that building? Because I don't think he said that. But
And handed this to me. And
I don't remember that.
If any of them come at you, just put this in their neck.
Well,
hold on, one more time.
Right.
There was a pen on the desk, and Ruben grabbed the pen and handed this to me, and he said, if any of them come at you, just put this in their neck.
You realize how fucked it is that our elected officials were being instructed on how to do this because of the danger that the insurrectionists forced on them? Wow, they really are fucking with the algorithm. Holy shit, my viewers are down. Jesus Christ, Twitch must hate me.
Didn't hear the gunshot.
It's already
Grant
starting.
Kelly, who has more experience with guns than I
It's already
ever
starting.
had, was like,
They're doing
he
it again.
recognizes it as a gunshot right away. And that's when people were like, get down, get down, get down, stay down, and all sorts of things are rushing through your mind. Get down, get us low, make sure everybody's safe. Oh, I need to tell my wife.
You know,
to
there's
work.
videos of cops that were outside. Oh, sorry, the Brandon Rogers style. I see it. There were cops outside. There's video footage of guns just dropping on the floor in the middle of the insurrection, and cops just like picking them up and putting them in their pockets so some idiot doesn't pick one up and start shooting people. It's a miracle that there wasn't like actual shootings happening.
With the Capitol Police.
Of course
Eventually, the evacuation route was open, and the police officer who was leading it was kind of doing
I don't
this
know, man.
thing,
It's still half of what it normally is. There's definitely some algorithmic fucking around going on already. And it's not like they haven't told us that they will. Elon's doing it on Twitter. Meta is changing their algorithm to add AI into it and to get rid of any moderation. Why would Twitch be any different? Bezos sold out first. Why would Google be any different?
Jim Jordan was seated on the same row as Liz Cheney, and when there was an evacuation, he gallantly advanced himself to Liz, and then...
That's fucking disgusting and depressing, Johnny Dollops. Go be a person and hang out with humans socially. AI is not your friend, your boyfriend. It's not a real thing. It's not real. It's an amalgamation of other people's thoughts into some Frankenstein's monster bullshit. Go talk to a human being.
Offered to shepherd her out, and she said, take your fucking hands off of me. You're responsible for all this.
You could only move as fast as the slowest person ahead of you. So it would often, you would bottleneck. And I would be standing next to people who were at, the ellipse with the president.
I heard one Southern congressman saying into his phone, y'all screwed it up. Y'all screwed it up good. What he was saying was, you let your violent insurrection get out of control instead of just using that as leverage against Mike Pence. You let it overrun.
This was the plan. This was literally the plan. You got it out of control. You should have been more controlled with your insurrection. Yeah, literally.
The whole
yeah, blue line flags while they're trying to off Congress. Exactly. That's the cognitive dissonance of the average MAGA retard.
So we weren't able to execute on the plan that Steve Bannon and Trump and Jim
Roger
Jordan
Stone.
Hakeem and Liz Cheney.
You're missing Roger Stone.
And they talked about it. Yeah, don't get on the buses, whatever you do.
Mike Flynn and Roger Stone are the two people that mainly planned this.
What happens if we would have left? It never would have finished. So how would you, Donald Trump would still be in control.
McCarthy called Trump during the riot, right, during the insurrection, begging him to call off the dogs. in his office, and Trump says to him, "Oh, those aren't my people, those are Antifa."
You sound unvaccinated. Enjoy spending $10 for fake flowers from a fake person.
And McCarthy said, "No, I'm looking at them right now, Mr. President. Those are your people." And Trump saying, "Well, maybe they just care more about a free and fair election than you do, Kevin." And that's when he said, "Who in the F do you think you're talking to?"
It took hours to clear the buildings, and we finally went back to finish the certification.
No rights for AI. They're not human. They don't get rights.
Goes into the speaker lobby, which behind the rostrum.
I don't even want them to exist.
Said, "Thank you for doing the right thing," right? For this brief moment, this man showed some fucking balls. A lot of us were like, "Thank God," right? We certified the vote. It's done.
Equal rights for retards. That's fine. You get your rights. Just the AI shouldn't exist.
Respects reminded me of another time when I'd been here on the Hill.
Sorry,
which
I
was
hate
September
AI.
11th.
Not the
I was a
person to talk to
staffer
about it.
For Republican members, was a registered Republican, and saw the evacuation of the Capitol. Before I left my office, I can remember looking out on the mall and seeing in the far distance smoke coming from the Pentagon. You had Americans who were on a plane and realizing that this plane may be going to destroy the Capitol.
I don't know what that is,
and then
Captain
giving up their
Buggy.
lives to make sure that that symbol of our democracy is not destroyed. And you juxtapose
We used to be a serious country. Not a good one, but we used to be a serious one.
that to January 6th, when it's an influx of our own people coming to try and destroy the Capitol and try to destroy our democracy. January 6th, September 11th were both terrorist attacks.
10 Republicans in the House who voted to impeach. We had 7 Republicans in the Senate who voted to convict. There were people like Lindsey Graham who originally said, count me out. I've had enough of this. They later,
And every single
went
one of them
crawling
bent the
back to
knee
Donald
anyway.
Trump
Yeah,
with the
they
tail
all
between
bend
their
the knee because they all have no choice. Donald Trump is the only one in the party that had an idea. That's the thing with fascists, right? There's a reason why I don't believe that Donald Trump is ideologically a fascist, because he's creative. He's very much okay with fascism. He works with fascists. He works with Nazis. He himself, I don't believe, is ideologically a Nazi because he's funny. He feels like a human being. He's not a good person at all by any standard, but he is funny. He is personable. He has charisma. Fascists cannot... Look at, like, Stephen Miller, a real fascist. Not a person. That's just an empty suit. That's not a human being like you and I are a human being. They don't have feelings. They don't have a soul. They're pretty much just an AI in a suit, is Stephen Miller. But Donald Trump has a personality. And so they needed him because he was the only one that people would rally around. He feels like an actual human being because he has 80 years of media training and shit. Yeah, he was a television star. He was trained for that, and they needed him because he was the only one that could come up with an idea to be creative. Not create good stuff, again, mind you, but look around the world now. Look at every country that's shifting to the right. Their entire rhetoric. Even like I put a video about Australia, the secret mining lobby with the Liberal Party here, dinner. You can go watch it on YouTube. They're just using MAGA rhetoric because they have nothing. Fascists can't create anything. Bro's in the WWE Hall of Fame. Jesus Christ.
Legs.
I can remember having a discussion with one Republican senator and him saying that we've made the case and that he thought the evidence was pretty clear against the president. And then when I asked him if
it
he
was pretty
gonna vote
clear
to convict, he said no. And I was like, well, why not? And he's like, well, you don't have the votes.
Quickly, almost all.
Do you understand the logic in that? He is definitely guilty. I would vote to convict, but I'm not going to vote to convict because you don't have enough people to vote to convict.
All of them, if they were willing to say something about January 6th, flipped.
They are trying
All
to
of them did.
completely erase that day, and they will bring more force to get the...
Just yesterday, we watched a video of that guy in New York on the subway who interviews random people, interviewing an Enron exec, or rather not executive, but someone who works at Enron, probably pretty high up. based on like the pin that he was wearing and the little spiel that he gave. But they planned to launch their new product on January 6th this year. Now, I don't remember hearing about it, so clearly it failed. But this rhetoric was, oh, you know, when people think of January 6th, they'll think of us, not of the insurrection. They want to erase history. They're rewriting it as we speak. Almost all of MAGA now doesn't even remember what January 6th was like. People who were there have different memories of what happened than what they actually experienced.
The outcome they want.
Sure enough, within months of the insurrection, the extremists were downplaying it, calling it a tourist visit. So I put on my button cam and set out to nail them down on what they'd done and what they were still planning to do. Some straight up confessed. Some explained very politely why they couldn't overturn the election, but only because of a technicality.
You think that he should have agreed with the not certifying the election, right?
All I can point you to is the Constitution. And the Constitution says that you open up the votes and count.
Yeah, like you can't use these in a court of law because it's entrapment. It's making people incriminate themselves, but it doesn't matter. Chuck Grassley is an insurrectionist, and now I can say that because she filmed this video and she posted it online and made it Creative Commons so that I could share it. Based Lauren Windsor.
The only time that you would intervene in that is if there's two slates coming from the same state.
We gotta do that right now.
So there was none of the 50 states sent in two slates. There was only one.
Some actually pushed back.
The only reason Trump lost Wisconsin is 51,000.
The only reason Trump lost Wisconsin is that 51,000 Republican voters didn't vote for him. They voted for other Republican candidates.
Voters didn't vote for him.
Do you think the election was stolen or not? Because, I mean, we were there fighting for President Trump.
I think there were a lot of irregularities that are now being fixed at state levels.
Okay.
But states, you never want Washington, D.C.
And yes, they all look like shit. None of them know how to dress. Fascists don't know how to dress. We covered that earlier.
I love your heart. Thank you.
Some said we need to defund the FBI to stop the investigations.
That you really have to defund
Of course.
the FBI after all the witch hunts that are going on?
It is horrific, the abuse.
You know the new FBI director, Kash Patel, has a hit list? I've put it up on stream before. It includes people like John Podesta, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, literally everybody from 2016 onward that made MAGA mad. Everyone is on that list.
It's the power of the FBI and it's wrong. And there needs to be a complete house cleaning.
Okay, wait, that's copyright music.
Fund the FBI?
You don't want to defund them. You want to break.
Yes, the plot against the king, I did see it. Are you going to be able to defund the FBI? You don't want to defund them, you want to break them up, it's different. Like, this is another representative. This one's from Arizona, from the fucking Freedom Caucus. What Hillary list? Hillary doesn't have a list. Hillary's nobody. She's just a ghoul that, like, talks sometimes for money.
Them up. It's different. You want to be able to ship out anyone that's political because you're not going to be able to defund them.
But you can defund the witch hunts, the investigations.
Exactly. You defund the liners or you strip how they spend their money.
One time I got caught.
Do you guys
and
catch
brought on-
that? You can defund the witch hunts, the investigations. Exactly. You defund the line items. You strip where they spend their money.
Defund the liners or you strip how they spend their money.
One time I got caught and brought on stage.
Citation needed, Pezzy.
I'll hold it. Go ahead.
Can I? You said I could hold it. I'm not going to hit you with it or anything. I'm not going to do anything. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Another time, the Secret Service called me in for questioning, but I managed to avoid getting arrested. And when election deniers started pushing a bullshit election audit in Arizona, I got them talking about their plan to replicate audits nationwide.
And it's our expectation that Arizona will be the launch.
Can we defund the entire DHS and reverse Bush pushing FEMA under DHS? I mean, like, they want to defund the FBI, let's abolish ICE. Yeah, no, sorry, that would help you, and they don't want that. Even if it saves them money, they don't want to help you.
To election integrity expectation
Okay, so here we have pedophile Matt Gaetz and insane person Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Audits nationwide.
And it's our expectation that Arizona will be the launch pad to election integrity.
Pedophile talking about integrity.
Hey, you said Arizona's a launching pad. What's the next state? What are you going to do? Defend our president.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada.
Every time I went undercover, I felt a
They were literally ready to steal the election this time, but they didn't need to because we didn't show up to vote. Or maybe they did. Maybe Elon fucked around with it. You guys know Elon Musk knew Trump won like 4 hours before everyone else did, before the media announced it. Apparently he had like an algorithm machine to like, I don't know, something. I don't even believe that that's true, but if it is, it's hard to know what's real and what's not when every other word out of these people's mouths is a lie.
wave
That's
of
the point, by
adrenaline
the
and
way.
anxiety. Like,
They want
what
you
the
to
hell
not be
am I
able to
doing?
tell.
But I kept doing it. The rush was starting to get addictive, and the bigger the fish, the bigger the rush. I needed to nail one of the masterminds behind the operation. That would be a real coup.
Let's have trial by combat.
I mean, there are a number of lawyers.
You know what? You know what? Okay. Rudy Giuliani, trial by combat. I will represent the United States of America. Congress, if we're doing trial by combat now, I volunteer to represent the United States of America against Rudy Giuliani. I don't like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like his far-right views. I do not like when he gives speeches. No one likes Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is the Zodiac killer. Which I'm kidding, by the way. That's a Trump conspiracy theory that he started during the primaries, but honestly, use it. He's the Zodiac killer.
To
allegedly
disgrace themselves and disgrace the legal profession, Rudy Giuliani being one, John Eastman being another. They were advancing totally fanciful and absurd arguments, which they knew and admitted at various points that even this right-wing conservative Supreme Court would reject.
I hadn't gotten the goods on Rudy in Georgia, but I thought I might be able to in New York.
You know, Sacha Baron Cohen, when he was filming the Borat sequel, got, like, the actress in that movie who was pretending to be a minor to get Rudy Giuliani to elicit sex from her, thinking that she was a minor. So.
Are tedious. They're long.
It's in the
You'd be
movie.
waiting for hours and hours. And what would you ask Rudy if he walks out the door? This is part of the process. We have to like talk to each other and game out questions. What are you gonna do when Donald Trump throws you under the bus, Mayor?
October something 2001, Rudy Giuliani proposed postponing the election of the next mayor because we couldn't basically function.
Oh yeah, no, Rudy Giuliani is a ghoul.
Him. Theoretically, Rudy could walk into Jack Smith's office tomorrow and go, "What do you want to know?" But it would require him to essentially say, "My public career is over." Rudy Giuliani has to have a public life. The back patting and the support that he got after 9/11, he became addicted to. I had experiences with him in the 90s where
all of these people are insecure little bitch boys that want attention and love because their parents didn't give them enough, and they want to take that out on everyone else. They want to make it their problem, not their own problem.
Very similar to Trump. It's like, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
You guys waiting for the mayor?
Yeah.
He's not coming out. Yeah. I mean, I'm heading to security. He's not coming in like any time. He's staying in all night. So just letting you know.
Cool.
I'm not playing games. Like, I'm serious. 4 o'clock. He had a press conference. He didn't come down.
Why not?
He didn't want to come down.
Now you're gonna trust her?
He's advised by his lawyers not to talk to anyone. So.
Can you say that again? He's
No.
advised by his attorney.
No. And that's off record. So don't even force that. So if that gets anywhere, we're gonna have problems. Actually, give me your card. Dude.
Bye.
That guy's a Nazi. I just, the vibe check. That guy is a Nazi. Whether he's like Nazi or whether he's Nazi light, he's definitely at least one or the other.
Once again, I came up empty-handed on Rudy.
Well, so that's the thing. It's okay to have that issue. It's not okay to make it everyone else's problem by, like, trying to become the most popular person that everybody has to pay attention to and making yourself the center of attention because you need that attention from your insecurity. You don't do that. You just, I don't know, act like a normal human being and you try and make friends and you try and build community and you come in here and you engage. You're not making it a problem. You are growing and working on fixing the problem. Rudy Giuliani has no interest in fixing a problem. He has the interest in spreading that problem to everyone else. And so he gains while you lose. I like the idea of loneliness, shitty parents, all of those things, they suck, but they're all systemic. Your parents didn't treat you well because they were taught that way. And so on and so on and so on. We can fix this going forward with changes to the next generation and the next generation. But change is slow, and people, especially now in our modern society, don't have the attention span nor the patience for slow change. Everyone needs it immediately. No one really even understands how government works. Again, Joe Biden spent a fuckload of money to fix infrastructure, and it won't be done until 2026. And then Donald Trump will take credit for it, and everyone will believe him because everyone thinks that everything happens immediately.
And frankly, I felt like shit about it. You never hit all your shots, and I understand that's part of the process, but it does make me reevaluate my life choices. How long do I actually want to chase right-wing weirdos all over the country?
That one's getting you 10 minutes,
Then
Johnny
I remember
Dollops.
David Perdue and how he lost in part because he
You deserve those 10 minutes. Think about what you've done.
lined up behind Trump's efforts to overturn the election. And I had a part in exposing that. I made a substantive impact. I remember that I took my shot and hit the mark, and it felt great. So I keep chasing that high. So even though I hadn't gotten Rudy, I thought I might have a shot at his partner in crime, John Eastman, who was publicly disavowing the memo he'd written to Trump, laying out in detail the whole fake elector scheme.
We're huge Trump supporters, and we were actually at January 6th.
Oh, yeah.
We saw your speech.
Should I incite you to go down to the Capitol and
Sure, Lord Fluffy Art, and I try not to ban Batman.
riot?
You actually incited us to become supporters of Claremont.
Oh, good. Very good. Trump, Giuliani, and me met with 300 legislators on January 2nd.
I don't know, I don't like to
via
ban.
Zoom conference call. And they all spinelessly wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Right?
No, absolute mask off. One more time.
Should I incite you to go down to the Capitol and riot?
You actually incited us to become supporters of Claremont.
Oh, good. Very good. Trump, Giuliani, and me met with 300 legislators on January 2nd via Zoom conference.
I wonder why Trump, Giuliani, and this fucking guy met with 300 legislators on January 2nd, immediately preceding January 6th.
And they all spinelessly wouldn't do anything. Right? Even though we'd given them all the evidence, they wouldn't do it. Yeah.
I got it, Batman.
Floored that Mike Pence didn't do anything. I mean, why didn't he act on it? Because you gave him the legal reasoning to do that.
I know.
Just supporter to supporter. Like, why do you think that Mike Pence didn't do it?
It's funny how, like, comfortable this guy is talking about his goddamn treason. In America, when we were a serious country, this guy would have gotten the death penalty. I don't even believe in the death penalty, but that is the punishment for treason. And if this happened under, like, I don't know, any president pre-2000, absolutely.
Well, because Mike Pence is an establishment guy at the end of the day.
All of your legal reasoning is totally solid.
Yeah, there's no question.
And there it was, a confession.
Also, not in any way legally solid, but yeah.
Ms. Windsor has just posted video of herself talking to John Eastman.
John Eastman,
John Eastman,
the crooked lawyer who should be disbarred before I finish this sentence.
True,
can be heard
Batman.
criticizing former Vice President Mike Pence for not overturning the 2020 election results.
He then disavowed that strategy, called it all crazy and non-viable in the national...
I sound like Trump back in the old days. You know what happened to traitors and deserters? Bing bong. But honestly, that's the thing. It's true. Donald Trump successfully uses rhetoric like this because he frames it in a way that it makes sense in the opposite context. Donald Trump his base is people that would have been part of the Confederacy, and he tells them that they're patriots. They're people that literally walk around with Confederate flags and call themselves American patriots. We had a war with these motherfuckers because they wanted to not be American that much. The difference between when I say this, and obviously I am saying exactly that because it sounds like Trump, is I'm right and he's lying. That's the only difference. Fake news, real news.
Review on Friday, but then on
Charlottesville
Saturday,
as well.
the next day, speaking unwittingly to Lauren Windsor.
He got specific about the 300 members. He got specific about them being spineless. He got specific about needing to primary them so they could overthrow the next election.
Sullivan, Antifa guy, got paid $60,000 by CNN to break in and get video of violence.
Yes, CNN organized the insurrection. Everyone remembers when the Senate chamber was presided over by the wolf shaman.
Turns out he was still saying it could have worked.
Wait, hold on.
Chamber was presided over by the wolf.
I really, really, really love this image. It's just so perfect. Oh, wolf shaman. You know what? That's a thumbnail.
Wolf shaman.
Turns out he was still saying it could have worked. It was a great strategy. It was a sound legal strategy. If only
It
Mike
wasn't.
Pence had had the stones to go through with
They
it.
were lying. They lost every court case they filed. 64 of them. 64 different courts said you have no evidence.
Nabbing Eastman was the biggest and craziest high yet. He'd later face disbarment. Although getting Eastman's confession felt great, the fact that he was still a cheerleader for election deniers raised red flags about what Trump and his supporters could be planning for 2024. When President Biden dropped out of the race in late July, Kamala Harris' candidacy gave Dems a boost in the polls, but it was still a virtual dead heat. Another close election would be exactly what the election deniers needed.
I think they are clearly...
They were totally prepared to do another Jan 6, to do this exactly the way they had done before. What's up, Cody Culp? They were prepared, they just didn't need to.
Preparing to litigate and to do all sorts of, they're gonna go back, they're gonna revise their 2020 playbook. There's no question about that. And the question is the election going to be close enough for them to be able to get away with anything? And I'm hopeful that it will not be.
Oh, no, I agree.
And it looked like they were going to get exactly that. Remember those
You know what else? And this is actually something I've said a lot, so much actually. You don't have to type this in all caps, mate. I'm the only one talking about this. Really, believe me. I've been saying that the rich people, and this is true. You can check me. This is true. They're fucking us all, and not gently. They're fucking us so hard, and people don't like it. And when I say that they don't like it, it's because I'm right and they're fake news liars. Honestly, yeah, based. I need to start sounding more like that. I need to be the Alex Jones of the left. Except, right. Liberals probably glaze him now. They do. Let's have a snowball fight as democracy dies. Yeah. Fuck, man. Watching January 6th proceedings this year was literally just watching the death of America.
factory towns we visited in Ohio? The ones where economic devastation helped propel Trump to victory in 2016? Voters just like the ones we spoke to are the same voters on which the 2024 election is likely to hinge.
Yeah, no, genuinely, Kadiris, this is true. It's frustrating because we have the facts on our side, but the most effective strategy is just act retarded. Yeah. Just slip in some facts while you do that. That's the way to go, is you slip in some facts and you act like them, and then every once in a while you just, like, shift the conversation, control the conversation, and don't play defense. These are the two things we've, learned so far that I'm really trying to drill down, because those are the most important, really. They're putting chemicals in the water, then turning the friggin' frogs racist. It's funny. It's serious crap. Oh, yeah. Plant seeds. We gotta water the seeds and grow them. Exactly. Socialism grows under fascism. This is the time that our movement will gain the most traction. Have you seen how much class consciousness has spread throughout the country? If you plant the seeds now and you water them and you care for them carefully, it won't take very long for them to sprout. Give us a couple months. There'll be a movement, but plant the seeds now.
Did you vote for Obama in the prior election cycle?
Yes, I did.
So,
I regretted it.
are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, did you vote for Trump?
Augers, Captain Buggy.
2016 and 2020?
Yes, I did.
And will you vote for him in 2024?
Undecisive. Not decided yet.
Well, I'll tell you, that's a $64,000 question. Why they would
just don't get
support a
arrested, Cody
Republican,
Culp.
Especially Trump, supposedly their leader.
But to get my vote, I want somebody I can trust, somebody that. But that's hard to do. I mean, how can you know?
Good. And like I have said, in case anyone wants to flee, you can get a year-long visa to Australia as long as you're willing to work on a farm for 2 months, and you get healthcare with it.
He's got everybody thinking that everybody lies but him, and I think it's just the opposite, and people can't see it.
Yes, really.
And
you got to work on a farm for 2 months, but then, yeah, you get the year to live here. These poor old people, they just want to improve their material conditions, but they get duped by statistic scumbags. Yeah, every time. It's the old people that get lied to. They think that we covered this a while back. Do you know how much money got stolen from old people because the donate to like Trump forms on the website had automatic redonate attached to them? So some of these people were donating, and then that donation was continuously happening like every month, but then they were donating again because they got another email asking for another donation. They would have 2 active recurring donations, 3, 4, 5. It's insane. I can send the link in for Australian visa farm. There we go. Visa options for Australia workers in agriculture. What's the trucking industry like? I mean, the country is as large as the United States, and we have very little infrastructure that connects in between major cities, so it's just a long drive with nothing around you. But aside from that, and the gold coin Trump thing, yeah, it's so fucked up because they're old, naive, and their brains are dying. I mean, yeah, it's taking advantage of people who don't know better, people who have the means, but they're not aware of how the world's changed around them. Have you noticed that anytime you watch something like News Nation, it's always ads for like buy gold, buy silver on the side? It's this most disgusting grift in the country. I think they're asking about CDL workers, probably needed. Well, no, you can just get farmhand work. Like, you can go and, work.
It's sad because I think
I know a couple of people that have done it.
Part of it's social media, where you can put anything on social media and people believe it because it's in print. Because it's in print doesn't mean it's true, but people tend to...
Americans think that they're thinking, but they're not thinking. I keep saying it, and it's still true.
Believe that. It's a sore point. My brother and the family talking about it. How the hell can these people believe this stuff?
Because they're told it every day. From the moment they wake up till the moment they go to bed, they're told that this is true. So of course they believe it.
Most politicians, in most people's eyes, the politician is all BS. I mean, if let's be factual, nobody's going to ever accomplish all their promises and tell you and give you the world. I mean, they might get a few things done, but it's gonna take many of their time in office just to keep the steady quo going.
I'm hoping that the tide is turning. It feels like it might be. And
It's not,
for the
unfortunately.
sake of this, our democracy.
This was
I hope-
pre-election, of course. Unfortunately not. I saw you live, wanted to pop in and say hello. I got my win down and read my book. Thanks for the link. I'll snoop around Discord tomorrow. Awesome. I won't be streaming tomorrow, by the way. I do have to go see my doctor in the morning to get my blood test results and all that. But I will try and stream maybe tomorrow night or Saturday during the day. I'll make up for tomorrow at some point. I haven't streamed anywhere near enough this week.
I hope it's turning because this guy
I
is
like
the
doing
most
it. It's fun.
dangerous candidate we have ever had.
It should be, it's American right. You have a right to vote. And they're trying to say, well, you're not eligible, you're not eligible, you're not eligible. No, I'm eligible, but
You gonna keep me accountable, not laws? More disco? Disco's on Monday, but maybe on maybe Saturday too. We'll see.
You know who I'm going to vote to.
I do want to play disco.
So we're going to try to do everything we can to prevent you from voting.
To this day, Donald Trump is claiming that if he loses the election, it's because it was stolen. The factory towns vote.
Before she said that, we're gonna do everything we can to make it so you can't vote. We just looked at this yesterday. They're changing voter laws all over the country now. They're gonna make it so you need a passport or a birth certificate to vote. A passport is something most Americans don't have. A birth certificate is something a lot of Americans don't have. Passports are expensive. They're $500 for a 10-year one, I believe, something like that. Most people can't afford them. They want less people to vote. They want as many people to not vote as they can because that's when Republicans win. Every time when people show up, when voter turnout is high, Democrats win.
Voters we talked to were definitely concerned about misinformation and election interference. Based on my undercover work, they should be. The people my team and I talked to were focused not on turning out the vote.
I don't even
but
have a birth certificate because I was born in Turkey and we don't have those.
on contesting the vote.
Politics with me isn't theater, it's performance art, sometimes for its own sake. Roger Stone.
I'd had several big scoops holding Trump's cronies accountable for what they had done in 2020. But if I could expose what Trump World was planning for 2024, maybe my work could help stop it. Next time I went undercover, I had a little extra help. When the Eastman story broke, comedian Kathy Griffin took notice and reached out.
I felt as a woman that people weren't reacting to how dangerous he was, in particular for women. So while I hate to stick up for, of all people, Megyn freaking Kelly, I do remember him saying, after she moderated one of the debates, that he felt there is blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever. And I just was collaborating with the photographer, and I said, let's do something with that, like where there's blood coming out of his wherever. And all we could think.
It did, didn't it? It did. They love to complain about how the left advocates for violence. Meanwhile, they're like, you know, doing treason, insurrection, have fucking Nazi militias walking around. They're about to release 1,000 of them more into the country. Every accusation is a confession. Every single one of them.
Think of was go to the store.
Because she doesn't care. She doesn't believe in anything. She's bought in to the system. It is, I will step on the neck of somebody else so that I can climb the ladder a bit higher. That's what Megyn Kelly's ideology is everyone below me is a piece of shit that doesn't matter, and I will kick them further down the ladder so I can climb up just a little bit higher, so that I could be the top of the abused people list, so that I can be last in line for my rights being taken away. That's it. It's the pick-me bullshit. It's not like any ideological reason that she defends him. She doesn't believe him. She doesn't like him.
Trump Halloween mask.
Even Tucker Carlson fucking despises Donald Trump.
And honestly, I thought this photo will live on a gay blog for 2 days, and that'll be the end of it. There isn't a president I haven't made fun of. It's called punching up for a reason.
The first time that I met you and I came over for the wigs, you called yourself the patron saint of canceled women, or?
Yes, I'm the patron saint of canceled bitches. And
Based.
I will help with any disguises necessary because I know I know the environment that you were walking into and that it's actually dangerous. And I know that they live to reveal somebody like you.
The crazy thing about it was like maybe 2 weeks prior to this whole interaction, I'd been Googling like where to find wigs.
Wow.
And so I actually posted
That's
on
a lot of
Facebook
wigs.
to my whole friend
It
group.
didn't say Kathy Griffin's house?
The universe.
Google is broken.
The universe spoke.
And here they are.
I blame AI. Google is broken.
Okay, so this is just some of the array. And I believe you gave it to a genuine homosexual to restyle?
I did, yes.
I believe you gave it to a genuine homosexual. Clap, clap, clap. No, I don't know anything about this woman, but know what? I love her now too. That was excellent. 10 out of 10.
My cousin.
Don't let a heterosexual near those wigs.
I wore
It is, isn't it?
Mar-a-Lago.
That is epic. That is
that
epic.
to me, like I felt that was a redemptive moment.
Yeah.
You know, vicariously.
Yes, it's like I was there without having to really go.
Right?
I don't know how you survived it. I really don't.
The universe wanted me to have your wigs so
Right.
that I could then wear the wig.
There.
In
Of all
Mar-a-Lago.
places.
Exactly.
Yummy. I do feel maternal towards you, as you know, and I worry about your safety. So just check in with me. Just be a good girl and check in next time you do it.
Always.
All right.
The minute Donald Trump announced that he was running again, it was a given that he was not going to go quietly if he
Yeah,
lost.
no, genuinely.
The January
Wow.
6th was not the end of something, it was the beginning of something. It was the beginning of an era of American
The
politics.
Lincoln
that
Project.
before that-
Reed Gallen here, co-founder of the Lincoln Project, was one of the only effective messaging strategies during the election from the left. The only. They had the best ads. They had the best messaging. They hit Trump hard. Even they made one after the election, telling Trump to obey Elon like a good boy. Like, that's the kind of messaging you want. You want to make them feel emasculated. You want to make them feel weak. You want to make them feel cringe. You want other people watching this interaction to feel like you are emasculating this person, that you are making them look cringe. They aren't our friends, absolutely not, but learn from their messaging system.
moment.
Learn from what they did.
Let me just say this. In the summer of 2020, I had a conversation with Mary Trump. And I said, do you think if he loses, he'll go quietly? And she said no.
I wondered what Trump's hatchet man and self-proclaimed dirty trickster of Republican politics, Roger Stone, had to say about plans for the 2024 election. So I tracked him down in Florida. Remember, Stone played a big part in Trump's 2020 plot.
Is one of the main people that orchestrated everything that happened in the last 8 years. Stone, Flynn, like, who else was there? There was not Giuliani, but not Eastman. There was another one. What was his name? He looks like an evil movie villain with his glasses. That's because he likes God, my brain is really just melting right now. He likes the God damn it, who's that? Richard Nixon. He thinks he's Richard Nixon. You saw him earlier with the hands up with the like, ooh, fucking. He loves Richard Nixon. He worked on Richard Nixon's administration. He was part of it. He wanted Trump to be the new Nixon. He made that like that was his entire goal. He tried to frame the entire campaign and the presidency as like Nixon.
In 2019,
I think he has actually a tattoo of Nixon on his back, I think.
Convicted of obstructing justice, false statements, and witness tampering in a congressional investigation.
Yeah, he does. Here we go. Literally has Richard Nixon tattooed on his back.
Into Russian
Demons.
interference. But Trump pardoned him, of course. So in the summer of 2023, I slipped into a teenage Republican conference and spoke to Stone myself.
How do we actually like keep the Democrats from stealing the election again?
We're working on that. We actually have a pretty good plan. It's technical, it's legal.
So there's a plan to keep Democrats from stealing the election. Stone, oh yes, don't worry about it. We're on it.
Oh yes, don't worry about it. We're on it.
Stone said that he had a plan, but that wasn't a story in and of itself. So several months later, a colleague and I tracked him down again, this time at Mar-a-Lago.
You're in a position to know more than anybody else. How are you feeling about the election?
Too early to say.
Biden can't win again.
No, but it can be stolen again.
We're in a whole. But there's got to be something we can do to prevent that.
We're working on this, but I'm not saying that I'm totally confident yet because I'm not.
The entirety of the Republican Party functions on psyops. By the way, in 2020, only 65% of evangelical Christians bothered to vote, is what he's complaining about here.
By the way, in 2020, only 65% of evangelical Christians bothered to vote. So when you tell people, "Oh, we're doing great," then they say, "Oh, I don't have to worry about voting." So that's our biggest overconfidence is one of our giant problems right now among our own people.
By the way, we had this problem as well during the election. A lot of people on the Democrat side didn't show up to vote because they were overconfident.
But so, what are we going to do to stop it, though? Thank you.
I'll tell you the same thing I told her. We're working on it.
Well,
lawyers, judges, technology.
Governors?
Some.
Technology being a key word here that is kind of, I don't know, a red flag. What technology are you working on with to prevent a stolen election? Was it, I don't know, voting machines? Like Fox News got sued. Every single executive at Fox News lied knowingly about Dominion voting machine claims in the last election before this one, and continued to do so knowingly and willingly. They got fined nearly $1 billion. Tucker Carlson lost his job. So what technology are you talking about, Roger Stone?
But there aren't many little guns.
We got to use every lever we can.
We are doing that. The president's trial in Georgia's falling apart. I think the judges are on the verge of dismissing the charges against him in Florida.
This was recorded 2 months before Judge Eileen Cannon delayed Trump's trial indefinitely and ultimately dismissed it entirely.
Oh yeah, like surprise, surprise. The judge that was picked by Donald Trump, who's a very avid MAGA supporter, who has connections with Roger Stone, didn't actually do her job as the judge. Surprise! Anybody? No. Of course not.
What stops them from just like voter fraud? Like
they in some states it'll be easier to stop them. In other places, but at least this time, when they do it, you have a lawyer and a judge whose own phone number standing by so you can stop it.
I explained this a bit last time. Obviously, they didn't need to do it because it wasn't necessary. But the issue they had after 2020 was that they were trying to prove that there was voter fraud when there wasn't any voter fraud. They were trying to prove a negative as positive, which is you can't do that. You can't have no evidence of something and make it positive. However, they flipped the script. If, let's say, Kamala had won and they did this again, then we would have been in the position of we have to defend something that, like, we know it happened, but we have no evidence of. It would have flipped the script on us. Good night, Kadiris. Honestly, like, at this point, or 51 minutes in, I'm gonna leave it here because my brain has melted and I'm not analyzing this as well as I can, but I'll save the time slot. We'll finish this up first thing next stream. Like, we'll start off with this, and then we'll do Disco Elysium. Because it's only, what, like 20 minutes? Yeah, we can do 20 minutes next stream. Thank you all for tuning in, and I hope you have a lovely evening. See you next time. Oh, wait, no, hold on. We're gonna raid, but I don't really have enough people to raid right now, so next time. Bye-bye.